we
Yeah.
Oh, the
And
thing where my dick
It
fell
was
off?
more of an
Yeah. Yeah, it
it was
weird.
more of an intervention.
it was an
Wait.
intervention into your
We told you to stop losing your dick all the time. It just keeps falling off everywhere.
And
I
yet,
imagine the
here we are.
EFAP intervention would be a psychiatrist talking about how we won't stop talking about like Star Wars and things. Like you need to stop. You talked about a woman for 12 hours. You need to stop.
Oh,
That's
you gotta
terrible.
go further.
Or we haven't talked about it enough. We haven't talked about Star Wars enough.
You haven't gone further than you needed to. That's what they'll say about us.
I don't get it.
Well, that's how they
alright,
talk in Welsh. Land.
From the land
Wales.
of Wales.
My Welsh training is not yet finished. I'm out of touch with the Welsh. I have to relearn it.
You'll get there eventually.
My Welshness has increased double since last we met.
Damn.
Twice the
here we
Welsh,
are.
double the fall.
Don't worry, chat. You're on screen, you little rascals. You're
Twice the
fine.
Welsh, double the sheep.
Ooh.
Nice.
Is that true? We've discussed this before? I think doesn't Welshland have more sheep than people? Kind of like the Star Wars fandom. Ka-chow! But seriously, isn't in Welsh?
I feel like that's
more sheep
not
than people?
edgy enough because that just implies it's over half consumers, and it's like, Rags, we're looking at like a full 90%, okay, at least.
Well, I think it gets the idea across that there are more sheep than people in the Star Wars fandom. And if you have any problem with that, feel free to tweet at JXE and let him know exactly how you feel about his Nazi friends on the podcast.
Oh, we could open with that tweet then, if you want. We can show the people.
Ooh, which one?
Jay, the one that you shared. You want to
the one about episode 4?
Well, oh yeah. So I should probably open with that. The wonderful people in chat, they've not seen our coverage of episode 4 yet because it was supposed to go out yesterday. Unfortunately, YouTube. I was on Discord complaining about this. YouTube did a check, quote unquote, that lasted for 7 hours. So. By the time
it took me ages to upload my videos because of that check too. The copyright thing, it took forever. It never takes that long.
The ending, it turns out there's nothing wrong.
Started taking long recently.
I don't know.
With the last,
maybe the servers are having trouble or something.
It might be explicitly Star Wars related because both of the Kenobi videos that I put out, they uploaded and everything fine except for the copyright check, which took forever for them to do.
Well. Yeah, this one, it would have gone out on time, it would have been beautiful, but no, it refused until, like, well late into the day. I was almost going to sleep, and then it went, it's ready now, and I was like, whatever.
No.
So,
too late.
It won't go out today, because we're just doing this little here stream. It'll go out tomorrow, and I don't know when I'll re-upload this stream. I don't exactly know. You'll know in the future, people. You'll be seeing this and being like, I know when he puts it up.
Yeah.
Anyway. The episode 5 coverage is being edited. I was about to say as we speak. Not quite. Whenever we're not speaking.
Not right now, but
not quite.
Yeah. Whatever breaks that are available.
But yeah, for those who haven't heard, they're both pretty bad, 4 and 5.
What?
Yeah.
I think I say it in the recording, but 5 had a very good reputation. We talked for a while about our theories on exactly why that is. We won't need to talk about 5 really at all, because this video we're covering doesn't go into 5, and nor do we have to. So you'll be able to see all that fresh in the episode. However, it's only just a spoiler to say that I basically concluded, I think, that it's the worst of the 5 episodes, number 5.
I would agree
with that. Yeah, it's
and that is quite an accolade.
Yeah, it's difficult to do that. So
yes, because
3 and 4 are really bad.
Exist. And 2, really, yeah.
That's two sort of two's just.
And I'm curious if 1 even really holds up now either.
Probably not.
Like in any way.
When do things get better on a rewatch? Rarely. And I don't think Kenobi episode 1 is going to be one of those unusual things that when we take a look at it, it actually improves in quality.
Probably working my way through it in much more detail with a fine-tooth comb.
What's wrong with the big fat combs?
They miss a lot of stuff. There's too much space in between the
I feel like them being wet does not describe them being fat-toothed cones, but rather it's a different
You can be fat and wet, right, Metal?
You can, but
Don't
what I'm saying
discriminate.
is they would seem to be two different things, you know? It being wet has nothing to do with it being a fat tooth comb.
And the only time that you should ever use fine and Kenobi in a sentence is, do you want to watch Kenobi? Fine.
Fine.
No, that was a mistake to say that.
But yeah, there's a tweet that's got over 10,000 likes.
Oh my
Where the
goodness.
argument is basically, remember what happened to Ming-Na Wen's character in... No, I was about to say Book of Boba Fett, but it was in Mando that was established, right? Her stupid stomach.
She got shot in the stomach
Yeah,
by a
that's
blaster.
That is not the only example.
Well,
in
no, so
this
wait.
tweet.
If you remember, Precious chat, that video is still up on the Moolah channel. We all laugh our asses off the second we see that. I think it's bloody brilliant. Another example is somehow Palpatine returned. Basically, the ridiculed fucking thing by literally everybody all over the world. I don't even know how that one would be honestly put in these examples. The only one that I think would be controversial among Star Wars fans is the Darth Maul one. We still think it's stupid as fuck, but a lot of people are like, no, that one works because he survived by being very angry. He was thrown like into space or something.
He fell down a bottomless pit
I don't even know.
after being chopped in half by a lightsaber.
You know, and he was really pissed off about that.
I would be upset too, but
Maybe
I don't
with
know
the
if
Force
that
he could
just,
float.
Yeah, I don't know if that just lets my body survive, you know? Like, I've been bisected, regardless of how I feel about it.
Do you have the dark side, Rags?
No, I don't.
So what would you know?
I have no dark side connections at least I don't think so. Maybe it's very subversive and subtle.
Well,
I think
sounds
I'll
like
bet a lot of
Maybe,
Star
maybe
Wars
you're just not
fans.
telling us.
Imagine, Jay, imagine all of the Star Wars fans who hate our
Don't
guts,
imagine me, I'm right
who
here.
say, I suppose
You
it's
killed
true.
him.
Imagine yourself in like third person, right? Imagine, Jay. Imagine all of the people on the internet who love Star Wars and they think that we're big dumb stupids who can't enjoy anything, who unironically say that EFAP has fallen to the dark side amongst themselves. That's pretty cringe. Monk?
Cringe.
Monk?
Monk?
What am I missing?
Stang.
Is
What?
Jungle out there?
Sorry, the fourth example is the Grand Inquisitor getting stabbed because he comes back.
So the fourth reference is the series itself.
So yeah, their point is people survive this, so how is it going to be shocking that Reva survives being stabbed by Vader? And it's like, it's funny because you're like, which time?
Yeah, because it's twice now. Spoilers for
Yeah.
episode 5, it's dumb. No,
They probably shouldn't have had her say she played dead, because that confirms that they expected her to be dead, and they just didn't know the difference, and that's embarrassing.
I'm telling you, man, if I'm in Star Wars and I'm a Sith, I'm just chopping off heads.
No, stab them in
What?
one of
I'm
their
just
many
pretty
stomachs.
Yeah, I just gonna go ham on that. I'm just gonna dice you. You're
I
gonna get
love ham.
diced with a lightsaber. I'm gonna chop you up and put you in a taco.
Sweet.
Then I'm gonna eat you.
Like
So
ham.
anyway, I guess for anybody
Exactly like ham.
who doesn't watch the minis, you psychos, we haven't
Yeah,
been liking
great.
Kenobi. We've been thinking Kenobi not very good.
Wait, what?
Shocking.
Kenobi is not
shocking.
good. Kenobi is bad. If you think it's not
Boring.
bad, you are wrong.
Oh my god.
It's incredibly inconsistent, super disrespectful, and frustrating to watch. It does all the things you'd be worried that it does. Like, contradict the OT. Contradict
They wouldn't do that.
character traits. Make everybody
What?
stupid through very poorly put together plot lines. Waste time.
Eh.
And
that's just
squander
Star Wars.
potential.
Mm.
Um,
What a shame.
but you know,
Through
plenty
and
of people enjoy it, and it's nice to
Bless
see
their hearts.
your little interviews and videos and assessments and reviews, and just check out everyone's opinions on everything. And as people may know, Red Letter Media have gone over quite a bit of Star Wars, Star Trek,
Mm.
some Marvel,
The Star Wars.
and then they do some highlights on some more obscure movies here and there, and then they do their best, the worst stuff. Funny lads. Funny lads.
Hell yeah.
They came out with
Yeah,
a
fine.
take on Kenobi, and I think some of you in chat would be like, "Oh, come on, They're just having a different opinion. You know what? I could have agreed with that if not for how many messages were sent, how many requests were sent to cover this, combined with some of the things they actually say in here. Chat, I don't think you're ready. Okay?
Yeah, you guys sent me a lot of messages, way more than normal, about, have you seen this? Have you seen what they say? And I get tagged, Rags, have you watched this RLM video? It's horrific.
There was something that was
And-
said that I was like, I think this is a hotter Star Wars take than we've had about anything. So it'll be interesting to get to that one. And it's said very casually. So
Oh, then I know exactly which one you mean.
I think I do too, but it's hard to tell. So many bad takes happen.
I would go as far as saying, both before and after seeing this video, that I would recommend RLM as a channel. They are fun.
Oh yeah.
They have lots of really interesting takes. They have lots of experience when it comes to the production and consumption of storytelling media. But, you know, sometimes they say some things that are a bit strange. And this is no exception. And it hits the ground running. They don't really have a format for how they're discussing this. They just sort of discuss it. And they just jump around topics. And so what I've done is cut a 1 hour video down to 24 minutes. Because anything we 100% agree with them on, I figured wasn't necessary. So for example, they do randomly sort of insert like, wow, how dumb is the trench coat thing? Or wow, how dumb is the... Oh, I just realized the trench coat thing hasn't come out yet on our coverage. Yeah, because that's episode 4. What things can I reference that have happened? Just all the stupid shit in the first 3 episodes, I guess, like the chasing.
Yeah. Or like them putting Vader putting Obi-Wan's face in the fire.
Yeah.
Everybody thinks that's cool, though.
They have an opinion on that, Jay. Yeah.
I was about to mention before we started. Actually, it's like I don't know why we're going through the whole thing. Like, there's a bunch of stuff in there that we said as well. But now you said, "Oh, I cut it down." It's like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah.
We're fine.
Yeah, and they have a couple of tangent
makes
conversations about stuff that I don't have an opinion on. One of the ones is like how tall Vader is. They go on that for a little while, and it's just like I don't think we need to. Put that in there.
Talk about how tall Vader is. Really, a lot, considering how much of a minute, insignificant detail that is, and considering the things that are in this show that are actually important to note.
I think it's important to give context. The Red Letter Media are seen as like the ones that took down the prequels in a sense, and so there's like an aspect to this where it's like the Kenobi show is practically on par or worse with the sequels. A lot of people feel that way. I would go as far as saying it's easily worse. The prequels didn't like assassinate Obi-Wan Kenobi. This did really quick and several times over. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, Obi-Wan's ruined now. They've
Obi-Wan
sucks. Obi-Wan sucks big time.
Tiny penis as well.
And like it's so.
Oh my goodness.
But I'd be happy to entertain the idea that you know, how does it all rank really? You know, but I think a lot of people jump the gun because it's new content where they're just like, this is leagues ahead of the prequels, and it's like, okay, all right, if you say so.
Okay,
you say so.
And so a lot of their thoughts and perspectives come from like that position, and one of the things that people I think expected as a result of their sort of approach is that they would tear this apart, because it's like it's almost like as in that same sector of content where it's like Ewan McGregor's Obi-Wan, which feels more connected to the prequels than it does to the OT, and so and it may have some reference. So it's just people were like, oh, and look, it's got all the same sort of things you can point out: plot problems, like awkward production elements, really poor storytelling, terrible dialogues. Like, this is going to be great, and then they sort of did something else, and that's what I mean. So this is why we were asked by many people to cover this. Now, what I've done is bake in the EFAP logo on it at intervals, and so hopefully we should be alright for getting copyright hit, because they run that on their channel as far as I know. It's gonna be a bit of a risk because of how the audio works, but we'll see what happens. I think I get little warnings, right? Or the stream, it'll say stuff before it completely nukes the channel, right?
I don't actually know.
I think we should be okay.
We're gonna find out.
But yeah, I've seen a couple people even tweet about this, like how annoyed they are with their reviews. It's just like, all right, let's go in. And this is the thing, I want to make it clear. Myself, Rags, and I think Metal are very much biased in favor of RLM. Okay.
Oh yeah, I watch them like all the time. It's super fun content.
Easily one of my favorite channels. So, you know, not I'm not just trying to hate them for the sake of it. Free and Jay, however, hate this channel with a fiery
Yeah,
passion.
they're like, they
True,
suck.
a lot
Every-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Constantly
said that
having to
it
calm
wasn't
them
true
down
when
and
we
be like,
brought it
Yeah,
up on
remember
the
when they
Every
said they have
video of theirs
disgusting...
that I've seen, I've hated.
oh my
Uh-oh.
god.
I just
Jay already
yeah.
doubled down, so I can't even make more jokes, so let's just start, I guess.
We're already doomed.
Yeah.
So, you guys ready to
Yeah.
begin?
I'd love to begin.
As
I'd
I
love to
said,
watch
guess
this
so.
video.
it really hits the ground running. So, here we go.
The reason why
Are
I
we
found it
getting a watch
Are
together?
we gonna
lovely
get a
and
link
charming.
for watch
I'm
together?
retarded, aren't I? Hey, at least I didn't do a chud logic and just show the link on stream, okay? I get points for that, right?
We just could
I
have just
think
ran with it.
that's-
Could just run with it. It's like, yeah. Good edit.
What were you
I
gonna
think
say?
showing the
James?
link on stream is an easier mistake to make than
Just not
Oh,
giving
nice.
people a link at all to the people in your
because like you
squad.
can see on Watch Together, you can see at the bottom the users that are and aren't in. Like
Yeah,
who's
but the
wimp?
invite displays on the center of your screen. So if you miss that you're streaming your screen, wouldn't that just make you a completely foolish wombo? Also, I see disable chat cover. There we go.
Let me see this here. Can I do this here and go there and then
What's that?
close and then click this link and see what happens if we schlim? There we go.
For anyone in chat wondering, the room code is HY0. I'm gonna. I was waiting for someone to stop me, and then no one did. And I was just like,
Well, since the
okay,
room code is
do I
like
actually...
You thought
25
you were
letters
doing
or
a
whatever, I
bit.
was like, I'll let you get at least halfway.
Yeah.
that would be a joke at the end of this rainbow of an adventure.
Imagine you read out the whole thing and you said 3 of those are wrong. It's like, well,
I kind of tempted to do that.
because how would you even figure that out at that point, right?
I'll give you
basically
90%
may as well
of the
not
room
have it at that
code.
point.
Only the real fans will be able to get in.
Mm-hmm.
We will post the entire room code as part of several different puzzles that we will post everywhere. And if you work out all of the puzzles before the stream ends, you get in the room.
The thing is, if they get in the
And then
room,
we
that
have to
doesn't do
watch whatever you
anything
put on.
other than allow them to pause and randomly, like, they don't get to talk to us or anything. It's just like,
Although they could make a video in that time and then put it on.
oh yeah, and they could be like,
they
hello,
could record
EFAP,
something,
I am here
record
to
it,
warn you.
put it on YouTube,
The Snyder
paste
Cut
paste the link,
2
and then I think
is
the
coming.
rules are that we just have to
Oh
let them.
no.
This is oh my goodness.
Oh
What
no.
happened? You okay?
Oh no, I logged into I didn't log in. I'm always logged in, but I went to Fur Affinity to check my notes, and there's a picture of someone in their fursona getting railed by Albert Wesker. And I thought that was amusing. That I
You could have just kept
that.
that yours to
Yeah, you didn't have
yourself,
to
you
say
know?
that at
could've.
all.
It's
No
very
reason.
interesting that's like, oh, he's got the gloves and everything.
No, it's actually
And
I
his
just
I'm
sunglasses.
glad you shared that.
The sunglasses.
I'm glad you
The
decided to
sunglasses
share.
stay on during.
I just want to die now.
They're inside too,
that
so there's no reason
new?
for the sunglasses. They're just glasses.
Hey, sometimes some houses, they have windows, and sometimes the sun comes in through the window.
Not the no. This is probably some umbrella facility, and it's miles underground. They're trying to get as far away from the sun as possible because they're umbrella. If they were parasol, that would be more appropriate for a company name because they're always trying to get underground away from the sun because the parasol's supposed to stop the sun from getting on you.
What else doesn't? You know what else you get away from underground, Rags? The fucking rain. So there's no sun down here, but I wish the rain would stop. It's been raining in this basement for days. That's how dumb
Unfortunately,
you sound.
unfortunately,
have a
Jay,
leak.
rainwater does indeed collect in all kinds of aquifers and stuff underground, and it
That's
seeps
true,
into the water
but I don't
basin.
think I don't
But
think you would call
the
it
spirit of your
rain.
question or your notification is I understand what you're getting at here. It's not bad. Point being,
Maybe I was too
Umbrella does Umbrella sound more evil than Parasol because of Resident Evil, or just like naturally it sounds more evil?
I don't
Because now we
honestly, I don't
associate
think either
Umbrella
of the
with
words
Parasol.
sound particularly evil.
Parasol, Umbrella. Oh, maybe the UMB is like umbra. Isn't that like doesn't that mean night or something? In
parasol starts with para.
umbra is Latin for shade. Okay. Oh, like an umbrella. Okay. Like it creates shade, an umbrella. Because umbra is Latin for shade.
We already derailed so hard. We just started. It's amazing.
I was almost gonna hit play. We would nearly there.
Speaking of derail, has anyone ever seen those round trains?
No.
Oh my goodness, those round trains. They look like something.
Trains.
It looks like something in the 1950s that they would think a train will look like in the future.
I didn't actually mean for that to tangent. I just wanted to make the joke.
We'll show people the round trains later. Speaking of round trains, though, let's watch this video.
Everybody in?
I'm in.
Segue.
Wonderful, excellent. All right.
Yeah, Wimp
The
is in
reason
here.
why I found it lovely and charming and fun the very first episode was because the bar had been set so low from my traumatic experience with Star Trek.
I don't know. I don't know what even time they're in with the Picard thing, right? They could be traveling all over the place.
Looking at the words on the cop there, police, ice, it's almost like they messed up and they didn't spell police again.
Police ice.
Police ice, like they forgot the POL in police and they were gonna write it a second time.
But yeah, the opening is just a matter of, look, things have been pretty bad, alright? Like Picard. Yeah. Therefore, Kenobi is kind of neat. And it's weird, because, funnily enough, It's a Gundam has a comment getting up there on this video that basically says Kenobi is his Picard. It's like, yeah, this is the same shit, man. I'm confused.
Yeah.
Because I've seen their coverage of Picard, and Picard looks fucking terrible,
Hilarious.
Of course. But it's weird to be like, Picard's so bad, this is a welcome release. It's like, how?
Yeah.
But alright.
No. Guys, no. No.
Hmm?
Oh, it hurts. The thing I posted, it hurts.
I'm not.
I hate it.
Ain't talking about that. I'm talking about the criticism of the show, which is plenty.
And charming and fun the very first episode was because the bar had been set so low from my traumatic experience with Star Trek Picard. I'll literally enjoy having fecal matter rubbed into my eyeballs. So I enjoyed
accurate for what Kenobi is, having fecal matter rubbed in your eyes. Though.
I think that's the meanest thing he says about the show throughout the entire thing, because
I think so. Yeah, he just said
it does
seems to warm up to the show as the episode progresses.
Yes.
Well, I think he just calls it. Oh,
his point there is theoretically fecal matter wouldn't matter to him. I don't think he thinks of the show that way.
I suppose so. Yeah. We think it is, though.
Oh, yeah.
We think the show is fecal matter.
And
the first episode's just a distant fart, but it quickly turns into full-on poo.
What we've often said is when we watch, like, things that are okay, they come across as really good when we watch loads of bad stuff. And then we try and, like, pull ourselves down a bit, like, okay, you know, it's still got its normal issues as opposed to being great or anything. But they seem to have gotten to the point where Picard's so bad, it's pushing really bad shit up all the way up to mediocre to good, I guess. But it's so odd because, like, couldn't Kenobi have been so bad that it pushes Picard up? Is there any reason why they couldn't have just switched places?
I don't know. It's interesting to think what would have happened if they watched it the other way around, right?
Yeah,
or didn't watch Picard at all and just watch this.
I guess I'm confused too because wouldn't Star Trek Discovery have been that level of bad? From what I hear, anyway, Star Trek Discovery is hideously awful.
Really bad, yeah.
I'm assuming there's people in chat who've watched it. I've only heard bad things.
No one in chat has watched it.
So you'd think that would also maybe prep you for being like, you know what, Picard ain't so bad anymore. And then I was thinking, wouldn't Rise of Skywalker have been so bad that maybe they
I feel like we've already gotten over this hump years ago.
Yeah.
How far back are we going to go?
Exactly, like you keep tracing and you're like, is it just...
The Dawn of Time wasn't great.
There was some bugs. Literal bugs.
There wasn't bugs
in the beginning,
yet.
The universe was created. This has been widely regarded as a bad move.
It took billions of years for us to get our
Hitchhiker's Guide. Nice. I got that one.
Wow, nerds with your references.
So, I guess the point being is that we too also think that Star Wars has been terrible for many years, but that doesn't make Kenobi any better. It still is what it is.
Well, remember, a lot of people would accuse us of being like, oh, so the prequels are better now because the sequels are so bad. And it's like, I think we've been pretty consistent on how we feel about the prequels.
Prequels are bad, but I kind of like parts of them, and I appreciate that they exist, but they're bad.
When we have good and bad to represent the two halves of the scale almost as like umbrella terms, or parasol terms, maybe I should say. I think that we just need to be a little bit more specific, right? We're just like, it's like 3 out of 10 bad, while the sequels are like 2 out of 10 bad.
Which is only one number, true.
It's a big
what
number.
a number that is. That is what a number that is. How many discussions have we had on the differences between a 2 and a 3?
I can't say it's been... we had people being like, why do they rate everything like a 3? And it's just like, we have not, but it does come up a lot.
A lot of 3s tend to be made, we have noticed. It just so happens that people like to make 3 out of 10s. And people like to clap at 3 out of 10s. So 3 out of 10s persist. I'm sure we'd much rather be discussing if this is this a 5 or a 6 or a 7? And we could kind of talk about, no, we always talk about, is this a 2, 3, or 4?
Mm-hmm. And yeah, sometimes we're really happy to announce that we watched something that's a 5.
But I don't know if that's in the video, but doesn't Mike like call it a guilty pleasure at the end?
So he, if I guess most of this would be included in this video, but the participants, you got Jay thinks it's bad, not this Jay, the other Jay Bauman.
Yeah,
he's going as far as saying bad. Mike is going as far as saying, yeah, bad.
No, you're confused. That is me.
No, now you're going to confuse everyone, Jay.
I am saying this is bad.
Well, you're saying it's worse than that, right?
Jay is wearing a suit made of a type of prehensile rubber, much like they do in Hologram Man.
So anyway, Bauman says
okay, now you've lost me.
That Kenobi bad. Mike says Kenobi bad, but really enjoyable. And then Rich says, no, Kenobi okay. Kenobi okay.
Super okay, even.
Super okay, yeah. So, and we get different statements made throughout and around this. So we'll see what they are.
Obi-Wan Kenobi show.
I enjoy the show.
Okay.
And you might be right. The bar is very low right now.
It's very low.
I was curious to watch this just because, like, I like Ewan McGregor as Obi-Wan. He's the best thing about those prequels.
What do you think about that?
What is the best thing? The best thing about the prequels.
I think we've said.
I feel like there are a lot of actors that you could name those being one of the.
Well, so the Emperor is a pretty good thing about the prequels. Yeah. He's pretty strong throughout.
I guess I would say I think that Obi-Wan's one of the best parts of the prequels.
I think it's a fair choice.
I'm trying to think
That's a character I remember the most, and I haven't seen them in forever. So I probably would agree with that just by that definition or that context for myself.
I think the only real competition he might have is Palpatine.
Good old Palpy.
Good old Palpatine.
But I'm seeing a lot of.
There's not a lot of.
Dexter Jetster. Yeah.
Of course, Dexter Jetster.
Jar Jar. Are we not going to say that Hayden Christensen is also pretty good?
I think he's fine.
I think he's fine. The problem with the prequels is that you can't tell a lot of the times if it's just a weird, bad acting job, or if Lucas just wanted them to do his bizarre alien speech.
I'll happily like when I see Hayden Christensen pop up, I'm like, yay!
Yay.
But if you were like, try and remove your own personal flisms there, I'd be like, he's fine. While Ewan McGregor, I think, is not only a fantastic actor, but a lot of that shines through with his performance in the prequels. A lot of lines that he delivers are given more emotion and sort of character context than they would have been with a shitty actor, I believe. Same for the Emperor.
Yeah. Wow, between Obi-Wan and the Emperor, I think, are kind of the top two, I'd say.
Because some people are saying Dooku. It's like, maybe he's in it for like 5 minutes. So it's kind of hard to say. Child Boba Fett.
Dooku's. Yeah, I like Dooku a lot.
He's pretty damn cool. So yeah, I guess the point of me pausing here was just to say I think that's a fair choice from Jay. This is going to get complicated as we can progress, isn't it?
Call him with his last name, whatever it is.
He's got a Bauman. It sounds like I'm saying something weird when I do that.
Sounds like a German surname, actually. Baumann.
Baumann.
Bauman.
He's the Bauman.
Wow, making fun of me already. Wow. Wow.
Oh, nine.
Oh, nine.
Oh, nine. Bowman is talking about Kenobi.
Kenobi. But alright, let's see what they say in response.
He's the most boring character. I'm not talking about characters. I'm talking about him as an actor.
He's not the most
best
boring
thing
character.
about those movies.
He is a good actor playing a very boring character.
So that is an incredibly hot take.
Yeah. I've heard the prequels be called boring. I don't know how many times I've ever heard people say Obi-Wan Kenobi as a character is boring. It's like,
I have never heard that before. I was very surprised when I heard that while I was watching the video. I was like, okay, that's a new one.
This is why a lot of people said they couldn't make it 5 minutes in this video, because the takes were so bizarre without... Like, It's one thing to have this perspective, it's another to not realize that this is the kind of thing you need to explain a little bit if you're going to say it.
Yeah.
People do not believe
I
this.
think you'll find, generally, that a lot of people think Obi-Wan is one of the most interesting characters in the series.
Yes. With, I think, good reason.
I think so. He's an interesting guy.
So, yeah,
He's
maybe we should...
Maybe
we should go over it a little bit, just to try and flesh out an argument instead of just saying "no, you" sort of thing. So, like, who is Obi-Wan Kenobi? It's like, seems to me he's almost an archetypal paragon Jedi. He's like, he believes as a person that the Jedi are, you know, good-natured and protect the innocent and the weak from the evil, and help people where he can and do his best, try hard and be courageous. Like, he's got all those attributes whilst having been given the responsibility of training what's supposed to be the guy who's going to save the world, and that all starts to fall apart gradually as different adventures with him are going worse and worse. Meanwhile, trying to subvert the plans that are going to destroy the Jedi, and have to face the fact that the guy he trained turned out to be one of the worst pieces of shit in the universe. Like, that's like his journey overall.
And also being given an opportunity to set into motion events that will make things right, by sending Luke on his journey to become a Jedi.
And yeah, so because some people are like, well, archetype's boring, whatever, and it's like, well, the whole point is that he has to remain that committed to his position despite everything going wrong, basically, and it's it ain't easy for him, and he still manages to maintain some level of like lightheartedness, but you know, it's fair to say he's broken by the end of the trilogy, which is why this season had a shit ton of potential. Because what does that look like with a guy who's pretty damn confident, and you know, like when you look at the beginning of Revenge of the Sith, he's like super overconfident. In like a fun way, him and Anakin have developed that kind of relationship. They are the two Jedi that can deal with mostly everything at this point. Stuff like that. And then, yeah, I would be curious to conclude that he's got, like, no elements of interest to him when a lot of the memes focus around him. And that's not to say that just because you have a meme made about you, that makes you an interesting character. But think of the memes are often about the delivery of lines. We kind of went over this a bit earlier. But him saying hello there the way that he does, it gives you an impression of man, this guy. Because I think one of our criticisms is what a fucking insane decision it was to jump down to Grievous in front of his entire droid army. And look how confident he is. It's just like, I mean, I guess it'll give you characteristics when you do stuff like that.
Sure. Definitely a characteristic. Not something I'd do.
So, I don't know, somehow, saying the prequels are boring, to me, is a lot less controversial than saying this character in particular is boring.
Yeah.
No,
There are
Obi-Wan
definitely
was a boring character.
things you could pull out of the prequels, but
Absolutely.
Obi-Wan is not really on that list. Like, maybe you could find some scenes that are just not... Like,
Generally,
he could be
he's got the interesting stuff going on.
But...
Well, yeah, and then I guess we need the boilerplate.
Clones and everything.
We need the boilerplate thing of just like, but by the way, boring? Pretty much down to the person. If you find him boring, I guess you do.
Yeah.
What one finds boring, someone else could just say, well, I didn't find him boring, so... that's the end of the conversation.
Oh
really.
god, I actually think I agree. In the prequels, Obi-Wan's a pretty bland character. When you're not looking at with rose-tinted glasses, what does he do? How is he even active in the plot? So he's the most active, I think, out of all the characters. He's the ones that he goes on all the important missions. It was even said with our coverage that like maybe it should have been him and Anakin, not just him, because he goes on investigations.
Was he even active in the plot?
I don't know, like, talking about rose-tinted glasses, you need to remember what happens in these films.
He killed General Grievous to try and bring about an end to the Clone Wars.
He was the one who ends the Clone Wars, technically speaking.
That's it.
He's the one that discovers the clones, yeah. So, like, saying, like, what does he even do? To me, it's just like, oh boy, you don't want to make that argument.
What? Oh, wait, no he didn't.
He kills Darth Maul.
No, he didn't. He chopped him in half.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He chopped him in half, and then he fell into the bottomless pit.
Let's just say he defeated Darth Maul.
No, he
defeated Darth Maul.
He does eventually kill Darth Maul.
But yeah.
In Rebels.
And someone said, and that was
spoilers for people who care about Rebels.
And someone said that, and that was boring. And it's like, I don't know, I can't really, like, you know, if one person finds his fight with Grievous or his investigations boring versus not boring, what can you do?
Well, I mean, that wasn't what the point was. The point was he is active in the plot. Whether you think that's boring, whatever. But
yeah,
someone said he wasn't active in the plot. He very much is.
Definitely.
Maybe
he might be the most active in the plot. Like, he might be of all the characters, the most active in the plot, besides maybe Palpatine.
Yeah, that's what I got. I think so.
The first one, maybe.
Big complaints about
he's much less active in the first one.
Which is one of the big complaints of Attack of the Clones is he's off actually going on an adventure without Anakin. He really
sitting in a field talking about how authoritarian governments are great.
Yeah, Anakin is on what I would probably consider the more boring part, where him and Padme are sharing very stilted dialogue to build up their relationship.
It's worth also adding, I mean, when you say Obi-Wan is boring, surely we are considering the totality of this character, which includes in the OT. Is anybody really going to say that about Obi-Wan over the course of the entire series?
Well, and that's the thing. For me, the prequels added a nice little chunk of context that I think actually slides into what we know about Obi-Wan from the OT. Certainly A New Hope in terms of he's a bit more of a sneaky boy, and it seems like it's maybe a result of the fact that he's had everything taken from him by a lot of subversive elements. So, you know, he's because me and Franny actually did talk about this, I think yesterday, but it's like when you think about how he's the linchpin for basically everything happening in the original trilogy.
Yeah,
being it
story very much set into motion the way that it is because of him.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's just
argued that could it be argued that most of what he did in the original and the prequel trilogy was, if it wasn't him, someone else would have just gone in his place and done vaguely the same things.
I don't even know why that would be a relevant argument. He did them.
He did, yeah. And who knows if they would have done them in the same way as the character.
Well, yeah, remember, it's his connection, unironically, to Dexter Jettster that benefits him. It's his pursuit of knowledge in the archives. It's him talking to Yoda to get information. These are all decisions he makes.
Yeah, and how many people could actually beat Grievous, you know, and just stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you replaced him with a different character, then I guess things would go differently. Yeah, like
that's true. It's like, well, yeah. I guess my.
You'd have to replace him with someone
him
who's
defeating Grievous,
to
right?
It's to democracy.
I understand the argument with him. I would understand if someone argued that he's not active in the plot when he defeats Grievous because he is told to go and fight Grievous, and he does, right? He's not. It's not his decision making that's particularly active there. It's his proficiency with combat.
I don't know. This feels like the active and passive conversation, really, like of the who's really making the choices. He did these things. He went and did them. Like being told to do something is different from being forced by the story or other characters.
Yeah, and I think
that's true.
There's a significant difference between the idea of go to Utapau and kill General Grievous and then everything we see, because he decides how to do all of that.
It's how is a lot more important than in terms of telling us who a character is than simply what happens, how, why.
And I think, yeah, you really would have to argue. Obi-Wan's supposed to be one of the best swordsmen, like, Jedi out of everybody at that point. I'm not sure you can replace... Like, Anakin might be able to defeat Grievous, probably, but, I don't know anyone else can. Maybe Yoda with the Force, maybe Mace Windu, but at that point we're only picking literally the most powerful people.
Well, Yoda's...
Surely you would be able to annihilate Grievous with the Force a lot more easily than you would by besting him with a lightsaber.
That's what I said.
Well, yeah, so... Yeah, I mean... It's they probably should have used the Force more in that fight.
Yeah, the first time he does use the Force on Grievous in that fight is really good. Like, so it's just like maybe you should use that more.
It's the cool aspect of General Grievous is he's really good at using lightsabers. He got a lot of them, but he has no connection to the Force at all. That's a really interesting foe to have someone go up against, and I don't think I would say that they fully achieved what they could have done.
Plenty of potential for Grievous, yeah.
Well, I mean, if you asked me a few years ago, I would have been like, yeah, General Grievous show would be cool. I don't want it anymore.
No,
I don't want anything more. I want it to die.
Let it die. Yep.
I want to weld the sarcophagus shut and bury it in a tomb.
Yeah, weld the
hidden valley.
Rest, sweet prince. You're safe now.
Well, I mean, because
we need to quit while we're behind.
Was it like a Star Wars? What con or announcement or get together or whatever was it that was talking about like Marvel and Star Wars' next stuff?
What, the Star Wars Oh,
was it Star Wars Celebration?
Wait, well, because Disney does a thing called D23 where they talk about like everything that they're working on, which generally includes like.
Well, on the note of wanted to end.
Jeez.
Oh, okay, yeah, that would have been the Star Wars Celebration, I think. Yeah, that looks about. Look at that.
Yeah, I think I was talking about it on Real BBC, and I was like, okay, so Andor, Mandalorian season 3, maybe Ahsoka, Skeleton Crew.
Well, like,
I guess the movie from Taika.
Oh, well, they said that one's next, so I guess I went a droid story.
Yeah.
Droid. Okay.
Okay.
Probably gonna be an animated thing.
Look through this. It's like that Star Wars Eclipse. Wasn't that game? That game was announced. And they're like, yeah, it's probably gonna be out by like 2026. I think. What was? Or am I totally mixing that up? That thing is. I know the Ubisoft project. Okay, Rogue Squadron's probably not coming out. I would be surprised at this stage. Is Lando? Is that okay?
Are they making a Lando thing?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's with
there it is.
Donald Glover as well.
TBD.
Yeah.
Great. Awesome.
Skeleton Crew is the one that I'm interested in because it's John Watts.
I wish Star Wars had a Skeleton Crew.
Oh, it does.
It's
right there.
Oh yeah, there it is, right there. Oh yeah, look at that.
So yeah, plenty to get excited about.
Content.
Big old content slurry.
I love content.
Why
that didn't sound sincere.
Why are you struggling to say yeah?
Listen, you could have just ignored it and just let me.
Wow, none of that came through Discord, but probably came through the stream, but that's okay. Anyway.
What did you say about us?
No, it was a big old banging sound, but it's fine.
Good actor playing a very boring character.
Right, but he was brilliant casting as Obi-Wan.
Right.
And so a show now
that
isn't the prequels, that's bringing Ewan McGregor back. I was like, okay, I'm gonna...
I mean, hey, for the people in chat who agree that he's boring, do you like what they did with him in this show? He's not boring anymore, huh?
No,
doing plenty of shit with him now.
He is terrible.
This'll
excitingly terrible.
Little pause here, kind of. That's a good facial expression to represent him as a whole in this show.
Yeah, that's us.
Yeah. No.
No.
I'm gonna give this a fair shot, and then I watched half of the first episode. And I was like, nah. The first shot made.
So that's really interesting because I think the first half of the first episode we were like,
Yeah,
there might
it was
be
the
something
most
here.
It was
'Cause,
like it was the parallels between this and Moon Knight, where we watched that first episode and we're like, I mean, it's not good, but there's some stuff here, and I'm interested to see what they do with it.
We
And
were,
then
yeah, I think all of our compliments for the show would have been in the first half of the first episode, right?
yeah, because we hit that point where the plot starts and it's all just
Flim
gone.
flam.
It's all just flim
Flim-flam.
flam after that. Absolutely. It is
Yeah.
flim flam after that.
It was written by a flim flam man.
Damn.
We got our
Nice.
5 minutes of
Nice.
character sort of stuff, and now it's all
Yeah.
gone.
Made me laugh, and this turned
Oh,
into
right.
a Twitter kerfuffle.
Right.
Because the first shot is the Serene pulls out. All the little Jedi kids are training. They got their dumb helmets on.
They are dumb helmets.
And then the storm.
So, I actually
Uh,
saw a comment about this that I thought was really interesting. One of the common complaints from RLM that I think is really on point is that some of the stuff in the prequels like can do some retroactive ruining in terms of just misunderstanding why a thing is a thing. The prime example of this is Obi-Wan wasn't wearing what he was wearing on Tatooine because they're Jedi clothes. He was wearing them because they're suitable for the environment, but they became Jedi clothes because he was like the iconic representation of what a Jedi is and wears.
Oh, okay. I see.
So when you see them all wearing like the same outfit in the prequels, it's like, oh man, that wasn't the point of that. And now it makes people question, wait, why would Obi-Wan dress as a Jedi when in hiding? And it's like, that's a good question. Why would he do that?
Yeah,
Like, you know?
not change his hair maybe, or yeah, maybe.
So funnily enough, the same point is then raised. It's like, don't you see they're doing that now, but with the next generation? Why are these kids wearing like some weird variation of the helmets? The helmets, if you remember them, would put on the kids presumably to simulate like blinding them, right? So that they have to feel the deflect. You know what I'm talking about, the scene where they're deflecting the blasters with their lightsabers, where you have to headcanon that they're not actually lightsabers and that they're probably like the lightsabers from Futurama that only
like some
hit you.
shocky stick or
Yeah, because
something.
fuck me, how dangerous that scene is if they're all active lightsabers. But you know, Luke put he gave him. It's funny. He gives another example, right? He puts the little thing on the blast shield on the helmet on Luke, and then says, "Try and dodge this little training droid thing, or feel it," and then that becomes like a full training exercise in the prequels. That's another example. But here is actually an example. Those helmets were meant for like to blind the person while simultaneously maybe preventing them from hitting their own head while thingy with the bat. But now they're just wearing them because that's just what younglings wear? Question mark? Because why would they be doing it while doing this? And
doing Tai Chi,
when you see episode 4,
so they don't hit themselves in the head.
when you see episode 4, you start to think, wait, did they do it just so that we understand very easily through the helmet that it was a youngling? Remember the one in Amber?
Yeah.
I thought that was really funny as a theory, like that they only really kept
Yeah.
the hats. So like that's the easy way to identify these younglings because they have the silly
I
little
can
hats on.
identify children with my eyes, like with that when they're not wearing a hat.
I suppose like if you take their hats off, then
Well, yeah,
someone
you-
may
you-
get
you-
confused as
their
to
overalls.
exactly. I don't know. Yeah, I agree. I don't know why. I just thought it was funny that they took that element and they were like, they're
They,
doing-
Yeah.
I think it's
They
more
normally
like
wear
just the imagery, right?
Well, I mean, it's the first thing we noticed when we saw him in Amber, if you remember. I think me and Rags both just go like, oh my god, look at his hat.
He's got his helmet on. They kept his helmet on.
It's the youngling hat.
It would have been better if he had the little colorful hat with the propeller on it.
Oh god, that would be great, yeah.
Like, oh, I know that's a kid. Yeah, I gotcha. Sorry, that
Um,
subtle detail.
But yeah, but the thing I noticed about these ones though is that they've actually got it so that you can see out of them pretty easily. Even like they're built that way. So at this point, they're just hats, right?
I guess so.
They're
Yeah.
just fun little youngling hats, I guess. I don't know.
Very
I mean,
fun.
A lot of people are
Sure,
saying they were
that's-
meant for sensory deprivation to focus, and it's like, yeah, I don't think these ones are doing that job, are they?
They're semi-parasols.
They're good for if it was very sunny or rainy even,
Like
your face is protected
Like
for
a
the most
sun
part.
hat that you need to be made out of metal.
Hey.
Ooh, maybe this is how the Jedi fly because they have the propeller hat on their heads. Because the Sith have the spinny lightsabers that can fly.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
true. Yeah, you can't lift yourself up with the Force until we learn that you can, but you can make that little propeller spin really quick with the
fast.
Force, which then lifts you upwards. It takes a lot of concentration to spin that little propeller. but it takes you places. It takes you places.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, the clone troopers
Yes,
come
yes,
in.
right era.
That is so important to my criticism that I get that right. But they come in and they add this like After Effects wiggle transition
Yeah,
to the shot.
Dude, yo, wait, go. Did you see that clone trooper on the left just like randomly shoot up into the ceiling to the left?
Wait, no.
Get over this.
Wait, what?
Get over this in DMs.
Oh yeah, Jay's
Have
gonna
we?
slap you down, Rags. You better prepare for it.
Yeah.
They come in and they add this like After Effects wiggle transition.
Oh yeah.
So this is actually I'm gonna say I think this is actually good.
Yeah, and I think I agree.
If you watch close, just as he like pushes his gun wildly to the side, the Jedi puts her hand out and like she's using the Force to push away his gun as he fires.
Oh, okay.
After Effects wiggle transition to.
Yeah, it lines up.
Okay.
All good.
Okay, I gotcha. Very neat.
Not that she had to. He missed every other shot he fired so far. But
it's arguably more dangerous because if the clone is aiming at the ceiling, she's in more danger with how terrible their aim is.
Yeah. If he aims at the ceiling, he might hit her.
Yeah. I would have just like knocked him over or pulled the gun. I don't know. I guess it's one of those things that if you're a Jedi in that situation and you have the presence of mind to sort of kind of push his arm a little bit and use the Force specifically for that, I'm like, man, you should have like knocked him over or
maybe she's
pulled the gun away.
Maybe she's got the precision but not the power.
Maybe
that's something that I've always thought should be elaborated on more with the Force and how it's used. Is like, what are the challenging aspects? Can you have like power without precision, where you could just like yeet everything like in a vague direction, but you can't, you wouldn't be able to do that with the gun? Like, what is easy to learn? Can you have one without the other? Or when you get powerful in the Force, do you get both? It would be a really useful thing to understand the stakes of the scenes and what Jedi were capable of.
Might have been good if early on they did something along the lines of like it's to physically manipulate a person is difficult with the Force. It's some sort of a living thing, and the Force is in all living things. So you could fuck with their armor or their clothes or their weapons, but to actually like take a person or a living thing and manipulate it, you can't really do, which would add some really, really good limitations to what you can do at any given time in terms of just fights and stuff.
I mean, there are loads of places that you could put this. I mean, like, I'm not sure like this information would fit that well in the like Yoda training Luke, but it certainly should have been in there by the prequels. I think you could have had Qui-Gon training Obi-Wan for combat or something like that.
Yeah.
This is a scene that probably did need to happen.
Dude, I've been waiting for them to do
just hasn't.
Sith training in live action. I want to see that. We never see it in live action.
Yeah.
Give us. I want to see that, and I don't want them to be like, being evil is so cool. Let me show you this child. Kill it. They'd be like, I killed it. Like, yes, evil.
Yeah, the Jedi tell you to repress these things, but they're a natural part of you. They want to keep you from your true potential that's locked inside. But you have to, but being angry can make you do stupid things. So you have to learn how to control your anger, but at the same time, like unleash it in a controlled manner.
You need to learn to act rationally while angry.
Yes, it needs to be like a motivation that empowers you, not something that you're a slave to. You need to be able to use it.
I wonder if like taking lots of coke would help you channel the dark side.
Maybe.
Maybe.
You mean like Pepsi or
Yeah.
like sodas are
not Pepsi though.
Yeah, it is too sweet. Pepsi's a Jedi drink.
Something this I kind of just had a thought about. Imagine you and I, Rags, were those two clone troopers and we were told to go and kill the Jedi. I feel like we should, especially if they have no idea what's going on, maybe first of all grenade, probably. I don't know, because it's just like
that's not even what I thought you were going to go a different route.
Well, so there's a couple of thoughts I'm having. I would want us to sit down and talk about this first because this is going to be tough to say the least. It's a fucking Jedi. Yeah. There's like, can we snipe them? Is my first question, because I don't want to get anywhere near a fucking Force-using, lightsaber-wielding crazy person who is protecting children. That's gonna end with our heads coming off, I think. So,
No, I hope we get stabbed in the chest, honestly.
Yeah.
We'll be fine, don't worry about it.
Preferably in only one of my stomachs.
But yeah, like, because if you said to me like, well, no, we'll just open the doors and run in while shooting and hope, I'd just be like, I don't know about that. That seems like a bad plan. And maybe we can take more than 2 guys, because I don't know if 2 guys is enough.
I thought what you were gonna say was if those clone troopers were us, we just open the door calmly. Our guns aren't even up, and we say, Jedi Knight.
So here's the
there's
problem
a
with
siege
that.
happening. Yeah.
I was gonna say that's a potential, but that's only present as a potential because of how stupid this scene is. They should already be aware the temple's under attack.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, obviously, like the alarm should have been tripped ages ago.
They should hear it.
This is not the. You're not gonna get all the way to the back and realize, oh, they've been fighting for potentially what could be hours now, and you just haven't noticed.
As soon as they get outside, the temple is in fucking chaos.
Yeah, it's like a whole war, and it's just like, oh man, there's a war. Shit.
Oops.
So yeah, if we that's an interesting idea actually as an approach for Order 66. It's like get all the clone troopers in there as a guise of like you need to be protected. There's apparently an attack coming on the Jedi Temple, and then all at once betray.
Especially if Anakin's there and they don't know he's Evilman yet.
Oh,
like
fucking of course! Someone in chat just said she should have felt it. It's like yeah, at least one Jedi is dead at this point, right, from the assault, and she would feel that.
She probably should have just heard it from
Maybe
all
she's
of the
like a really shit Jedi.
outside.
Well, yeah, we talked about that. I'm saying that the feeling argument isn't on top of the hearing one.
There's a lot of ways that the scene could be better because it's a really bad scene that doesn't make sense in a variety of ways.
Yeah, one of the most stark things, as Jay is pointing out here, Bauman, is that the camera shake's hilarious. It looks like something that was done
It is hilarious.
either in post or with literally the guy standing there and taking it off the stand and or wobbling it while it was on a stand. It looks so artificial. And
it does look very artificial, yes.
Bad, and it made me laugh. So I posted on Twitter, I was like, this is funny. And then I got swarmed by people with stormtroopers as their avatar on Twitter. Literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Star Wars
came after you.
Star Wars simp accounts came after me to tell me I'm an idiot because they didn't think I understood.
Star Wars fans say weird things.
Man, any of us?
They also had
yeah, any of us had any experience with that? Like an army of people telling one of us that our opinion's a big poo-poo? Jay?
What?
Nothing,
Jay.
Nothing at all.
Jay forgot that in 1977, some random dude bumped his head on a set, which means that now Star Wars can never have a tone that isn't silliness.
Yeah, after I saw that tweet,
have a look to see how many quote tweets I'm up to.
I was like, Jay, how did you forget that had happened in A New Hope? How embarrassing. I think one of the best things about that moment is that a lot of people who watched the film would have been like, wait, what? When did that happen? And it's like, yeah, look in the back of the scene, you can see it, and you're like, oh wow. And they compare that to stuff like the trench coat walk, which is one of the most overtly stated and needed plot points in the moment of the show. Like, oh yes, these are the same level. Are you looking, Jay? Is it taking you long?
Yes.
You scrolling through your millions of attacks on people online? Is that why it's taking a while?
Yeah, I am. It's got 1,057 quote tweets.
Nice. It's actually, you see, what it's actually really okay and amazing, and it's a wonderful scene. And how dare you criticize Star Wars for doing something that makes everyone involved look like a fucking moron?
I just wish we were happily in a culture where everyone could have just gone, yeah, it was dumb. And that was it.
Yeah.
That could have been it.
I feel like it should have been it, to be honest.
Feels like that's the world we could have gotten in at some point, but apparently not.
It's like, oh, that's kind of silly. All right, anyway.
There are some people who don't think that scene is a complete joke, or that it's okay that it's a joke.
Yeah, some people say it's a joke on purpose, which is another weird one. You're just like, okay.
Yeah, getting pranked by Star Wars for years now.
A
trolling you.
Placement for a joke. Perfect placement for a joke is hey, you know that scene we're shooting that, right in between the attempted child torture and like the big fight scene between Obi-Wan and Reva. When he's trying to smuggle her out, I think that scene should be tense. No, sorry, I mean a joke. Yeah, sorry, I misspoke before. We should make a joke out of that scene about how stupid it is.
Don't forget the child grave that we walked past on display. That was a neat moment too. for comedy.
Yeah.
I was like, no, the execution of the shot is bad.
The cameraman got scared.
The cameraman got scared.
It's terrible.
The After Effects
Funny though.
guy who added the plug-in, he got scared.
Obi-Wan is a great mentor.
So I left this in for a reason. I think we mentioned it when talking about it in, I think, our first episode coverage, but like, man, this was stanky to me. This normal, almost generic trailer editing of the prequel events.
Yeah, it was the music that really got me to go, wait a second. It's super generic trailer music that they put over the prequels, which are known for their amazing soundtrack. So
really strange choice.
Okay. Yeah, really odd that you wouldn't, especially considering like tactically, if you're trying to get people to go, remember the prequels, remember the prequels, remember the prequels, you wouldn't use the music of the prequels to do that. You'd think that you'd really want to play that up.
It feels like a tribute that they could have just pulled off someone's YouTube channel.
Oh, definitely. Well, they made them when
like it didn't even have that much relevance to the events of the actual show. It was just like, hey, here's the prequels. Like,
I remember seeing it was like a special feature on one of the DVDs of something, but they'd created like a featurette special. I think it could have been something to do with A New Hope, basically, but it was like a summary of the first 3 films, but it did have the prequels. It did have a track from the prequels in it, and it's just like, I don't know why you wouldn't do that, but you go right ahead. And yeah, it just creates this awkward, like, it feels so fucking weird to have those 3 movies crunched into like a very generic TV previously on. And you're right, there probably is ones on YouTube that are better.
Wise as Master Yoda, and as powerful as Master Windu.
I gotta say, just talking about the opening in general, though, their slick editing actually made the prequels seem a little bit meaningful and exciting.
Don't understand.
Slick editing?
I don't understand how you can call that slick editing. They just cut.
I was about to ask if he was being like joking when he said slick editing, but I was like, I don't think he is joking.
Because I guess you could say, in a sense, all editing is a more complicated version of just saying a cut. But like, what I'm trying to say is they are just hard cuts between parts of the prequels. Like, I don't understand why that would be considered slick. As opposed to like putting lots of work in to maybe recontextualize or even use things that can summarize things fast and stuff. I don't know. I'd love to know what he meant by slick, I guess. Because if it's just quick cuts, it's like, alright.
Previously, remember this?
Yeah.
They edited the shit out of those boring ass movies.
Oh, sure.
I was like, this is a cheap TV show.
Movies, I don't know.
It's we've talked about it before. Like, I get entertained by them, but other people find them boring. That's fine.
And I like when TV shows are cheap.
It's a cheap.
25 million an episode. Is that what you said, Mahler?
So. Yeah, I guess we should probably just let that was a really weird comment. Let's play that again.
Movies.
Oh, sure.
I was like, this is a cheap TV show, and I like when TV shows are cheap.
It's a cheap.
This show is very expensive.
It's so 25 mil per episode as far as I'm aware.
As you can get it's about as expensive as a TV show gets.
I don't even
I don't know about any other show. 25 million. That might actually be like the highest budget per episode of a television show.
How do you make 25 million look like
an episode?
What it looks like? I don't understand. And then it's like, but I like that. You're like, what are you? What?
That's an odd. It's weird. I don't understand.
And yeah, so it doesn't compute with me so much. So I'm just like, please say more things because I don't know what to grasp on. Like.
Yeah.
How did you turn that into a good thing that they're terrible with their money?
I did a lot in their videos. Like, oh, you said those things. Okay, what do you mean? Oh, on the next thing. Okay. Damn it.
Movie?
Yeah.
It's a relatively expensive TV show.
Because there are parts of the show
if it was a movie budget, like 25 million for 6 episodes, that's 150 million. That would be expensive for
big movie.
For a film. That's an expensive movie.
And it probably would line up to, I don't know what the total runtime cutting out previously and stuff.
Right now it ain't that high, really.
Because
these aren't 40-minute episodes. Some of them are.
It's not like they're jam-packed with things happening.
Some of them are like over 40 minutes, but I think episode 4 was less than 40 minutes.
It
it's
could
not even the runtime of like an average network TV.
Yeah, someone
38 or something.
Someone with a bit of talent with editing software could turn this into a movie pretty easily, couldn't they?
Probably.
Impressive visually.
Yeah.
And then there's other parts that look so cheap, especially any of the action, which is so awkward.
See, that to me isn't cheapness, it's incompetence.
Yeah, I was talking to Mahler before we started, and we were kind of discussing a little bit of Kenobi stuff. And I said, "There's nothing. What about the budget means that you have to have someone waddling behind a girl to pretend like you can't catch her? What part of the budget means you have to do that?
You
Because I
have your
think we were
forest.
saying earlier, just
you would
don't.
assume that money would buy competence in choreography at least.
Would you?
Yeah.
Well,
Unless,
I
unless
think
it was
what he said about
specifically
the chasing
scripted that they like.
This chase scene, just cut it. You don't need to have it. It doesn't need to exist. But I guess they had to fill time, so they had to make this goofy running sequence where she slides like an Apex Legend character under a twig, and these adults can't chase them because they have some waddling disorder.
Well, and so I guess this is the reality of the logistics of this. They seem to be in a real place. They've got all the cameramen there and ready, and then they're like, start running, and then the person chasing Leia awkwardly waddles, and they don't think to say, maybe we should start further back, because if I run at full speed, I'm going to catch her easily, so we need to make a bigger gap, I think. And if someone's like, hey, she's running as fast as she can, be like, no, it's fine, it's fine. I think she's doing fine, she's running. I just mean, to make this look better, and to make me seem like more of a threat to the character that is Leia right now, to really enhance the fear factor, I need to be able to run with as much space and ferocity as I would if I were trying to kidnap a senator's daughter. You understand? Instead of looking like a clown. And then they would... that should iron out these problems.
Instead of having the chase, maybe they should have instead filled the time with them knocking out a guard or killing a guard and taking his outfit. And then she sees the guard and she's like, oh, hey, it's a guard for the palace or whatever. And they're like, haha, no, we're here to kidnap you. And they just put a bag over her head and it cuts or something. Just do anything besides this awkward ass fight. Or not even fight. It's a fight against logic. But like this chase thing.
But fortunately, they were so good in doing that scene, they did it twice. So there you go.
Multiple, there are multiple awkward Leia chase scenes.
Yeah,
we just can't. Cannot catch her.
Parts that look so cheap, especially any of the action, which is so awkward.
I'm going to defend this. I think the cheapness serves the action better. Just small, more meaningful action scenes are better.
They're not connected. When you say
that's like two different points.
That's
cheapness.
Being cheap.
He's describing a vision.
Like or a scale.
Yeah.
I think he's talking about scale. Like it's very
cheap can often result in something looking smaller in scale. Like if you're trying to, for example, depict like a massive battle with thousands on each side, and you don't have the budget for that, it can absolutely diminish the seeming scale of the conflict.
But it's all about creative choices though, because Return of the Jedi would have had a big budget for the time, and yet we still got an intense, small scale duel between Luke and Vader. It's all about the narrative decisions. When the show comes across as cheap, that's not a good thing. That's
when we're talking about. Sorry, go on. Continue.
I was just going to say that's not a good thing. Like when you're watching something and go, this feels like you didn't have money or time or something, especially when you know that they did have money and time.
Well, we were saying that about Moon Knight too, where there was just a lot of. It felt really. It looked really cheap.
And
I think the CGI because there's scenes in this where you're just like they're clearly in a CGI environment and it just doesn't even look anything.
Well, it's just becoming a big problem with Marvel stuff now. I don't know.
Nowhere's real.
Well, it's and that wouldn't be as much of a problem if you spent 3 years in post-production like Avatar 2 has, 3 years of working on visual effects, but Marvel films they don't. And so now it's starting to fall apart a little bit in terms of these films looking like real places with real people in them.
As far as I don't even know if Avatar will be good or not. I have no clue, but I can respect that it seems to be a man's vision that he wants to bring to life. And Star Wars is just a product on an assembly line.
Yep, pretty much.
We got
MCU, just Disney.
We got a couple people in chat saying you're not letting them finish, so we got new people here today, and that's wonderful.
Hi.
Welcome.
Well,
the format.
It's usually twofold. Either it's new people, or we're covering somebody who either hasn't been covered before, or
they said this in the Plinkett review.
Oh,
well, yeah, it's just
we've done that, but that wasn't live, so I feel like we're much more likely to get new people in today, which is okay. It's all right. We're not going to let them finish ever. We're going to stop the video right now, and then we're going to invent a bunch of points they didn't make, because that's how evil we are. Welcome to the show.
Also, you can have a sentence that has more than like one clause in it, and you have different thoughts.
Oh yeah, there's
within
so
a
much to say.
or a structure of
Funnily enough, I actually think that what Rich said was almost not addressing what Jay said. But not like maliciously in any way. I think he just, because he interpreted what he was saying differently. It would be like if I was I got the Happy Meal and I was like, oh man, this ain't looking, this looks kind of cheap. And I think a reasonable person might assume, like, if I said that in that context, you'd be like, are you saying like it looks bad or like poorly made or whatever? And then if Rags was there and he just went, yeah, I prefer a smaller portion, I might look at him and be like, no, no, I'm not talking about that. Like, Jay's not talking about how he's annoyed at how small scale the fights are as a result of it being cheap. He's saying that it must be cheap because of how poorly executed everything is. But Rich has now said he prefers smaller scale battles, which is what you get when you have less money to spend.
It's getting a bit awkward though, because look, we got Geonosis up here. It's like, you don't have to compare it to, you know, like, if it's like, yeah, this is better than that prequel shit. You don't have to like defend against the prequels, you know, like you could just talk about it as its own thing.
Yeah.
Also, I prefer the Battle of Geonosis to the fight between Darth Vader and Obi-Wan in this show.
Absolutely.
Easily. It's not even close.
Easily. There are a few fights that
pretty good.
Well, and you know what? Now I would advocate that we let the point come incomplete, because people might not realize that is the point Rich is making, so we'll let him make it first.
I'm going to defend this. I think the cheapness serves the action better. Just small, more meaningful action scenes are better than 80,000 stormtroopers and CGI running around getting blown up and giant. Just 3 quick shots and you kill the guy.
No, they showed this.
No, that's better.
That's the joke scene I got in my thumbnail.
We got to make this clear. They are citing when she slapped a stormtrooper in the face to defeat him as a better, like a better alternative to the fight on Geonosis.
For those who don't know, that's on Dog Bites. I have that's what I used for my thumbnail talking about episode 4. That's what won out for me as the dumbest thing, that the most ridiculous thing that I could show in a thumbnail is just her like slapping the storm. Calling it a slap even is
like
is kind of overstating it. It's like, I'm going to touch you with my open palm and I'm going to turn around and like I said in the video, you guys should subscribe to Dog Bites. The props to these actors, they need to get Academy Awards. All of the extras in Stormtrooper gear need to get Academy fucking Awards for acting as if they've been horrifically incapacitated by someone touching their armor with their hand. Like that, I can't use my limbs anymore. I'm so confused. I'm stunned. It's just a video game and I got bad RNG.
That's what we forget, though, is that stormtroopers are supposed to be incompetent in 1960s.
Oh yeah, that's right. He bunked his head on the wall. Yeah, that guy. Yeah.
This point does feel like a non sequitur, because the point that was raised was the show feels cheap, and then the point was I prefer meaningful, small scale conflict to essentially, if you were going hyper good faith, big battles that don't really have anything in terms of characters grounding you to the sequence. Like, that's a fair point, but then you'd have to explain how
comparing apples to oranges. I feel like why are we comparing a massive battle sequence with thousands of nameless troopers on either side and using that to compare it to a purposefully intimate fight between two characters who have a personal history with one another?
A more fair comparison would be, do you think that the battle between Darth Vader and Obi-Wan here is more meaningful than the battle between the two of them in Revenge of the Sith? More meaningful, rather
Which
than...
is a resounding no. Revenge of the Sith easily runs away with it.
I would just like to show the people who have not seen the show the context for what action scene he is talking about, right? And I'm going to show them in the form of the mini that is yet to release. I'll just show this.
Oh yeah,
small
show
part
them.
of
I can
it.
use the loo real quick. Let them know the glory of Star Wars action sequences. It's really something special. They worked hard on this.
I'll hang on, 22. Yeah, I'll roll it back to like
22.
here. So just the quick context. This will be up on Moolah tomorrow. Don't you worry, folks. So the context is Obi-Wan's friend Tala? Is that it? Or Rala?
Sure.
It's something. It's A-L-A, but there's a letter before the A-L-A. I actually can't remember what it is. She is posing as an enemy captain, and she is held by 2 stormtroopers, and she's got to get out of there. All right. So this is what she does.
It's him.
What?
How the fuck did that happen? Well, you know. Well, so she's done.
Oh!
What? No.
Man. Why did you throw?
There was a third person in that room. So there you go.
Sends him to horny jail.
That got referenced positively.
Oh man.
I don't know what to say. You know, like, because funnily enough, on the point of, you know, do you prefer the smaller scale or grander scale fights? I'd just be like, oh, well, I like them both. I just want them both done well, of course. Like, I don't have an issue with seeing 2 armies clashing versus 2 people.
I love it.
Yeah. Like,
What is the story about? Which of those would
exactly,
be...
yeah.
That was the best take, or at least they decided it was.
Did they really love Tala beating those 2, or Tala beating those 2 stormtroopers?
I think so. Chat seemed pretty happy about it. Again, you'll get the
it's
full
really
thing.
great. It's really good stuff. I like it because of how believable it is.
Full episode
It's very
tomorrow.
believable.
You may have heard some dumb shit happens in episode 4, and that's just one of the many. But anyway.
CGI running around getting blown up and giant. Just
Also,
3
don't
quick
shit
shots.
on CGI.
Don't shit on CGI in general, though?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
he always uses, oh, it's CGI, so like it's bad as an idea. Is like, oh man, I don't, because this was an
Just
issue.
say
in
Balrog and then you can move on. They always struggle with that one.
Balrog.
It's like,
Yeah.
okay, the Balrog though is different, and you're like, yeah, it is.
Balrog.
It's good.
I will bite the bullet that the Balrog was not practical.
Would have been fucking cool if it were. It's like
It would have been hilarious if they just tried to build some mechanical thing that had like these flaming carapace that you could set alight, and it like clearly moved like a crappy Disneyland puppet. They tried to use no, I was gonna say like something like Ray Harryhausen, but that stuff was kind of cool, so I'm not gonna say it.
What else was it? Practical effects are better cope about it. Like sometimes they're not.
Sometimes, except for the times that they're definitely not.
I don't know that a practical Davy Jones would look better than how Davy Jones looks. I don't think so.
You need to, yeah, I think some of y'all need to go back and watch some old movies where they clearly try to do practical effects that are just beyond their ability to do.
Yeah, and then watch
sometimes it legit looks awful.
Sometimes.
You guys want to see practical Thanos?
Oh
You
yeah,
guys
that's a
You guys
good.
want to see that? Just like a slightly tall guy with like some purple stuff glued to his chin.
Only
Sometimes
his
can be
chin.
What does Rocket look like if he's just a little puppet? You know?
He's just a
Yeah.
remember Fringy, he was in 101 Dalmatians, the 90s movie. Remember they had the raccoon puppets when they were tearing apart the car? That's him. That's Rocket Raccoon. It's practical.
You could look like Rakakuni.
Rakakuni.
Yeah. By the way, someone
is an instance of practical effects winning out over visual effects. Okay.
So someone mentioned in chat that apparently the budget. I don't know if this is true. I'd have to check. Apparently the budget for Everything Ever All at Once was 25 million.
I think so. It was a fairly low budget film.
The same money that went
And
into
I think
that
they
film
shot it all in
went into the.
They shot it in like a month too.
So what would you rather?
Holy
Another one of
shit.
them or an episode of Kenobi?
I would rather have another one. Well, I don't want to color the audience with my
Poisoning the
perspective
well here, Rags. How
I don't want
dare
to
you.
poison the well. But imagine all the alternate universes where I did poison the well and things were just fine.
Oh, also Caesar from Planet of the Apes.
Oh.
Oh well, yeah. Like, are we gonna? The problem is,
We were just talking about Avatar.
CGI is a tool, just like any
Yes.
other tool that you can use to tell stories. It can be used well and it can be used poorly.
Yeah.
And you know what?
CGIs are like
That's
lightsabers.
it's why I left when I heard someone saying CGI is just better than practical effects. It's like someone saying hammers are just better than spanners. Deal with it. Okay.
All right then.
Cool.
Well, yeah, because and it sucks because the MCU is currently making everyone think CGI is bad, and it's like because everything's on crunch time basically.
Hopefully Avatar 2 comes out and people go like, "Oh, hey," because like Avatar 2 looks really cool.
It looks damn good. The trailer looks
really
very
good,
impressive.
yeah.
I'm gonna go to the theater and see that shit because I just want to be amazed by visuals.
I like video games, so it's very difficult for me to not appreciate the sort of improvements that are made to the technology. Like when you play something,
Absolutely.
like when you, I mean, yeah, look, all right, for all of its faults, The Last of Us 2 had like really impressive animation. And,
oh yeah, they have like legit proper actors and mocap and stuff like that who are doing these scenes.
That's the Naughty Dog way to do it, isn't it?
They've been doing that for a lot of games for a long, because Uncharted 1 they did that, but it's just that the technology keeps improving to where you can. Red Dead Redemption 2,
Melina Jurgens plays Senua in Hellblade, and it's so damn impressive just to see that sort of come to life.
It's so impressive that we should call it live action, right, Frankie?
No,
dude, Pride Rock,
no.
That is the fact. Oh, this should be called something else. It is literally computer generated animation. It's CGI. It's animated. It's an animated film.
No, live action.
If you paint an accurate enough painting, it becomes a photograph.
Yeah.
Go watch YMS's Lion King video, everybody.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
Well, it's but like mentioning that, like people will be shocked by just how much CGI they've seen in films without realizing.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, we've been over this before. Like
how many backgrounds are not actually there.
Like you know it's there in like effects blockbusters where the thing that you're seeing couldn't possibly have been captured in camera, and also that is some of the most ambitious CGI as well. So you can sort of just identify it by the way it looks.
Mm-hmm.
However, for a lot of films, there will just be like you know what? There's not actually a Stark Tower. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, there is.
Oh well,
like,
I'd
New York.
I'd go to something. I'd give a. There are shows that you watch that are just set in the modern day and are very like. They're not speculative fiction where the backgrounds aren't there and they're green screens and they green screen in like New York or they green screen in the countryside. But you don't know. Because, like, I think Rocket Jump made a video where they were talking about, like, oh, why is visual effects so bad? It's like, that's not really... It's not really... Like, when visual effects is working really well, you don't really think about it. It's kind of like
But when you're watching Black Widow and you could tell they're not just in the woods and it's clearly CGI, I guess stuff like that draws you out of it. When it's done badly. Not that it is, but that it's done badly.
I think something James Cameron has talked about in terms of his interest in it is... I think he talked about it with a leader. He said, like, if you can bring somebody into the story where like they look at this face and they're not really thinking about that it's a computer, like you might not, that it's not real, but you kind of buy into it for the story. You know, you're not thinking about it all the time consciously.
You don't have to fight your brain about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it also true that I would imagine that a lot more often practical effects force the director to consider how it will be achieved beforehand because it has to be captured in camera, whereas a poor director will simply film something and then go, "Oh, the CGI artists will, they'll without accommodating for how it's probably going to be used within the shot."
Poor studio won't even give them the choice to, like, it'll be like, well, that over there is going to be something. We don't know what it is yet. It's probably going to be a giant tentacle monster, but it could also be just a guy, but it might actually be a portal. Just look surprised. And it's like, okay.
I think
you know how they call mechanics like grease monkeys, right? They need to have like a pixel monkey, right? Those poor guys who are just slaving away in the CGI rooms, who are just making all this stuff happen. There needs to be a name for them.
Visual effects artists.
Nah, it's too refined, and no, they need to be like captured servants or something, like prisoners.
Something I'm thinking about right now is that you know how like in the Thor trailer you can tell that the helmets are like CGI? They didn't even have the helmets they're wearing.
Yeah.
Like it's pretty clearly plopped on. I'm pretty sure the reason why that's the case is because they don't figure out what these things are going to look like before they start filming. Or maybe they have, but they decided that they want to change it later on. Captain Marvel's costume in Endgame is CGI. It's not real because they hadn't finalized the design. So like,
there's a lot of reasons this shit happens, yeah.
So, like, that's case in point, right? CGI is often a filmmaker's just sort of Tipex. Like, it's often just relied upon
like a rain check for
when
decisions.
yeah, for laziness. It's just they use it to accommodate for stuff. Whereas practical effects have to be planned out properly, and you generally see the when you're watching a film, you see the results of planning. You see the
Yeah, we
results
can't
of
just throw an action
care
scene
and
here
thought.
because that would take like a lot of work for us right now to try and make a practical fight scene here. We just can't do it. We might have to change the story because it's an actual limitation of what we're able to accomplish on set.
So, and this to me, the problem is present in a comment from chat. No, CGI is terrible. It's why so many movies just feel uncanny nowadays. And then you find out later, half the shots, the backgrounds, the props, time of day, etc., were all CG. So the problem is just badly executed CGI. It's not CGI as a whole. One of the best examples.
Listen to all of this and then say that.
One of the best examples of the perfect marriage of like well done CGI and well done practical effects is The Lord of the Rings. The amount of CG in those films is insane, but a lot of it isn't necessarily that obvious because of how well it was done in execution. And it wasn't like Peter Jackson was like, oh, I'm feeling lazy today, we'll do CG for this shot. It's like, no, he used it where it was needed. And there's a lot of films
practical effects in Lord of the Rings is insane in terms of equipment and sets and extras and animals.
Yeah, and we'll call out bad CGI when we see it, of course.
Absolutely,
I just think it's been pushed way too far in one direction now, and everyone's just like, yeah, fuck CGI. And it's like, guys, CGI creates some of the most amazing things ever. We know this, right? Like, come on.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Like the other day, a guy he went to outside my front door, and he just like smashed up my door with a hammer. And the problem with that, right, is that hammers, they're just bad. Spanners are better. The hammer was the problem there.
You saying that the door just made me think back to remember our conversation about trying to think of an analogy for the stupid fence thing. Like, Friggy, you came up with you can't go through the front door, so you just destroy it by going in the back. And then I was like,
"Oh
no,
yeah,
the
with
door."
The fence.
The front door.
No, that's not out yet. I'll be out tomorrow. I think I say it's like the door is unlocked. You just decide to destroy it, and then Jay says, "No, it's the door is locked, but there's no walls to your house, and you decide to destroy the door to get in." We're just trying to construct the perfect analogy, right? We get there. We're like a symphony.
To construct an analogy.
Than 80,000 stormtroopers in CGI running around getting blown up and just 3 quick shots and you kill the 5 stormtroopers. That's a fun, quick action scene.
What was fun about that action scene when she slapped the storm? It was funny, I guess.
Funny, yeah, I was about to say. Funny.
So we've jumped between because it was first meaningful's better, and then it was a fun, quick action scene. Is the 2 different things.
Yeah.
A lot of critics just use the word fun as
fun
just because they don't. Yeah, and the problem with that is that fun is just a bad word.
Fun is subjective.
It's just a worse word than
it's a bad word.
Fun is very subjective.
Fun things.
Something
stays a bad word.
Fun bad.
Kind of the problem. Like, I had fun. I didn't. You know, we've gotten nowhere.
Yeah, good conversation. See you tomorrow.
The only way that I would try to use fun while critiquing a piece of media would be if it's I guess to just talk about the tone that they're trying to convey, right? You know, as opposed to solemn and serious. Not in terms of just this is why the scene is good because it's fun.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said Solomon Sirius, not solemn and serious. And I was thinking, who is that? Who's Solomon?
That sounds like a comic book character, doesn't it?
Yeah,
yeah, like a comic book character.
Solomon Sirius. I legitimately was trying to think, do I know that character? Is he like a mutant or something?
Oh wait, someone said
we're gonna get one person drawing Solomon Sirius and sending
Solomon Sirius.
Someone said you keep trying to issue the correction in relation to CGI, but the point is CGI correlates highly with crap. Have you ever heard the saying, correlation does not equal causation? I haven't been able to use that response forever.
It's almost as if we literally just explained why this happens, why CGI often ends up in bad stuff looking bad.
I bet most bad movies are pure practical.
Well, let's just start having fun with the logic and be like, most bad movies lately, there've been way more bad movies, it feels, in ratio compared to good ones now than ever. Maybe it's the existence of all the people in this stream who are here right now. That's it. That's what did it. Us being alive is what's caused this to happen. So, I don't know. Whoops. We gotta... hopefully we can fix it.
You're right. The Balrog ends this argument.
It does.
It's just done. It's over. It is a tool to be used for good or evil.
Well, someone said no, they captured a live Balrog, and I'm just like, oh man, imagine that. Like, Australia, there's just Balrogs running around.
Yeah. The King Kong feels like someone in chat's gonna try bringing up CGI crime statistics.
You know what? The show is better off for it.
Sure, you're approaching it from like
necessarily.
A story. So the show's better off for being... Well, but the thing is, I think his point in isolation works, but it doesn't with what was being said. He said, like, when the show is lower budget, it's forced to have lower scale fights, and he enjoys the meaning and funness of them or something. It's like, oh, but that wasn't what Jay was saying. Jay was saying it's crap. Like, it's incompetent crap, likely done because it was cheap.
No one criticizing the use of CGI has a problem with the Balrog being CGI. I'm pretty sure you were the person who just said that, like, CGI correlates with crap. So that's why the Balrog is an example. Kind of is like, well, wait a minute. So what are we talking about when it comes to CGI being, like, inherently bad?
Yeah. Like, wait. We can fix this.
Poorly, then...
If all of the Marvel movies were forced to use practical effects where they would want to use CGI, all of the films would be so much worse. You have no idea. They would never be able to get it done in time, so everything would be unfinished. Like, the movies have to come out at the same date. They would be fucked. You get loads of, like, really repurposed sort of sets, really awkward shots, loads of unfinished bits and bobs that they just hope you don't notice. CG probably, right now, is being relied upon in the same way as, like an overstaffed hospital. They're just getting all these customers in straight away to seal them up with CGI fixes when you need to give time. This is why we were saying about the tool thing. CG and practical effects both need time and space and talent to be able to work properly. They need it. Both of them do, because they're both tools.
There's only so much you can do in an amount of time, and the amount of time that's being given to these visual effects studios to make this stuff is not suitable. It's I'm pretty sure it's being widely reported on that there's just like there is a backlog of films that are very visual effects intense, and there are only so many studios that can make them, but they all wanna the point in capitals, most CGI is bad. Bad CGI is worse than bad practical. Therefore, unless you're a master, go with practical. Well, that's not... Is that your point, or is that RLM's point?
I don't think it's RLM's point. I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't
actually don't like either viewpoints. Most CGI is bad. I would be curious to see like how you would qualify that. Bad CGI is worse than bad practicals. Like, oh, it depends.
It would depend. It's always going to depend. Yeah.
Even if most CGI is bad, even if we accept that, right? That doesn't mean that CGI is bad.
It's bad. Like... No, it doesn't. It means that there's something, because most doesn't describe something inherent to the art form, and then therefore, unless you're a master, go with practical. What if you're not a master at practical or even competent at... This is all assuming that what you said is correct. Do you take yourself for like making a lot of accurate, good points?
What do you think you are? Correct?
It's like it's like let's say let's say most... I don't know, this might well be true. Most pencil life drawings are bad. It might be true, but like the reason for that would potentially be that that's a way that's often used to teach art students. So most people who are making those drawings are novices, right? Like that's not a problem with the art form. That's just a thing. That's just a product of the world being the way it is and pushing a trend that causes these things to happen. It's not the same as the art form being bad in and of itself.
Someone said, clearly, guessing EFAP never watched the Spy Kids movies. And I was like, which? I was in the theater when that movie released. It's, I was there. Like, yeah,
How is that an argument you're making?
I don't even know. I just like the idea of thinking about Spy Kids. There's some funny movies.
There, George Lopez.
How many people are going to try and counter this with, yeah, but are you aware there's bad CGI? Like
I don't know.
After the fucking 5th time someone says that, we're gonna be like, oh shit, I hadn't thought of that.
I think it's really intuitive right now and comfortable to just make fun of CG as a whole, and I've pushed back on this a million times on loads of different streams, and I'll just keep doing it until I get a better argument to deal with, because as was said, you just say Balrog and then it's over. That's a question. I guess I can't remember if I've asked. I like to ask this to people, but J Metal Rags Fringy, what is better in your humble opinion? The Rancor or the Balrog in terms of execution of an effect?
No, the Balrog.
Balrog.
Of course, it's the Balrog.
Jay?
I don't remember what the Balrog looks like, to be honest.
God damn it, Jay.
Let me have a look.
Yeah, I really like the Rancor, but I think the Balrog.
Rancor looks great, though.
It does. That's kind of why I'm making the comparison.
Good.
I think a lot of people think the Rancor looks better, but I would guess that more vote for the Balrog than the Rancor.
Arcane is not CGI.
You know what? I'd like to...
computer-generated imagery.
Arcane is live
the
action.
CGI thing, you're discounting all
Arcane is
CGI
live
things.
action.
No, it's live action because this is what I mean. It feels like people don't realize that when you say CGI is bad, you're also including like all Pixar, all like every 3D animated. That's CGI. It's computer generated imagery. 2D animated films that are done on a computer are technically computer generated imagery.
Did you know EFAP
to be fair, I'm not trying to be condescending, but CGI does stand for computer generated imagery. It's like some people might not even know that.
I guess some people might not know that.
They might think it's like a particular subset of something or something. I just realize it's just,
most people probably
it's
don't
very
know
broad.
what, like, scuba stands for.
Yeah, Balrog looks pretty good, and to be honest, I don't know how you could have done that with practical effects.
I don't know how you could have
I don't know
Gandalf fighting him all falling
You'd
down.
have to do some Ray Harryhausen shit. Like, we're talking stop motion monsters maybe, and not all of those look terrible. Some of them look really neat.
You probably have to capture the fire separately and like composite it.
It would be incredibly difficult, and I don't know that you'll be able to beat out what the CGI did. I don't know. I don't think so, but maybe the most talented team of like practical effects artists, they could create a Balrog that blows us all away even more so than the CG one. Maybe.
Yeah,
then there's a matter of how much would it cost you and how long would it take versus are you even capable of getting the rest of the film done?
Practical stuff, it just has limitations, and sometimes those limitations are just too much. They're too much to overcome for what you want to portray.
Well, the limitation would be, you look at something like Avatar, could you achieve the Na'vi without visual effects? It's like, I guess you could try.
You
but I don't think that you could. It's one of the benefits of not the way that they are. You'd need a bunch of people who are 9 feet tall. Everybody would need to be 9 feet tall.
Well, you could they'll do the Hobbit thing, first perspective, right?
There are ways around it, yeah.
But then you also have to deal with because they have longer limbs. They're not just taller; they're also longer. And then you also need
perspective for those two.
We're going to create a lot of additional things we'd have to do for the in-camera sort of results, as opposed to post or even CG and stuff.
Pandora looks a certain way. How do you do like the floating rocks in the sky?
Force perspective,
strings.
That's something I really like about CGI is.
I just if you need to get the strings out of there, you gotta get rid of them.
No, just really thin and light.
Very see-through thin strings, so that we don't have to.
And they're blue. They're the same color as the.
I don't
sky.
think it necessarily can. I think you can do you can do post-production using CGI to get out of strings.
I don't know if I'm gonna let that fly.
So Star Wars doesn't have any CGI in it. The only computer generated sequence in Star Wars is the wire mesh of the Death Star they show in the.
I guess it depends on how the pilots. Like, because all of the ships and everything are real, but then compositing
compositing wasn't done with computers; it was done with film.
Well, now it's done with computers, but back then you're right.
Yeah, but it was FGI. You wouldn't need to use CGI to do that.
Okay, then you'd have to do it with film then.
Yeah, like
that would be.
I was gonna say,
Well, the thing is,
one thing I really do appreciate about CGI is that, because as you were saying with the Na'vi, they just have longer limbs, which like if you were working within the limitations of practical effects, I think you would probably just have to scrap that idea. Like,
I guess that's what I'm saying.
Every Na'vi as a puppet, but with
Yeah,
CGI,
that's a
That's what I'm
detail you
saying.
can sacrifice, probably.
If you are making like just an alien race and you're like, yeah, they're going to be CGI, you have that limitation completely lifted of, okay, these don't have to be like, we don't have to think about how will a human fit in this costume, because in a TV show like I think Star Trek actually really clearly shows the limitations of practical effects, where basically every alien they introduce has to be a person in a costume, so you can't really have different proportions easily. You can't you can't do any of that.
Makeup.
If it had been decided that every effect was going to be CGI in Star Trek, it would look worse in camera, but I think in universe it would make more sense.
You'd have a lot more diversity of alien like types. Not everyone would be a human.
And when CGI is done well, that really enhances that kind of thing.
Exactly.
Agreed.
And also, like, how do you do, because the Tier 1000, there's definitely practical in there, but how are you going to achieve something like that? How do you make the Tier 1000 without visual effects?
Because even like a lot of how practical the Titanic was when James Cameron did it, I'm sure there are CGI touch-ups like
They would never build a real Titanic, Mahler.
No, they did.
They did.
They did build a real one.
Yeah.
Your joke doesn't work.
The Titanic rags.
Yes, it sunk. Yes, the real Titanic sunk.
No,
that's what I'm saying.
They did build a Titanic. They built like
I know. That's the joke, is that they did. And it sank.
I don't know that.
I mean, it was a tragedy. Obviously, it's not a joke that it sank. Just to be clear, it was a tragedy. But like the thing I was referring to was I was presenting it as outlandish that they would build a real Titanic, when Titanic the movie is based off of them building a real ship called the Titanic that had a tragedy. It wasn't as bad as 9/11, but it was still a real tragedy and a tragic loss of human life. They made a film about it.
I don't know that we need to compare every tragedy to 9/11.
This fucking stream's a tragedy, but it's not as bad as 9/11.
I just completely didn't understand what the joke is at all. I'm so lost. Like,
that's fine. Enough people did. It made it worth it.
But you mentioned 9/11, which means I get to post this.
Oh Jesus!
Oh, I know this image. Yes. That's if I died at 9/11, that's how I'd want to be remembered. The Marriott giving away complimentary coffee. Not even full-sized muffins either. What the fuck is this? Mini muffins.
Like, in remembrance of those we lost on 9/11, the hotel will provide complimentary coffee and mini muffins from 8:45 to 9:15 a.m.
Sorry, how many Pentagons have to get hit by planes for us to get regular-sized muffins?
I'm just imagining someone arriving down there at 9:16 going, oh, did I miss the 9/11 muffins?
Damn it!
Yeah, so the point I was trying to make was that despite the fact that they made so many efforts with those practical elements of the Titanic sinking in the film, they would of course had a whole extra layer of CGI touch-ups that would have been super appreciated, like of stuff they maybe missed or things that went wrong when doing all the practical stuff. CGI is cool. He's a neat lad, and he helps out when he's needed.
Sure can.
People abuse the fuck out of him, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Story perspective, and this is the same with the opening shot for me, where I'm thinking about the execution and how awkward it is.
I agree with Rich. It's a better bridge. Like, we all hated Rogue One because it was like Star Wars porn on crack.
Yes, they did.
Like,
They did hate Rogue One. They even had to make a clarification video because their audience did not like their coverage of Rogue One.
Well, because Rogue One is the best Disney Star Wars thing.
Probably.
In retrospect, I think people are more so fine with it now, because a lot of the criticism of Rogue One is reflective now, I would say, of like Disney's approach with Star Wars being the obsession with.
Remember this.
But the thing is, like, so to give you an example, because I remember being a little confused back then with their coverage. If you consider they were like, oh look, an AT-AT, oh look, an X-Wing, oh look, TIE fighters. It's like, well, the Rebels and the Empire are fighting in this era. They would necessarily be using these items. Like, I don't know that it's member berries to just have the vehicles they would use.
It's not a hologram Darth Maul who uses his lightsaber
for no reason at all. Yeah,
for no reason other than to remind you that he has a lightsaber and it has 2 blades on it, and it is very cool. Do not you remember that?
But I don't want to, you know, ignore the idea that, yeah, they definitely had moments like that in Rogue One. The best one, I think, is they bump into the 2 bar people who Luke ends up, you know, the one that gets his hand chopped off. Like, the 2 main characters in Rogue One bump into those 2, and they almost, like, get into a little scuffle, and it's just like, why the fuck did you make this happen? It's like, well, because you know those 2 from New Hope. Remember those 2? You're just like, yeah, okay. Yeah. And they're on Jakku. I was wondering when we'd
see them again.
They're on Jakku like an hour before it gets blown up. It's just funny that it's like they must have been heading to the spaceport to head over to Mos Eisley, I guess. I don't know. The "you'll be dead" guy. Yeah.
Imagine learning that the planet you left from an hour ago got blowed up.
Damn.
Oh, you're fucking terrifying.
Fucking hell! Wow, yeah. Jesus Christ! When's this one gonna blow up?
You get your hand chopped off right after that.
Your whole your whole arm.
Oh right, yeah, it is his whole arm.
I mean, your hand is included in that.
Maybe you would be thankful. You'd be like, oh, thank God I only lost the arm. If I was on that planet,
at least it didn't get vaporized entirely. And I live in the future where we can have robot prosthetics that are as good, if probably better than the real thing.
In my mind, I would process those as separate events. You know.
What if Luke explicitly said to you, no, sorry, Obi-Wan, after doing that, explicitly said, I wouldn't have done this had you died on the planet?
Just because I survived the explosion of a planet doesn't mean that it's okay I got my arm chopped off. I'm following you, Jay.
That's true. That's true.
I'm picking up what you're laying down.
My whole point was, what if it was a direct causal link? What if it was that? Then you can feel this way, right?
Like, of course it's a direct causal link, because if he didn't, like, if he died, then yeah, of course that wouldn't happen.
No, he means like in the sense of they got accosted by a random stormtrooper who said, "Oh, you're the one who got away from Jakku." Well, no one gets away from an exploding planet without consequences, and then cuts his arm off. That would be like a direct causal link.
Oh right, sorry. Yeah. Did I say Jakku? I meant Jeddah.
You know what? I think I knew that you were wrong, but I just don't care.
It's fine. Funnily enough, though, a lot of people, when talking about what they like about Rogue, I think you said Rogue 3, because I was going to say the third act is what people like about Rogue One, typically. And that was like the part that Red Letter Media fucking hated, because they considered it all, as they said, Star Wars porn, which is a little...
It's fine. Porn's not bad necessarily.
Yeah, it's just kind of like... sure, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of a weird take in terms of, do you just mean that a lot of the stuff we see... Because do you guys remember this? They intercut footage of the classic X-Wing fighters from A New Hope in this scene. And I remember when I saw it, I was like, you know what? That feels just about right, and they do it respectfully and quickly to the point where I'm like, that's neat. I like that. It feels like they're respecting...
It's unused footage, right?
I think some of them may be repeated clips. I remember some of the lines, but it could just be alternate takes of the same line. I don't know. But it makes sense that they would be there. And, you know, it's just like, yeah, that to me seemed like a nice way of doing it. But I could totally see someone being like, no, that's just key jangling or something. I'd be like, all right, I guess. I don't know. It can be a little bit complicated.
It can be contextualized in the story.
Yeah, that's typically how we try and separate it out.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have a reason to exist in the story.
Too much. And then this, like when Obi-Wan's running around the little hallway set, and there's like 4 stormtroopers, and they're actual guys in costumes, and he's like, and then
how is this not member berries then?
I guess
gonna say that Obi-Wan, like, they bring back fucking Darth Vader to fight Obi-Wan.
Well, no, stormtroopers in costumes. Remember those?
Well, to be fair, I think what he's trying to explain here is that it all feels a lot more like he's watching
tangible.
Something. I was trying to go for a word that I don't want to say more meaningful because I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he just seems to be more engaged with it when it's practical and small scale is kind of what he seems to be saying.
Relatable stakes, I suppose. Intimate, perhaps.
Yeah, he seems to be saying like he has much more fun with it when it's just hallways awkwardly doing things and there's people in costumes and that's what's happening instead of grand CGI battles.
Then how can the criticism be that it's member berries and all the vehicles we recognize are showing up? Surely that's something else going on then.
I guess I would just say I hope that we could draw a distinction between small scale but good and small scale and bad. You know, like not it simply being small scale is what makes it worthwhile.
It isn't worthwhile.
He's like old and he's out of time. He's like out of practice, right?
But that works for what they're doing with his character.
Yeah. It just
he's out of practice, which works for his character. It's like, does that work for his character considering his only goal?
No,
I don't think
so.
Luke in the end.
And to be fair,
training all the time.
He does phenomenally well with his sword in episode 4.
Hell, he struggles to move a little lug nut across a table, but he can hold back the ocean.
Yeah, this is what I'm like. How are we supposed to deal with this? Like, in terms of understanding what the fuck they're trying to tell us about him? I don't know.
He's out of practice, but he's not out of practice at all in any way whatsoever, apparently. And also, there's...
The Force just comes flowing back in that episode, and I genuinely don't understand what's supposed to have made the difference.
Yeah, and I think that the most intuitive we can get with it is that, well, he's under a high-pressure situation. But that doesn't work, because he's previously been under high-pressure situations.
Nice one, Mahler.
Yeah.
It bridged it better, and it made it more feel more like that era than Rogue One.
So now, this is a different argument, and one that I can, at least we could talk about, is like, does Rogue One or the Kenobi show feel like it fits in with the OT era better? And he's talking about the way it feels as though it was filmed, like, we're talking late 70s versus, obviously, a modern production, which feels like it fits in with...
Obi-Wan Kenobi is clearly a modern production. The issues with I think that Rogue One, because like in Rogue One, something that's kind of interesting, it feels like it looks a little bit like when they had all of the ships, that they tried to make them look more like the practical props that they had used in the
Fringy, I think I might be able to help out, because I think I get what you're saying. I think there are parts of Rogue One that feel like a really good HD upscale of Star Wars.
Yeah, like where they're almost trying to capture the capture the feel of the miniatures that they used. Like that they went out of their way to make them look more like the miniatures.
Because if you take some scenes from Rogue One, the ships and the moving around and stuff, if in your head you can imagine them at a lower resolution for a 1977 film, and maybe the effects not being quite as good, and what would they look like as actual models, as opposed to, you know, like some CGI stuff and touch-ups and things, and you could kind of see it. Like, I could see it in my head, and I don't think I have to stretch it too far in a lot of these scenarios.
Yeah, and I think some people in chat have been very critical of Mike's argument here. Like, to defend him a little bit, I think this is actually okay to say. So, to give you an example, if, let's say, Rag said Rogue One and Return of the Jedi are of the same amount of quality to him writing-wise. Let's pretend that that was the case for a moment. But he said he prefers Return of the Jedi because it feels it fits way better in what he perceives to be the OT story versus Rogue One that feels like a much more modern and stapled-on thing. I'd be like, yeah, I could see that. I could see how that could be something you feel. Mike feels that about Kenobi, when it to me, like, it's almost impossible to see it as anything other than like, oh, this is very modern.
It's definitely a modern production, but I guess in terms of the feeling that one fits in better than the other, I always refer to it, but it's such a good example. I don't believe that Han Solo dropped Cthulhu into a black hole. Like, I just don't believe that happened.
And that is why you fail.
I don't think any of us would ever thought that was ever going to happen in that movie.
Nah.
I guess what I'm getting at is, if someone's like, well, do you think Rogue One is canon? Like, it's like, well, like, I treat it as canon. Like, I don't find that, you know what I mean? Like,
it doesn't offend me, and it seems like it sort of fits in without any breaks.
I guess what I would appeal to more is the sequels are canon in my head, as much as I would prefer for them not to be that way, because there's a sense of legitimacy that they have.
Because of, like, the Disney aspect.
The thing about that legitimacy, though, is that it was bought.
Well, sure, but I guess I would say the same thing about, like, Terminator Dark Fate is like, oh, you've got, like, a bit of legitimacy, though. Like, Genesis I can easily ignore and pretend it doesn't exist. But, like, Dark Fate, they got Linda Hamilton back as well.
Why doesn't Arnie count as legitimacy?
It does count as legitimacy in a sense, but I feel like when you also
it's a
bring
spectrum
back
that eventually tips the scales.
Well, I'd be willing to agree with you if you're saying, well, this got Arnie and her in.
And
Dark
that's
Fate,
kind of what I'm getting at. It's got more.
And hey, it's got John Connor too.
Yeah, well, yeah. I guess that's what I'm saying is, with Kenobi, I think it's very much teetering on the edge of, like, nah, this I don't believe this happened. Like, when I watch A New Hope, I don't believe that this happened.
Yeah.
It's it's teetering, and I'm not sure what. I feel like that might just be just suspension of disbelief in a sense.
And we've said this before, but all of us, when was the last time we watched Rogue One? For me, we're talking like 20.
It's been a while
when it came out.
I'm starting to think it might be as late early as like 2019, 2018, probably the last time I watched Rogue One. If then, I'm trying to think if that was even when I did. But so like my memory of it is so thin at this point that it could turn out that I fucking hate the movie. I don't actually know anymore because
I'm
hard to remember all
already
the plot
from years
points.
old memory.
I doubt it though.
So, to clarify, I'm not saying that anybody needs to treat anything that as canon or whatever based on, like, you can treat whatever. What I'm talking about is more so like subconsciously, what do I perceive as being the timeline, I guess, for these stories. And unfortunately,
I get it.
When at the end of Return of the Jedi, in my head, I'm like, oh, but you all failed. Like there is that in my head. Whereas when I watch Han Solo, for whatever reason, I'm not like, oh yeah, you dropped Cthulhu into a black hole. It just doesn't. It just doesn't fit in. It doesn't slot into
bizarre to think
in there.
Yeah, and the way I see it is like, so if someone said like, why are you covering all of Disney's Star Wars movies instead of all fan film Star Wars movies that are probably better? And I'd be like, well, we want to cover what's quote-unquote canon. And someone would be like, you consider this canon? I'd be like, I don't want it to be canon, but by a meaningful definition of canon, I guess it is.
By a meaningful definition of canon, it's all of this is canon. There's kind of no better way to define what is in continuity than how the people who own it define it.
Yeah, like
even if I don't like, you know what I mean. Even if
someone says like, do you, when you think of the character of Luke Skywalker, do you consider all of what you saw in the sequel trilogy to be like a part of that story? And I'm like, not really. I don't think so. My brain sort of thinks of Luke.
I think so too.
I'm glad that I'm able to consume proper Star Wars without thinking about the sequels kind of ever popping into my mind.
And I think over time,
I'm fortunate that I can just block it out and I don't think about it.
Over time, more and more so, they will fade.
I think so.
How can you treat somehow Palpatine is back as canon? It's like a car crash into the fourth role. So, like, I think those movies are bad. I hope that to people, like, I feel like the point is pretty clear. It's not really about, like, you can treat them as non-canonical if you want. You'll be better off that way, really. What I'm saying is I find it hard to pretend that they aren't, like, in the timeline. For whatever reason, I find it difficult to try and... I find it hard to watch Return of the Jedi and see them having their little party with the Ewoks and thinking, man, like, Han Solo, you get killed by your son. Luke, you fail spectacularly and then live out the rest of your days as a hermit. It's hard not to think about what comes afterward. Whereas nobody cares about Solo. You know, nobody thinks about Solo or treats it as canon.
Yeah.
I think it'd be a lot easier mentally to dismiss the sequels if they had cast different actors to play all of the returning characters.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah,
absolutely. In the same, it would also be a lot easier to dismiss it if there was a viable alternative to think about, right? If there was a because I imagine it's probably pretty easy for EU fans to dismiss it.
That's going to be why Rings of Power is going to be dismissed so fucking hardcore by all the Tolkien fans. There's nothing that's legitimate about it, really. Like, if they get any... You'd think they might get some actors to get in there, but they've recast basically all the roles, right? So, we shall see. And someone said, Morley, you're complaining there's no good Star Wars content and Disney's ruined everything, and yet there's a giant treasure trove of EU stuff you don't even engage with. I've never said there is no good Star Wars content in the context of everything everyone's made on planet Earth. That's not at all what I'm saying.
You said that. It was, yeah.
I'm talking specifically about what Disney's doing. We focus pretty much entirely on more mainstream examples of, like, storytelling. That's what EFAP's goal is, but we do venture out here and there. And then, as for, like, consuming more fan-made stuff or EU stuff, it's just like, yeah, I've just not been that interested in what Star Wars has got in there, but that's the same for, like, everything. I don't really, like, I haven't looked into all the additional Babylon 5 stuff outside of the main show. I haven't looked into that for Lord of the Rings. I haven't read the Silmarillion. Like, not that all of those are the same thing. They I don't know exactly. I don't know where I draw the line, but I do somewhere. I'm sure there's loads of great Star Wars stuff as third party in EU. To be fair, I would say that there's loads of good stuff in Star Wars outside of the OT. Like,
video games.
Yeah, several of the games are pretty damn awesome. So, you know,
Star Wars is a really cool world. You can do a lot, and it's that's what's
It's a shame all that the people in charge make is crap.
Something I find kind of interesting is that back, 20 years ago, it seems like Star Wars was much more interested in making lots of video games. Now that video games are way more popular, and more
That is
accepted as
weird.
mainstream, Disney doesn't really have that much investment. There's only been like 3 or 4 Star Wars games in their tenure, whereas like while the prequels were coming out, how many games were there? Like 15?
A bajillion.
Might have been more than that even.
All of the games.
Yeah, there's so many games.
That is strange. You'd think that Disney, with all of their pursuit of digging too deeply and too greedily when it comes to this franchise, would.
I think Disney, because Disney had like an interactive studios, like little subdivision. I think because they got Warren Spector to for like Epic Mickey, but then it never panned out, so they just gave up on video games, which feels like one of those it feels odd.
Like, did you forget how big video games are, Disney?
I guess it's because they tried and it didn't really pan out. Whereas Warner Brothers seems to have. Well, I remember there was a rumor that Warner Brothers doesn't want their interactive stuff anymore. They don't want their video game studios. That they were looking to sell them, like Rocksteady and stuff. So, which is surprising. Maybe that's not true. That was a rumor. So, sorry, tangent over.
Like,
late 70s Star Wars where Stormtroopers smacking his head on the
Oh no, let's get the full context for that, because that is the fucking meme right now, and it looks like they're using it too.
Right? That works for what they're doing with his character.
Yeah. It bridged it better, and it made it more feel more like that era than Rogue One. Rogue One's like
late 70s Star Wars where Stormtroopers smacking his head on the top of the set.
Yeah, and then you were talking about.
I don't get the point. He just said the thing.
So what Jay is saying, what Jay Bauman is saying, is the Kenobi feels like the way they've made it as a show feels like stuff like that head bonk is possible, where it's a ragtag sort of lower budget experiment where they're trying to make a thing. Meanwhile, Rogue One is like this highly polished, high-budget thing that'll have no mistakes in it because it's fundamentally made with 2 different ideas and eras and budgets in mind. He's saying, like, he likes Kenobi more because it feels more like the production of the OT.
Okay.
Which, I mean, I disagree, but, like...
I don't agree with that. It definitely feels like a modern production.
Yeah.
Like, when we see what's-her-name put a hand on the Stormtrooper's face, that doesn't come across to me as like a bonking head error. That's just bad.
It's just like we don't know how to do anything involving characters just fighting or combat in general.
I feel like it's just like there are several things we could probably reference in Kenobi that feel like super high budget by comparison. And to be honest with you, most people don't even see that head bonk. I'm not even kidding. Most people miss it.
Most you said, hey, head bonk in Star Wars, they just look at you.
And it's so odd because it's not like in universe a stormtrooper could bonk their head.
Yeah, there's
of course.
Well, I mean, the reason why we know that it can happen is because it happened in real life when they were filming Star Wars.
That's probably the best, because you remember they're not some kind of elite fighting squad that like a droids or whatever where they can account for everything at every moment. They're conscripted like men from different planets and stuff. It's a guy. He's walking through the doorway, hits his head a little bit.
One example of any soldier ever in all of human history bonking their head on a door. You can imagine a knight just walking through. I mean, knights, they were super important in societies. I'm sure a knight once bonked their head on a door and like, oh, pardon me, terribly sorry.
Yeah.
That's what they said. Yeah.
Darth Vader fight with Obi-Wan.
Yes,
being awkward and looking like a fan film.
Before watching the show, I saw that clip. It
that is kind of funny because what is it, the SC-38 one? Like, because that's a fan film in terms of a fight between Obi-Wan and Darth Vader.
Which seems to have more focused choreography compared to what they did in this.
Yeah, I guess to be clear, I would not want that to be the fight that was actually in the film. Like that's a cool action scene, like a cool fight scene, but that's not what I would want in the film.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think it can suit that scene at all tonally, but like I understand what they were going for.
I guess the reason why I'm bringing it up is because I feel like that fight scene is more fun to watch than the fight between Obi-Wan and Darth Vader in this show.
Well, yeah, and I want to go further that it looked like it took more time and talent to create. Which
absolutely, it took
can go a long way.
time
Like
and talent.
Watching the different strikes versus watching this awkward sort of slappy thing happening. We're just like, what's going on here? Especially in a production now, and like you've got actors who are perfectly capable of performing basically anything you want. That's what we ended up with.
We know what Ewan McGregor's capable of doing. We've seen it.
But weren't they like super high on just going like advertising? It's like, look, they're training for all these things to get like epic sword fights.
We got one more
It's
fight
like,
to come, Metal. Maybe that's the intense, quick, amazing one.
Okay.
Quite hard. It's just that they've been failed.
So did they just take some bumps off the street to make the first one between those two then?
I don't know what happened with that one. I wonder if they storyboarded it at all. Like,
yeah, I don't know.
Did they do storyboards for the prequels? I wouldn't be surprised if they did. But this one, it's almost like they showed up on set and we're gonna have a fight in this quarry. We know that we're gonna have a fight in this quarry, but as for like any specifics, we haven't really figured that out yet. So we'll figure it out now while we're here. That's kind of how it comes across.
Looking like a fan.
Yeah,
before watching
stuff.
In the show, I saw that clip. It like showed up as recommended on YouTube or something, and I legitimately thought it was a fan film. Like that first where he runs away, because I was like, oh, that's a funny punchline. Darth Vader shows up, and he pulls out his lightsaber.
It should be a funny punchline when they meet, right?
A hill?
Well, so
I was
about to say, I think he's made a good point that he saw this out of context and he assumed it was a joke scene made by fans. Where if these two ever met again, Obi-Wan would be like, "Oh fuck," and run away. And it's like, "Oh, that's kind of funny," and we found it funny in the episode.
But
it also was not going for funny.
I don't think they were going for funny now.
No.
That was so funny to me. The awkward thing is he runs out behind. It's like they use the same location.
Yeah, he runs out. It looks like he's running back to be in front of Vader.
Yeah,
but
it was filmed very poorly.
So that's.
I was gonna say we were just outright confused. I thought what it meant was that Vader was flying over and ahead, so that he could surprise Obi-Wan. But like, how awkward would that look if you had like a wide view of the whole quarry?
The cheapness of it has
Vader bouncing around, like trying to keep up with Obi-Wan.
Just climbs up the things like, shit, they get him.
Like, did you picture Vader like peeking around the pile of sand, going, "Hello, I see you."
Yeah,
you just went right over there.
I can still
Such
see
an
your
awkward
feet.
shot.
Yeah, it's just.
It is.
What can you say that hasn't been said?
It's like the camera does a 180, but it doesn't tell us, and it's in a location where there's just piles of dirt, and so when they swap the camera around to reverse the angle that you're looking at, and Obi-Wan appears again, it looks like he just came back to where he was. It's very poorly shot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
The Sith Lord, you just ran 10 feet over there. I know where you're at.
For me, the whole thing is this weird imbalance of things I like and things that are so cheap that they're kind of entertaining, and then stuff that's just sort of boring.
You can bitch about that encounter, but I like it better than the entire Mustafar battle.
No, you're wrong. You're so wrong.
Hey, he can it better.
No, he can't.
That's okay.
It's not possible. It's not possible.
The thing is,
it can't be true.
It comes across really weird for us because like that fight was so hilariously bad in like every possible element we could address in terms of production versus Revenge of the Sith, which I think our biggest criticism for the Revenge of the Sith scene in totality is the dialogue. We weren't a fan of how overt and clunky it is. As for if someone's like, you didn't think it went on for too long, it's like, I don't know that that's going to be something I could give a really, really good argument for other than just saying, oh, it was a bit long. Like, sure, it's long, but like, I don't know that fight scenes have a specific time limit. And then, of course, if someone said, don't you think it's absurdly grand and epic in like almost like a negative way? It's just like, I don't know what to say to that, really.
No, I don't feel that.
And then...
And so much work and effort went into that.
Well, and there's some impressive choreography.
Level of appreciation. Absolutely, there is. It's damn impressive.
So,
and the Vader fight in the dirt pile was just
so embarrassing.
It was goofy, and it was embarrassing, is what it was. Yes, this is Obi-Wan Kenobi and Darth Vader finally meeting up after 10 years being apart, and that's what happened. How embarrassing.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean,
that backflip porn.
Yeah.
Backflip porn. I don't even know what to say. All right.
No,
This
it
is
isn't.
funny.
If I was gonna look up porn for backflipping, I would not look up that. I would look up some proper parkour / Cirque du Soleil shit. I wouldn't be
You have
looking
this-
up this.
Nice little character moment at the end of that fight in the series Obi-Wan,
Oh no, here we
where
Oh, no.
like Darth Vader, he's not trying to kill Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan's old and out of
Oh,
shape.
here we-
Darth Vader can take
oh,
him easily.
no.
He wants to make him suffer. I love.
They just accept this, and I hate it.
I hate it too.
They just
I hate
like,
it.
yeah, that he doesn't want to kill them. It's like, but what about all the other times where the stormtroopers shoot them and people are clearly trying to kill Obi-Wan?
Well, hey, at
And
least
the
he's not
time
arguing what the
I-
guy we covered did, who said he didn't even want to capture him. Remember we covered someone who said that.
Yeah, that's right. In the comments, no, it was the Reddit post.
Don't worry, chat. You'll see us look at that tomorrow.
You'll see that. Chan. No
Yeah.
worries.
Consider this a
Yeah.
teaser for infinity to come.
But yes, they liked that bit. We did not.
that he just like uses the Force to just like spread all of this flammable material on the ground, and then he's just gonna literally rub Obi-Wan's face in it while he's on fire. That's what Darth Vader wants to do.
Apparently,
And it's perfect.
It's
No,
not.
it's
It's
not.
Perfect.
It's
when
perfect.
did Darth Vader ever just randomly start torturing people because he was just angry at them? And he just wants to, like, we've gone into this cartoony villain territory that just seems. I don't know.
The thing is that I'm not sure that it's inconsistent with Anakin's characterization at the end of the prequels, but we're 10 years into Darth Vader.
I was more so aiming for the
just
cringe of
odd.
being like, I'm gonna now with the tools available through luck recreate what you did to me, but to you, and it's not gonna do fuck all to you really. But it's it feels like a writing 101, like how to create a meaningful payoff, and it's like make thing happen that happened before, but again, but reverse.
Reverse.
Shitty.
Yeah.
Yeah, and shitty, and yeah, like it just. I felt kind of cringe, if I'm being completely honest.
It was very cringe.
I
It
feel like
really was
people-
like baby's first writing.
Like people make that argument, forget the scene that comes like right after when we have all these stormtroopers shooting into the fire. Where Obi-Wan clearly is still lying or getting dragged from.
Well, I suppose that the
Vader's
killer
just
argument is just the
looking.
fact that Vader says, "Bring him to me."
Yeah.
In terms of just the Obi-Wan ain't getting away, but then he does, because of course.
And he tries
load
to
robot.
capture him the rest of all the episodes that we watched so far.
Oh, well,
so
yeah,
he's
could've
furious
easily
when he
captured
gets
him
away.
here.
Episode 5 absolutely killed that Reddit post
Yeah.
when you find out that he's pissed off at wait, was it 4? Sorry, episode 4 is it's the same episode that we cover it, where he's like pissed off that Obi-Wan escapes, right? And it's like, wait, but I thought
Yeah,
you
it's
wanted
like,
him to.
well, maybe
to
you
trade
shouldn't have
up
let him escape, you fool.
because he's a stinky cave dweller, and now you got to make him a good Jedi. Yeah.
See, I like that moment, the actual fight. Again,
That doesn't matter because you get the
awkward.
good character moments.
No, it's not good. It's not good character. When has Darth Vader ever been like that? Ever? When has he
And,
ever done
In
things
the
like that?
prequels.
I don't know. What are
Well,
you talking about when he killed the Sand people?
I do think that it's consistent with Anakin's prequel characterization. I just don't know why that's what they're going for.
Yeah, because technically he is, in years, 1 year closer to being OT character than he is to being prequel character.
He's 10 years away from.
More important here is that he is appealing specifically to Darth Vader, not Anakin.
Yeah, I suppose that's a fair point.
Well, Fringy.
Mm-hmm.
They are the same person.
No, I know that. But I guess when we describe the entity that you're referring to, we
Yeah,
try
because
to-
even Yoda is able to tell Obi-Wan the distinction
shoot.
between the two. The Padawan you trained is
I would
gone.
argue that, like in Attack of the Clones, for example, right? If we accept like Yoda's turn of phrase of "Gone, Anakin Skywalker, consumed by Darth Vader" or whatever it is he says, then I would imagine that in Attack of the Clones, that's just Darth Vader poking his head out.
I suppose
I wouldn't.
That is
it's
an
probably-
element of his personality that will be
Also,
exploited
yeah,
to create Darth
now we're
Vader.
getting into literally
Yeah.
defining the lines in the sand versus
Yeah.
just talking about the character that is present in the prequels versus the character that is present in the OT.
Right, Sand.
And
Oh,
also,
Vader-
he's 10 years away from Anakin Skywalker.
Well, so I think something that's worth considering is you think about the timeline of Darth Vader specifically, like from becoming Darth Vader, getting in the suit, and then all the time that we, passes, and then the OT. In that time, does it make more sense that a change in the way that he conducts himself occurs like gradually, or that it happened really early on in his life and that Darth Vader then becomes fairly static for a while?
Yeah,
When you
I
think
mean, I agree that that makes sense. Like, I agree that it makes sense that he would not be like this anymore, considering that he's like this in the OT. I also think that, like, even if the change was gradual, he's like halfway in between. He's still very much Anakin. So I don't understand the decision at all, and I think it's dumb. But I'm not sure that we could call it out of character. I think we can call it incongruent, like with, like.
I guess
I think it's just dumb because, like,
I suppose when I think about who Darth Vader is and what I find, like, Darth Vader is intimidating because he's very cold. Like he will pretty ruthlessly get rid of people who he perceives as failing him. He doesn't
like, sure.
I guess when you think about, like in Rogue One, the scene with him, what's so scary about him is he's just like pressing forward, nobody's stopping him. He's just plowing through them. He's not
It's like this unfeeling malice, this just silent, cold
what's scary about him
efficiency.
is, yeah, exactly, the cold
like
efficiency.
a robot coming after you. It can't be reasoned with. It's not there to talk. It's not there to have a conversation. It wants something, and it's going to kill you if you're in the way.
And you can think of examples like, I find your lack of faith disturbing. He didn't need to do that, and he was definitely not going to kill that guy. He just did it because he felt like there's definitely elements of Darth Vader toying with people and exploiting his level of power over people. Like when perhaps you think you're being treated unfairly and stuff like that. He definitely has that streak. I just don't know that I believe that. I don't know
see
that
how
I
that
buy
relates
him.
into what happens here in Kenobi.
I just don't get the impression that that's something that he would do. Like, I think he would just kill Obi-Wan like he did in A New Hope. I think that's what he would do. He just kill him.
Yeah, you'd think that in A New Hope.
I do I want to ask you the question. What do you think? Like, Revenge of the Sith Anakin Skywalker would do to Obi-Wan.
Wait. What do I think Revenge of the Sith Anakin would do to Obi-Wan? Like,
I imagine he'd get the kill shot as soon as he could.
I think he would. Yeah, because I think we'd see what we saw in that little recording when he was in the Jedi Temple in that film. He's just going through killing everybody.
Well, here's a reference. When Palpatine is describing what happened in the opening of Revenge of the Sith to Anakin, there's only naturally cut off your hand. You wanted revenge. He doesn't like torture and torment Dooku. He defeats him and then executes him. It's not like, but that's at the same time. I don't want to imply that someone like Darth Vader is incapable of wanting to cause pain within someone, to torture them to some degree. It's just this one felt odd, and I think
a goal, he will.
If anybody was having trouble feeling that this was in any way a strong argument against Vader's character, I'm assuming they would, if they felt iffy on this one, that they would concede what he does soon after is entirely out of character. The inability to use his force again, the reluctance to chase Obi-Wan because a loader droid is slowly dragging him away. Like, all of that shit would damage that moment significantly anyway.
He let him go. He could have stopped him.
Yeah, and that as we now know, confirmed by the following episode, that was actually out of character. He did not want him to get out.
And so then you've got to think about the totality of the scene. He could have killed him, but he chose to put him in the fire and then let him escape because he just chose not to pursue him.
Yeah.
Even though he wanted to have him captured and killed. Yeah, it's out of character in its totality. Whether or not, I guess it's more up for debate whether you think you would put him in the fire. I don't, personally.
Well, so, I think that I'm happy to sit at the most I'll ever go is that I'll have that back and forth talking about different elements and stuff. The fact that people have gone as far as saying it was perfect is like, wow, okay.
They couldn't have, like, any sense of them having a conversation is out of line because that would be less than perfect. Like, it is crazy. It should be a very somber, solemn I feel kind of moment where they meet, not this, I'm gonna drag you through some fire I happen to have here, and that'll be that, and now you're gone. And they just don't talk. They don't talk. And I feel like
Next
that's
episode, right? Next episode, they're gonna have a chat. I assume.
Vader putting Obi-Wan in the fire, I think, is easily the least bad aspect of the scene.
I'm trying to think of all the aspects because I think they're all like bad. So I'm just trying to think of which I would categorize the least problematic.
I also don't think it's a violation of his character. It's just pushing it in every in every regard. It's pushing what Anakin might do.
Well, I'm assuming you still
pushing that he's still like Anakin rather than like Vader at this point.
I assume you're not including the results of the fire in this.
Oh yeah, no, that's ridiculous.
All right, good. As long as yeah.
So like, I don't have a problem. Like, no, I do have a problem with Vader at 10 years on being closer to Anakin than closer to how he was in Revenge of the Sith than how he is in New Hope. However, I don't think it's an impossibility, and like, we could be leading into an event that totally explains his change in demeanor, and this happened to him 10 years in. And like, I think I would be fine with that if it was properly explored, and then we saw where the change happened. I know that's not going to happen, which is why we're on really thin ice with it, I think.
If I've understood you correctly, your question to us should be, can you envision a good, like an excellent encounter with those two? And the requirements are, he does put Kenobi at least briefly into some form of a fire. Is that possible? And I think I would say yes.
I see yes, it's possible.
With the motivation of revenge, like, you know, you did this to me, I suppose.
I think so, but I would really have to fucking work hard to not make it so goddamn, like, cartoony in terms of, like, oh, some fire rocks. Like,
it's like, because like, if it was just like a practical thing of like, this is the easiest attack he can deliver right now, then yeah, like, it's probably pretty easy to write that into a scene and have it be fine. It's like Obi-Wan standing near some fire, and Vader is some distance from him, and he pushes him into the fire. Like, that's the easiest form of attack for him. Like, yeah, that works.
And yeah, sorry as well, what was just highlighted by Rich's comment that I really am not a fan of is he was like, who cares about the fight itself? We got a character moment. And to me, it's just like that description of like, I prefer the idea than caring about how it was executed. Like how we got everything in place, how everything happened. It's like, who cares? We got a character moment.
It seems almost uncharacteristic of them, of saying that.
I think a consistent sort of part of their criticism of the prequels was that a lot of the fights are bad because they lack character moments, but they do have like spectacle and choreography, whatever. But so like I think they do tend to care a lot more about what meaning they can draw out of character interactions and stuff, which I'm totally on board with. I just don't know why. Like when I present to Rich a well-executed character scene with great choreography versus a well-executed character scene with shit choreography, I would hope that you would see a difference between the two.
Yeah.
And that you would prefer the one with good choreography.
Yeah. You know,
right.
You get that good character moment. Yeah, no, with Darth Vader in this, when he first showed up at that little village and they have their showdown, I was thinking about their big fight at the end of Revenge of the Sith, which, say what you want about the prequels, there was like an attempt at doing something really dramatically heavy between the two of them. When Obi-Wan's like,
So this is like a moment of, all right, Jay, yeah, get in there. Say it. Say some stuff, because it sounds like that would go against the current vibe of sitting with these two, which is totally fair. Just saying, his point being that there was clearly a story being told in the prequels. It's like, why would you bring that up if not to highlight there's not much of a story being told in Ken Booby?
Overdid it.
Well, they overdid it, sure. But that was the goal. And this felt so, like, light. It's just like, oh, there's Darth Vader. It's like if you saw a guy in a Darth Vader costume at Disneyland or whatever. It's like you never really feel like you're watching an intimate... It's just a guy in a Darth Vader costume.
You're saying you don't feel that?
No, not with the show, I don't. I just feel like I'm watching, like I mentioned earlier, like a fan film. That's the best thing that...
it doesn't feel like... I sort of, like, get it. You know,
I think I agree.
To say, you know, it's talk for a while, but...
You know, tone, atmosphere, the way they film it, soundtrack, all these things are going to matter incredibly much when it comes to creating the feel of of Vader arriving. And yeah, he kind of is pretty casual in this. And I think that's one of the things we noticed quite quickly. We were like, the vibe is off. I am not getting the feels.
Yeah.
Also, yes, nice editing. Funny.
All right.
You're funny.
That the show has going for it is the extreme lowered expectations.
This has come. I mean, this and The Mandalorian season 1 has come the closest to capturing that magic.
Say Rogue One.
No, either this and Mandalorian season 1.
Definitely not this. Definitely not this. This show's a friggin' dumpster fire. Mandalorian episode 1?
No, season 1.
Season 1?
No, season 1.
Yeah, season 1. Yeah, I know, I just misspoke. No, I just don't. I don't feel it. I certainly don't feel it. But it certainly sure as hell ain't Kenobi. This shit sucks.
It just, you know, it's basically EFAP's perspective that Mandalorian season 1 was shite as well. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's real
Yeah.
bad. I think it was just sort of the first thing after the, a lot of the disappointment that had come before it. And The Mandalorian, it fooled a lot of people. There are people who think that's legit really good. And it
no,
is
Rags, there are
crap.
people who think it's okay. Can you believe that?
That's true. There are people who think that it's okay when it isn't okay. It's very bad. And season 2 is, I think it's, I don't know. Because I think, isn't Mandalorian season 2 what got us to start like recording all of this Star Wars stuff? And
that's a good question. I'm not even sure what made us sort of test out recording, because we did actually do a test run of a EFAP mini for Mando season 1, but it didn't work out. We were mostly just listening. But that, in retrospect, is probably because our good faith was like way over the limits. I think, because we were just like really we were so on the Mandalorian side. We were like, please be good.
Please be good. And it wasn't at all.
But season 2, I think we tested it and it just worked. It worked really well because there was so much dumb shit, even in the first episode.
Yeah.
But EFAP chat, I'm looking at you. Some people were quite angry with us for our take on the first episode. But once a few of them came out, it became clear that a lot of other people were like, "Wait a minute, season 2 of Mando's not as good." And then we were like, "No, it's about as good as season 1. Don't worry about it."
Yeah. For some reason, it's kind of like the first Amazing Spider-Man movie, where it's really, really, really bad, and it sort of just slips under the radar. Maybe because all of its problems aren't it's not as openly cringe, or the issues aren't as obnoxious. But season 2 of Mandalorian is, I think it's more obviously bad.
Do you remember the Boba Fett episode? Fucking hell.
Fuck Christ.
Amazing. Also, don't worry. I'm not saying all of you. Loads of people are like, I thought it was trash from the beginning. And it's like, that's okay.
You there who said that just now? You're a liar. I know you're lying.
Liar.
Fight.
Get called out.
Fight.
I'm gonna fight you with my cock.
Oh no. Oh no. Well, Metal, all of your fights are with your cock.
Yeah.
Do you like have a place you set it down someplace before a fight so it doesn't get damaged? Then when you're done,
we were just earlier talking about how it fell off.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that was before or after the stream started, but we were talking about how Metal's cock fell off.
Yeah, my dick fell off.
Was that before the stream?
Oh,
no,
also,
it was like at the beginning.
We've I just spotted a super chat that we'll probably read ahead of time because it's relevant.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Vader tortured the dude for info at the beginning of episode 4, and he was about to torture Leia with the droid. These are points in favor that Vader tortures. So that actually is...
it's not.
Hang on. So that's actually something that we've already gone over. We're talking about the pragmatic reasons he does things, right? And so you, in your comment, you said, Vader tortured the dude for info at the beginning of episode 4. And then he was about to torture Leia with the droid. If you remember, he's torturing her for information too. So the only one I think you can cite is probably Han Solo. In Bespin. But at that point, it seems that he's torturing, I can't remember who's in the room at that point. I think it's him and several stormtroopers. I don't even know what's going on. But like, Han Solo at that point is like a pretty frustrating thorn in the side of the Empire, especially because he fucking helped. He's the reason the Death Star got destroyed, in a sense. Him and Luke put together, right? But and they've been chasing them throughout that movie. So that's probably the best reference you have. but the others don't work in terms of what point we're trying to make. They go on to say, Ben has been forced dead for 10 years to avoid detection. So, is it ever stated in the show that that's what he did? Because I thought it was against his will that he couldn't use the Force.
Obi-Wan?
Yeah, because he keeps trying to access it, but he can't.
Yeah,
is that stated?
I don't remember the show saying
that's on purpose.
I don't remember Obi-Wan saying I've stopped using the Force to avoid being detected. I don't remember him saying that.
Well, remember the first two
it makes it a
episodes.
lot worse.
We assume all the way, like until he stops Leia when she jumps off the building because she's very smart.
Oh shit!
We assume that he can, right?
Talk about learning new things about a movie I fucking adore. Several people have just said he was torturing Han to lure Luke, which does, I'm pretty sure, work.
I was about to say that, yeah, because Luke is like, my friends are in danger. I sense their pain or something like that.
Huh.
Like it's a trap to get Luke, because it is part of his plan to lure Luke there. And I guess that's how he was doing it. He was torturing Han.
That's yeah, I should have known that already, but nice. Thanks, chat. I knew there was a reason we kept you guys around.
I didn't say it.
But sorry, so we were talking about the Obi-Wan being locked off from the Force.
I think when we were watching episodes 1 and 2, we assumed that he just wasn't using it when he should have been because the writing is crap. But it turns out that he had to like really try to save her from jumping off the building.
Right.
Because we were confused.
Yeah, if I'm look, as good faith as I can, it seemed to me that with what Tala is Tala, right? What she says in episode 4 to Kenobi when he's trying to move the little bit of metal, she says that not all wounds that need to be healed are physical, some are mental, and she basically implies to him that he can't get because she's watching him do that, and she's like, you need to, get at peace with yourself before you'll be able to get back with the Force. In episode 5, she says, almost in response to his response in episode 4, because he says to her in episode 4 something like, some failures or some issues or some regrets you can't forget, or something like that. And then she says something to reflect in episode 5. She gives him the inspiration in episode 5 to help clear his mind and get the Force back. But he's already got it back anyway at that point because he was fucking holding the whole ocean. So, what I'm trying to say is, as far as I was aware, the show was saying he lost the ability to use the Force against his consent, if you will. He did not want to lose the ability to use the Force, but he did because he was very sad. And then he's gotten it back now.
Which is a thing?
Yeah, I guess. I guess that's a thing. So
that's why we didn't assume that was even possible, because we didn't think that was... You can't get so sad you don't use the Force, or you can't use the Force.
I think when
and if that's the case, how come he used it just fine in episode 3 at the end, after the Order 66 happens, and...
So yeah, I don't know of any line. I've watched all of these episodes without any cover, like just in the editing bay style sort of thing. I haven't heard Obi-Wan say that he's stopped using the Force for 10 years to avoid being detected. I didn't catch that line, but if it exists, then fair enough. And this super chat ends with saying the fight was perfect.
Which fight? Between...
I'm assuming they're talking about the fight we're talking about right now, which is this.
Oh no, it was a joke. It was a fucking joke. It's like they literally had no choreography, and they just told 2 people to hit sticks together, and we'll make them lightsabers in post or whatever. That it was super awkward. There is no way you could tell me that was Darth Vader, especially in a post Mustafar fight. Absolutely not. What a joke of a fight.
Have you seen everybody making fun of the way Reaver and Darth Vader fight in episode 5, the Dark Souls portion of it?
When she's rolling around. Yeah, we
rolling, yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about how that looked really awkward and weird when she was doing that weird rolling around stuff. Like, what are you doing?
It's gotten so superficial for praise for me that I would be like, well, at least he beat her.
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah.
Oh, thank fuck.
Yeah, at least
there was that concern that she'd beat his ass. Though after that fight in the dirt pile, maybe she would beat him. I don't know.
Oh wait, I'm not sure. Yeah, I should be careful actually, because we're live.
Yeah, that's why I started talking over it, to be honest.
Well, actually, I can just...
fine with that entire encounter.
I do like that moment in the second episode.
I hate it through
Fine
and
with
through.
that entire encounter.
I hate it through and through. There's so many things wrong with it.
I would just like to ask him some questions about the encounter as well. I mean, especially the escape on Kenobi's part. Like, really? Come on.
Yeah, how does he get away? How does he get away? He's right
Episode when Reva, like, I think Reva is the one that tells him that Anakin's still alive, and it's like, oh yeah, he wouldn't even know that.
Why wouldn't you know that?
He would.
Wouldn't.
You left him alive. The last time you saw him was alive. He was alive when you left him.
So this would be it. He knows that Anakin is Darth Vader.
Correct.
He knows that. So he would have to not know that Darth Vader exists, which I don't think...
We have to call that a pretty incredible contrivance, if not just a hole, because either...
It would get around.
If we run with the scenario, which nobody here, including everyone on the cast and fucking chat, believe, that for an entire decade, Darth Vader has done nothing that would make him known to the world in any way, shape, or form. He has just been in his little house on Mustafar, doing his knitting or whatever. You have to have that happen, and you also have to have him be someone who isn't known to anybody on the Senate either. Which the inner council or whatever the higher ups of the Senate are, because Bail Organa would tell Obi-Wan about this instantly.
Yeah.
So of course he would.
It doesn't work. Obi-Wan should have found out way earlier than this.
You'd have to be living under a rock on some planet with no internet or any. Yeah, it's.
And if
you would have to make sure you have to go out of your way to make a scenario where you didn't know about Darth Vader.
One of them was potentially, like, you know, Force Unleashed went with this, right? Like, the basis of it is that Darth Vader is Jedi hunting, basically. I figure most of his Jedi hunting, like, he's going to be the top Jedi killer in the Empire at that portion of time. When is he going to be doing most of that work? It's like, in the latter portion of the 20-year gap? Or the former? And it's like, I think it's going to be the first few years he's killing most Jedi. Because that's going to be where the main amount of Jedi escaping the temple or on different missions is going to have happened. He probably has gotten around and killed a bunch of them.
For all the bad hiders get caught.
So yeah, I think it doesn't make any fucking sense that Kenobi didn't know, and I think it's just lame that... I can't remember who said this anymore. I don't know if it was one of us or somebody on... I think it might have been Az on Real BBC, but it stinks to me that the writers of this show wanted to be able to say, we wrote the scene where Obi-Wan found out that Anakin was alive. How fucking cool is that? And it's like, good for you.
It's just someone yelling, "Anakin is alive!" And he
goes,
makes a face.
Oh,
it's like, that's kind of neat. Yeah, I wish I would have, like, I don't know, dwelled on it a little bit more. It feels like it introduces these things, these kind of character beats, but then just sort of keeps moving along and doesn't focus on them quite as much as it should.
I agree with Rich. I was happy with the encounter.
Yeah.
What is he?
I feel bad for Jay.
Yeah.
What is he supposed to do? It's one of those, like, are you so lacking in any imaginative qualities that you can't imagine anything else that they could have, like, what is he supposed to do? Like, you couldn't think of a few things?
I would not write this shitty story.
like really.
I would have been happy if you didn't meet him at all until, like, maybe the end of this.
Oh, base Jay.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. That's. I mean, I would be happy if they never met at all, but until a little 5 seconds. I just want to hear the response.
With the encounter. What is he supposed to do? like really.
I would have been happy if you didn't meet him at all until, like, maybe the end of the season or something.
Yeah, I know. It's a, like, what do you do kind of.
Well, that's
mentality.
like I say.
What do you do?
I don't.
What do you do? Well, that's your fucking job as a writer to figure out if you want to do a show about Obi-Wan.
I don't really. I'm a little confused, I guess, about like, would this be, what do? You don't need to make the show. You don't need to write it with Darth Vader in it.
You don't have to.
I guess
it can be as bare bones as Obi-Wan in his cave. That could have been the whole season.
Yeah,
it could have been.
And someone might be like, "That's absurd. That will never sell." And it's like, I think we could make that sell. I think it's possible.
I think you could make it sell, but also I don't think that appealing to that is meaningful in terms of countering criticism of the narrative.
Well, you know what it could have been? This is a thought that occurred to me the other day. Is, let's say a Force Ghost, Qui-Gon, or Mace Windu comes and finds Obi-Wan, and gives him. And you find Obi-Wan, and he's beating himself up over what happened. He's blaming himself.
He blames Qui-Gon.
No, he blames himself.
I think I think there's definitely a part of him that would, if
if we've got a season, I think we could do both. I don't know why we wouldn't.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm just imagining a series where you have Obi-Wan in his cave blaming himself, and then Force Ghost pops up. Maybe he doesn't introduce himself necessarily, like, hey, Obi-Wan, but just gives him a little vision using the Force. From Obi-Wan's perspective, he wakes up and he's back in like Revenge of the Sith era Star Wars. You know, people cream over that. It's like, oh my god, it's the prequels again. I mean, they loved its 10-minute scene of it, right? You have Obi-Wan with now waking up thinking, okay, I've woken up. I think his immediate assumption would be, have I just had like a wildly crazy premonition? Have I had because Jedi, you know, they can have those, but I think I might have just had a premonition more powerful and more intense than any Jedi has ever had before. And he goes with all of his foreknowledge, and he tries to stop, you know, Palpatine's success and rise. And he finds that either he can't, or that what he would have to do would be so, like, you know, drastic that it would not have been a viable solution for him, particularly without the foreknowledge. And the conclusion would be, hey, this Force Ghost is, maybe this is just like a one episode thing, but like a Force Ghost being like, hey, you couldn't have stopped it. You're like one guy.
I just wish we could go that experimental with the whole season. And let's say it's 6 episodes, and each episode, it's like the first one he just talks to vague pieces of Qui-Gon audio. It's not like coming through very clearly. Jawa visits, and maybe he spies on Luke a little bit, and that is it. Other than maybe get some nightmares going in his sleep, and then intercut that, like episode 2, we get more of Qui-Gon's coming through clearer. Maybe we see his day job. And then the nightmare gets stronger, and we start to see what he focuses on entirely. Episode 3, a full episode of flashback to Clone Wars, just one, where it's focused entirely on telling us something about what he trained Anakin to do. Episode 4, Qui-Gon can come in as a full voice, have a really big breakdown, like they have a whole argument that actually ends really badly or something. And then episode 5, they bring in like that initial idea that they were going to have or something with Tusken Raiders attacking in some way, shape, or form where Luke lives, and you know, Obi-Wan has to make a decision. What does he want to use to defend them, if anything? And maybe that event can heal the relationship that maybe rocky with Owen. And then episode 6, you could even make episode 6 the one where he finds out about Darth Vader. I'm not sure we would place that in the timeline, but we can make that pretty early. You know, like he only just got to Tatooine, maybe this is a year after that or something, and that Darth Vader has been announced as the right hand of the Emperor, and Bail contacts him to tell him that, and that's how the season ends. Something like that, I don't know.
Yeah.
It sounds really lame to a lot of people, I guess, but like, to me, that's like, oh god, do we get 40 minutes for each one of those? We can do so much.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I want to say as well, like, I think we had pretty good suggestions in the start of our
We did.
like,
Yes.
mini.
We did.
It was like, hey, a Jawa steals his lightsaber and tries to like ask for a bribe to get it back. Like, or hey, I'll rat you out as a Jedi to the Inquisitors. That'd be a really good story.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah, it could be a show that has levity in it, but you could have there's a lot you can do. Just not this. Not what they did. What they did was a mistake. It should not have happened.
And film. You gotta have.
What do you do with an Obi-Wan Kenobi TV show?
Right. Well, we answered that question.
This genuinely depresses me. Like, there are so many millions of options.
No, this is the only thing they could have done. I mean, what else could you have done?
What are they going to say about that?
Oh, right. Let me roll them back a little bit as well.
Yeah.
This the answer was, I didn't even think of like the Leia connection, which I think is probably
I think they're
the
just
way to
moving
do
on.
it.
I think they're moving on.
Yeah.
Damn.
Well, Rich just said the Leia thing is the way to do it, and I'm like, damn.
I was about to say, I'm going to roll it back again, because I really wish that wasn't
Think of like the Leia connection, which I think is probably the way to do it. Because obviously Leia knows who the fuck Obi-Wan Kenobi is.
Not obvious.
I don't think you can make that claim.
Yeah, if I was Bail,
not by this point.
I'm not telling my 10-year-old Leia that about Obi-Wan Kenobi. I'm keeping her. I'm keeping her away from all of that. I'm not telling her about all this.
I think what he's saying is, we know that by A New Hope she knows who Obi-Wan is.
Sure, but at this point,
sure, yeah, but
Well, I think
cheat.
no. So I think what he's saying is, we know that in A New Hope she knows who Obi-Wan is, so we can have a story that will connect her to Obi-Wan in some way, as opposed to Luke, who knows of him as old Ben Kenobi up on the. Well, yeah, but I think that's what he's trying to say.
Well, I mean, I'm fine. I'm fine with it. So long as it's not like, well, because we have a lot of contrived stuff to get him hanging out with Leia. But I think in terms of what we see in A New Hope, it's fine.
They've never met.
No, for you, when we watched it, like there is one thing that suggests that they've never met. But that's like pretty.
That's the thing.
Like it's not significant compared to the like reaction that she has when she finds out that he's there, which I think actually flows very well with them having met before.
Okay, so
I don't think I agree. The fact that she says Ben Kenobi does not mean that she knows him. It's just a fucking shock that her message must have gotten through to him and that he is here.
No, I mean, I agree. I don't think that means that she knows him, but I think if you watch that scene thinking, okay, these characters have met before, I think it's like, yeah, that is how she would react.
I guess the thing is,
well, but we have to...
in the recording, she says, you knew, she references Barrel, right? In the
you served alongside my father in the Clone Wars.
Yeah. So what I want to quickly clarify, right, is when you look at these references, and this is specifically for Jay, when you have one that could go both ways and one that goes one way, that means we conclude one way.
No, but I don't see the other one as only going one way either. I see
you serve my father in the Clone Wars. That's how she addresses him. You think that's something a friend would say?
Something a couple of people have mentioned in chat. Well, just something a couple of people have mentioned in chat, which I think I mentioned. Like when he dies, she's much more interested in comforting Luke than being sad herself about it.
We had this conversation. I will get to all of these. But we had this conversation where when she comforts Luke, it comes straight after a scene like where she is very clearly in she's in the rebel base. She's very competent there. She's given orders. She's talking about stuff, and she's clearly very used to it. She seems like the kind of person who would be much more used to, okay, yeah, that person died. I have to move on and do my work. I'm involved in the military. This happens. Whereas Luke, this is first day. I think it makes sense that Leia would comfort Luke.
Well, so the reason why I'm bringing this up is because if this show exists now, it makes less sense for this one to not upset her. You know, it makes less sense if he rescued her back when she was a kid, from certain death, or just any number of horrible things happening and saved her life. I think that if he dies, when he dies in A New Hope, it would make it now makes less sense to me that she isn't more upset. You know?
I mean, could she not just be dealing with it well?
I mean, she could, but I'd say that it's also more believable to me that she could deal with it well while also being more sad about it than she is in that story.
Yeah, let's put it this way, Jay. If she said in her greeting originally, you saved my life as a child, and we went on, but she just names the events of this, then when she has her reaction of, are you okay, Luke, sort of thing, I think we would all agree, it's we should probably see her reaction to Ben's death.
I think that would be that would be interesting for her in terms of character of okay, she's more concerned about Luke being okay than she is about taking care of her own grief.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
I would assume that would mean that she is used to losing people in battle and that she's learned to deal with it and get on with it.
One of the only things I actually really like in The Force Awakens is her reaction to Han's death. It's not something she deals with well. She takes a moment.
Right, but they've spent a lifetime together.
I think it would make more sense now, in A New Hope, if they were grieving together rather than what it comes across as, which is that Luke is grieving.
It
and
clearly creates some weird incongruity that you wouldn't expect.
But here's the thing: it's not A New Hope's fault because A New Hope has an explanation.
I just don't agree with this. I think that it's
so bizarre.
It's not incongruent that she doesn't grieve, because
the
characterization that we're getting for her in that scene is showing her as this very focused on what she has got to achieve, and she's got other stuff on her plate.
So what I would say is it's not impossible that she would react that way. I just think it's less likely that she would react in that way compared to also herself being upset.
It's like with Han, that's someone that she
visibly.
spent like years of her life in love with.
And plus-
With Obi-Wan, that's someone that she, you know, formed a bond with once, but hasn't seen for 9 years.
A deeply meaningful person to her life. I don't know that you can just draw that line arbitrarily. Like, oh, well, she cared more about Han.
And what Obi-Wan?
Well, like,
what about Obi-Wan's reaction to going to save her?
I didn't say she didn't care more about Han. I'm saying you're using that as an excuse to say she doesn't seem to give a shit about Obi-Wan.
No, it's not. No, it's not that she doesn't give a shit. It's that she is she's effective at dealing with grief. She's not taking this as a hard hit that's going to have her have to sit down and take a moment. She is much more focused on what she has to achieve.
I can see her being more focused on what she has to achieve compared to Luke, but I would still, if now canonically she got saved by Obi-Wan as a child and then he died on the Death Star, I would expect more of a reaction now than what is in the film.
And if it was some kind of active battle situation, I would give you more credit, but this is when they think everything's chill, so I don't see why she's not grieving.
They're prepping to blow up the
Death Star. No,
Star.
not yet.
No, wait. No, not yet. They're escaping.
That then.
When she first does the grieving with Luke, it's just that they're driving away.
That's after they've left, and then it's like, all right, we're not out of the woods yet, and then that's when the fight happens.
Jay, I don't know. I'm gonna call you insane to think anything other than the fact that this is clearly Luke's loss, and that this character Leia is just trying to be okay with it. Like, oh, it sucks that you've lost this guy who meant a lot to you.
And not only that, but we've been focusing on Leia's reaction. Shut up. No. Kenobi, his reaction to learning about them having to save Leia and everything is also something that has to be taken into consideration as well.
So what I was picturing this whole time, right, while we were talking about Leia cutting Luke, is when they're prepping for the Death Star run, and Luke says something about Obi-Wan, and Leia gives him a kiss on the cheek.
Oh, I was talking about the scene I've got on screen
this whole time.
Wait, what?
I'm not looking at the stream.
I thought we were talking about on the Millennium Falcon.
No, that's what everyone was definitely thinking about except me.
Wait,
I understand now why why this happened.
Wait, are you talking about the scene when he's about to go get prepped, get in his X-wing, and fly off to the Death Star?
Yeah.
Why would we want to focus on that area for mourning Ben Kenobi?
Yeah, that seems like an odd place for it to happen.
Well, I guess. So no, I will come full disclosure here. When we rewatched New Hope the other day, Fringy, I guess I just missed the part where she comforts him on the Millennium Falcon because I'd heard people talking about. People talking about it. I was ready on the lookout for it, taking notes for my video, and I got to the end of the film thinking that the thing that people were referencing was the scene when they're prepping for the Death Star run. I thought that's actually fine. People are wrong to criticize it. For this, and I must have maybe we were talking over it when it happened in the Falcon because I didn't remember it, and I haven't seen the film.
I thought we did, but okay, yeah, maybe not. Nevertheless, I don't. Yeah, I think this show has now created a problem which didn't exist before.
Yeah, because I just thought that they were distant. She knew him, she respected him, but she didn't really feel much for him. But she respects the fact that Luke had a strong connection to him.
Yeah, because she uses his connection with Bail Organa as their instant connection.
But now it doesn't work because the reality is now these two have as much of a strong connection with Obi-Wan.
When Luke is breaking up, as he says, "I can't believe he's gone." That's like the invitation for Leia to join him in that feeling, to be like, he was a great man, or he fucking, me and him go way back. He was an incredible guy.
Yeah.
But instead she says don't blame yourself, sort of thing.
Luke should have said, "I can't believe he's gone" at the end of the first episode of Kenobi.
Oh.
Right.
Also, there is, like I said, the element of when they're on the Death Star, having, if all of this really was canon all along, a lack of Ben realizing that Leia, the person he saved 10 years ago, needs to be rescued here from Darth Vader, again.
It's a bit funny.
That's kind of a thing.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. That's another thing. He doesn't mention at all at any point the reality that this has all happened before but like even in a joking way, like not even necessarily for information, but just yeah, man, this is a fucking deja vu, isn't it? But no reward is worth this.
Don't worry, we should just swim into the Death Star.
All right, here we go.
Anyway,
little Leia, little orphan Leia.
She's precocious.
You think being like him will make people frightened of you, but really, you're...
God, it's fucking scene.
This isn't something, this isn't things 10-year-olds say. Like, it just isn't things that a 10-year-old says.
You're the one who's
It's so,
scared.
I can't believe
You
it.
never made one decision for yourself in your entire life, and you never will.
Yeah, go back to Caladan.
She's all grown up.
You know what that reminds me of, that scene? That reminds me of the scene reminds me of the little girl in Airplane who the entire joke is that she's acting like an adult, and it's really funny.
Yeah, kind of.
The one who likes black men?
Yeah. The little girl who says, I like my man like I like my coffee, black.
I just it's like I'm starting to look back on the show and be like, man, that scene's almost absurd on its own, isn't it? Because there's not much else. There's only what she says to Obi-Wan about the whole by hiding your traits, you're revealing them or whatever. There's that, and then there's this, and they haven't really done more Leia is insightful randomly to people. Though they did have her do the whole engineering thing, so she bypassed the compressor.
She did, because the Skywalkers are like gods, you see.
Oh, that's a great quote. I can't remember where it's from now. But yes.
I can't remember either. I don't know. It's just
Is that something? Oh, I remember. Star Wars Theory. That was offline as well. That we watched that.
Yes, we sort of. Yes. Anyway, moving on.
See, and she doesn't take shit from anybody.
I like some of the writing of her character. That actress is in a different show.
That's all you gotta say.
I was about to say, let him elaborate, and then he said the actress is in a different show, and I'm like, now I'm very confused.
I still don't know what you might try to say.
No, I'm not going to attack the child actor. She's fine, but not for this. She feels like she's on like a Disney Junior show.
Fuller House.
Yeah, something.
You remember the scenes? Do you remember the scenes? Do you remember when Obi-Wan hit her under his trench coat?
That was ridiculous.
It was a little silly looking, huh? A little silly.
Again, that's on another show. That's a kiddie show.
No. Stand in 1977, a stormtrooper bonked his fucking head.
God.
I could tell that the scars haven't quite healed over yet from
some scars never heal.
I was about to say, yeah,
Oh yeah, some scars never heal.
Oh,
that's why they're called scars. And
that's
not,
why they're
like,
called scars,
wounds.
right?
Wow,
Yeah.
they're all just ripping into you, Fringy. I think you should fuck him up, punch him, give him a little punch.
Look, I'm chill. All right, I'm
All
fine.
right.
Just like the Leia chase from the first episode where she's running from Flea.
I'm okay with that, but once again,
in the forest.
Yeah,
that was really bad. That was really badly done.
Yeah, that was not a good setup for the series.
Lowered expectations.
No, it's bad,
so
Rich.
No,
Don't give it a pass because other things are also bad.
I really wish
This
I
is
could
bad.
just be in the room for that moment and be like, yeah, man, I thought Picard was like fun because my expectations have been so lowered by Rise of Skywalker and some other stuff. I just want to see what they'd say.
Discovery,
Yeah, that would be interesting to see.
Yeah,
Maybe
but Star Trek they care about.
Yeah, so that's the thing that I've been hearing from a lot of people, which is that you guys don't understand. They just don't care about Star Wars. I'm just like, but they're still making
they did
arguments.
care at some point, didn't they?
And they do talk about what they liked about the show at some points.
Yeah.
You know, they do care about some of this. It's just, yeah, I don't know. That's unfortunate.
It's so cheap. I'm happy with it.
I don't understand.
So cheap, I'm happy with it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what that really means.
I'm not sure why. Like you're kind of pointing out things that you know suck, but then you're just like, but I'm fine with it.
Pointing
It's
out
really
things you know
odd.
suck.
Well, it's all couched in the kind of like, this is cheap, this is stupid or ridiculous or silly, and it's like, but
because they never say we like it because it's so intimate, because it's smaller scale. That's not what they're saying.
There is a subtext of this show is pretty bad though, kind of like seeping through this entire discussion. But then on top of it, it's like, but I like it though, or but no, I think that works though. But it's all like, it's seeping from all of the orifices. Like, it's bad though. It's just getting out.
I think it's
kind
just
of like trying to shove it back in.
They don't like the
no.
statement in isolation. They want to add caveats like, yeah, but that's good though.
Yeah, and it feels that way.
I know, and that's what's so great about it. It's so cheap. I'm happy with it. You know what I mean? In a weird way.
No, I don't.
Where it's like
it's freeing.
It's freeing because I don't care. So it's like
so that has nothing to do with the show, though.
No,
that has nothing to do with the show.
So yeah, you're right. That's him, not the show.
You don't care. That's totally fine if you don't care. But if you do care, then how does that affect how you feel about the show?
It's like, if it's kind of funny, that's fine. Because I'm not like...
like, what has happened here?
Like, I don't know.
If the show's kind of funny and cheap, it's fine. It's just like, oh no.
I'm not like angry that it's not, I think some people maybe would want this to be like the quality of a feature film. And it looks like it's not.
No, just the quality of something of good quality.
Yeah, because they're bad feature films.
Yeah.
You know what? The quality of, like, I don't know, in terms of production of some Mando episodes.
Oh, you know what? We should say to that when he says they want the quality of a feature film. We're like, yeah, like Rise of Skywalker. I'm looking for that sort of content quality.
Yes. Pedigree of the Rise of Skywalker.
Everyone knows.
Everybody's favorite
show.
Yeah,
it's like that's fine. At this point, it doesn't matter anymore.
It looks like an expensive
People
TV
think
show
it
that
does.
cut corners wherever it could.
Well,
that's probably the best summary I've heard, actually. An expensive TV show that cut corners whenever it could.
Kind of, yeah. Because you never don't
corners.
see the quality, but you also see where the cheapness is.
Try and be a motion picture. They spent all their money on the obelisk. They cheaped out on the laser gate across the road.
Oh, yeah.
That Obi-Wan and Leia didn't, because they didn't just walk around it.
Yeah, that's pretty bad, eh?
And see, like, so for this one moment, it's like, guys, there's like 1,000 of these examples in these episodes. I'd love to listen to you laugh at how stupid loads of it is, but I don't know why.
I mean,
why is this
again,
one worth mentioning, but the others aren't?
Exactly. Remember, this is the scene where he takes an innocent person as a meat shield so that the stormtroopers don't hit him, and the meat shield dies instead of him. This is the scene where he does that, and they just
The meat shield dies?
I thought he.
No, so I'm saying the purpose of the meat shield is so that
he's saying the purpose.
Yeah, they die instead of Kenobi when he takes him hostage. Essentially, this innocent person.
No, Rags. He liked the Empire, so he's a fascism.
Okay.
Makes you wonder what this place was before.
Pressing the buttons.
Like Obi-Wan could have just, he could have just like stepped over it if he really wanted to.
And they get in the back and they're riding along with stormtroopers. I loved it.
It's very like
you loved it. How stupid the stormtroopers were.
Can't we talk about the dialogue? That's like
Kenobi literally calls Leia, and the stormtroopers are like, "What did you say, person who looks like Kenobi?" Oh, I just been my wife with Leia. Sometimes I just could say the wrong things, and I'm not a Jedi.
So much of this conversation has been seen. I liked it. Seen. I liked it. It was cheap, but I liked it. Thing. Yeah, I liked it. There's not much substantiating of any of these points. It's kind of like you explain what it is, and in a way you explain things that are wrong with it, but then you follow it up with, but I like it. And so there's not much to latch on to here.
allusions to World War II.
Yes. Well, that's what Star Wars
they got the flag on the back of the truck.
Right.
I'm glad that's what you had the commentary on in that whole scene.
It's weird for us because we're just like, hey, what about the writing though? Because like we talk about it all the time. It's just like, I don't know.
Guilty pleasure. Like it's not good, but I love it.
It's not guilty. It's just a pleasure, but it's not.
This show is guilty
super
of
amazing.
Sucking.
It's not super amazing is one way to put it, yeah.
We've ruled out super amazing. All right, that's good.
All right, okay. We can temper our expectations.
Okay part, I think.
I like someone said, this isn't a serious in-depth critique, guys. So what I said was I hope they talk about the writing. Just the writing in the story that they're addressing right now. I was hoping that would happen.
Because they normally do that most of the times.
That's what I love about him. So
yeah, it's super interesting to listen to. But here's just like this whole. It's like those three different weird perspectives. Like Mike is good doing like, oh, this is like a guilty pleasure, and I think it's bad, but I kind of like it. And then
Rich
Jay
is like,
just
it ain't
says-
bad.
Yeah, Rich is like, oh, it ain't bad. It's super okay. I think we're gonna hear here in a second. And yeah, and Jay is thinking like, oh, it looks cheap, and I don't think he likes it at all. Is what I feel like. I
He
don't know.
seems reserved in this.
Yeah.
He's
So
yeah.
this is a total tangent. So if you have a point you want to make
Oh,
about
that's
this observation,
fine.
go for it. This is pretty cool. Nintendo has announced, or it was announced at LegoCon, which I didn't even know existed. Apparently, like a Lego Mario sets. They've now added Shy Guy, Hammer Bros, Nabbit. That's really cool. I might get a Shy Guy little Lego set.
Okay,
Put
when
it
can
up
I
on my
buy their
shelf.
old games again?
I want a Lego Shy
Sorry, he
Guy.
couldn't help
alright?
himself.
I want a Lego
You know,
Shy
when
Guy.
you bring
that
up a
really-
tangent topic, the idea is that at least one other person cares.
I figured that was something worth sharing with the world. That there's Shy Guy Lego sets. I think there's a lot of people in chat who would be like, "Yeah, Shy Guy Lego sets."
What the fuck
Unironically,
is Shy Guy?
There's definitely a lot of
Jay.
people in chat who are going, yes, Shy Guy Lego sets.
You don't know who Shy Guy is?
You already
Really?
knew that Jay did not know what a Shy Guy was. Come on.
Jay probably
that's right,
knows.
'cause Jay doesn't,
They just doesn't.
that's right. Jay told me the other
No,
day.
I
hasn't
think Jay
played
probably
many Mario
knows.
Shy
games.
He
Guy.
just doesn't know that
So,
the character's
This is
called
Shy
that.
Guy. Shy Guy is wonderful. He is joy and love and life.
I think I saw a tweet or something
Where is he from?
the other day.
Jesus
He's,
Christ, Jay! I tried to help you.
Okay.
He's from Mario.
Oh, that game that we discussed the other day off.
No, I know
offline,
that you haven't
that
you
I've
haven't
never
played
or
any.
had any experience with.
Now I
surprised.
want to float this because we talked about this because I was genuinely baffled that Jay had not played any like Mario games, or at least like
You
any
hadn't?
mainline Mario. So this is kind of, do you think that there is any game in the world
That Jay's
that
played.
it would be more surprising that you hadn't played at least one game for?
I have played one Mario game.
Well, but you haven't played
I
any
have-
of the mainline Mario games, I
No,
think
I
is what
haven't.
you said. Yes, you
I
haven't
have
played.
I have
Super
played
Mario
Mario and
Bros.
Sonic at the Olympic
Oh
Games.
my god.
Fuck off.
So
Would
it's
make
a
me want to
Mario
piss on the
fan.
moon.
Just to be clear, chat. That's also my only Sonic game.
Well,
Man,
I've only played one Sonic game.
That's funny, actually.
The
well.
original.
I would say that I would think that if somebody told me they hadn't played any Sonic games, it'd be like, and this was somebody who's actually played a decent amount of video games, I'd be a little bit surprised.
I think
I
it's
do-
understandable considering their reputation a lot of the times for more newish games in particular.
And it was the same with because one of the ones that I brought up to Jay, I think you counted with like Call of Duty, but I wouldn't be surprised if I met somebody who never played Call of Duty.
I didn't say that like that would definitely be more surprising.
I think the games. Well, Fringy, would this count? What about the old like the old Atari arcade games? Would those count as like a sort of set? Right, the Pongs and
Never
Pac-Man.
played Tetris.
Yeah,
Have
my
you
God, I
ever
was
played
about to
Tetris?
ask that.
No, I've played Tetris a lot.
thank God.
Oh,
I
okay.
figured. Well, so I think it's because the reason why I can accept that somebody wouldn't have played Call of Duty even though it sold like 200 million copies is because if you don't like first-person shooters, I can
Yeah, you're
understand
probably
not
just not going to play them.
shooters or military games or violent games, but like Mario is so universal.
I might gun
I
for
like
in
shooters, and I've
can
never
we
played
count-
Call of Duty.
Can we count chess?
I think chess counts. If you haven't played chess, I would be surprised. Like
That
my
might be my number
one.
one because that applies to
Well,
so many
I mean,
generations.
Okay,
as
so
well.
like at this point though, we're talking about different like a different standard to what I've done with Mario, because I have played like some mainline Mario games. I've just never owned a copy. Like I've been to like friends' houses and we've played some like whatever Mario game. Like I've played a lot of Mario Kart at like other people's homes.
What about Legend of
and just, like, out and
Zelda?
about. I played this is, you know what, this is just gonna be this answer is gonna be just as fun. The only Legend of Zelda game I have played is Twilight Princess.
So I think that Zelda is a much more acceptable one that people haven't played. That doesn't surprise me at all.
Acceptable.
Well, yeah, a little bit. I think Mario is one of those like cultural. It's so significant that it's genuinely a surprise. Oh,
I guess like
no.
So to explain why I've never played it is just because like externally I don't get much like appeal from the aesthetic, right? Just from the outside looking in. There's not really much that's like, oh, that seems super cool. I'd love to like explore that world or experience that. So I don't really get that from Mario.
Here's the thing. I don't know if it's because I'm so used to Mario and all of its characters, but to me it is like entirely cohesive, even though I know that it's a lot of disparate elements coming together. Like
this was the conversation we were having yesterday, but like I don't even mean like just in terms of cohesion. Just like I don't really.
You never had the one you had yesterday.
Sorry, because someone said Zelda is almost as popular. Hasn't Mario sold like 500 million copies? When I look up the best-selling games of all time, am I going to see Zelda having sold as many copies as that? Sorry,
I have absolutely no clue.
I'm pretty sure that Mario is like far and away the best-selling video game series, like not even close.
I would assume
more than
so.
Minecraft.
Yeah, so Mario is number one. The total sales for the Mario franchise, including all of the spin-offs, is 760 million copies. Let's scroll down the list. Where is Legend of Zelda? Legend of Zelda, 126. So it's a very successful game, but like it ain't even close to like how many copies Mario has sold.
Yeah, but I feel like most people who owned like a NES, SNES, they probably owned a Mario game at some point.
Yeah. No way it's sold better than Minecraft. I'm pretty sure is the best-selling individual. Yeah, Minecraft is the best-selling individual video game of all time. 238 million.
The other reason I've never really played Mario stuff is I've never owned a Nintendo console except a Wii.
That wasn't fake typing. That was real typing. I'm looking at the Wikipedia right now for the list of best-selling video.
Oh, let me look that up right now.
I don't understand why your typing still comes through on Discord. Hang on, let me just jam the fuck out of my keys real quick.
Yeah, nothing.
I was just hitting them so hard.
I have been curious for a while where Fringy places his microphone because a lot of weird sounds manage to get through where other people's don't.
What, like the scroll?
A lot of weird sounds come through Jay's.
Yeah, like to get a mouse scroll wheel sound coming out is gotta be tough.
So my microphone is hovering above it's above my keyboard and my mouse, so that might explain it.
I've now pointed my microphone at my keyboard, and there's like it's like an inch away, and I'm gonna just jam all of the keys.
Awesome, please do.
Fringy has no mic technique. Oh yeah, you can hear me clipping my nails occasionally. They're clipped ahead of time, so you don't have to worry for a little while.
You pre-clipped your nails
why that
before.
Stuff comes through.
I didn't pre-cut it. I don't know.
Close.
Maybe the noise filter is too low or something. I don't know. But anyway, back to Shy Guy. So like,
back to Kenobi. Oh, Shy Guy, of course, yes,
of course.
I think I would be surprised if someone hasn't played Pokemon as well. I think that
Pokemon was going to be my first kind of guess, but then I was like, I don't know, like maybe.
I think Grand Theft Auto is another one. Oh no! Wait, what do you? What do you ask?
What?
I've not played Pokemon.
That's surprising.
It's never really appealed to me.
What does appeal to you?
To be so what I would say.
Oh,
they made one for that. It's called Pokemon Go.
To be fair, I have played that one.
You played it at
your light again.
I just didn't mention it because I thought that would make things worse.
Loads of Zoomers these days that have never owned a Nintendo console. Isn't Nintendo Switch sold like 100 million units? Nintendo Switch is like a hugely successful.
Yeah, like so.
It's not really a counter.
The Switch is the only console from Nintendo that I've ever really been tempted to buy for myself, and I'm not that like. I'm not that tempted with a console at the moment.
You're right, Rags. It's not a direct counter. I guess it's just that when someone says a lot of people haven't owned a Nintendo console, it's like, I mean, more so than like an Xbox, at least. Like, those Nintendo consoles typically sell better than like Xboxes, and I feel
definitely
like
so well. Yeah.
Like a lot of people, you know what I mean? I guess
a lot of the things we've been saying are Nintendo products, whether they're Zelda, Mario, that kind of thing.
Well, it's just
I think it's because when I think about it, it's that the longevity of the appeal. So you think about Pokemon, and that's like a game you grow up with, and it persists to this day. Mario's a game you grow up with, and it predates some of y'all, and it's still around. So the period of time it has to exist, and it's so extensive that you're like, it's always there. It's not like, there's only a couple of these games and a couple of these games, and they were on specific consoles. Like, there's always a way to play a Mario game or a Pokemon game, like, or an arcade game. There's just always a way to play them.
I think that's
so like.
Go for it.
My equivalent for these games, for like what the place that they hold in most people's lives, I'm pretty sure my equivalent is going to be Jack and Daxter, right? Which is not as long-lived as a series. There are 4 installments that count.
Here's the thing, though, because those games, like Ratchet and Clank, Crash Bandicoot, and the like, they're really important to me as well. But I still played Mario a lot.
I just never did really like the Nintendo thing.
I guess that's because it's because Nintendo is so synonymous with video games. Like a lot of people would still think of video games like, oh yeah, you're playing on your Nintendo. Not as many as like 20 years ago, but like that's your Nintendo. Or when you think of video games, you think of Mario more so than you would think of a lot of other characters. I guess it's just that awareness of like the series makes it surprising to me that anybody wouldn't have played it. Like you would imagine that even somebody who doesn't play video games at all, like ever, and only plays games on their phone might have at least played like Mario Kart,
So this is reminding me of a copy pasta, actually. Hang on. Like I feel like I'm living this copy pasta.
I was just gonna say, it's funny that both times you've tried to start a topic about Shy Guy, it hasn't happened.
Yeah, I was waiting for Shy Guy too.
Well, I the reason why I said back to Shy Guy is because I thought it would be amusing, but I wanted to talk about Jay
very
played Mario. I mean,
I'm finding this copy pasta real quick. Give me.
This was not it wasn't a vehicle to interrogate Jay. I genuinely think that these Lego
just
Shy Guys
naturally.
It's I like that you can have a little Hammer Bro, like you got Shy Guy, Hammer Bro. I guess you can have Nabbit if you like a little thief rabbit. There's a Toad here as well. It's cool. It's exciting times.
Nabbit?
Nabbit is like I think he got introduced in the Wii U one. He's like a little rabbit that wears one of those. He wears like, what's it called? The little, like when you put the little handkerchief thing on your face as like a mask.
Bandana?
Oh, well, yeah, like he wears a little bandana, and he's a little rabbit who steals things.
I do not recognize his character, so this is from after, yeah.
It's newer, I think, yeah.
Yeah, he must be. I don't recognize his character.
So this is the thing that I feel like I'm living. It's coming. It should be here by now.
Stop coming.
One of my favorite Mario characters was always Hill.
Oh, was he Mario 64? Okay.
Is it normal that I don't want to watch Pirates of the Caribbean? I've never seen Pirates of the Caribbean. Seriously, I'm the only person I know who's never seen it. At college, one of my classmates refused to believe me when I told him I'd never seen it. That was 10 years ago. Honestly, it doesn't look like a movie I'd be interested in watching. And I've been deliberately reading the negative reviews about it on IMDb rather than the positive ones. So yeah, I don't really want to watch it.
All right.
Really had to get that off his chest.
I would just go as far as say, like, why do you feel it would be abnormal to not want to see a film? And then whatever his requirements are, I'd be like, this probably applies, like, to the requirements for not being normal. I think I'd just say, this is a good movie. Go watch it.
Whoa, yeah, Pirates of the Caribbean 1, super cool.
Was that it for Shy Guy, or was there more?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll probably be grabbing the little Lego Shy Guy.
I saw a post about Shy Guy where someone says, "Man, how comes they never changed his looks ever?" And someone just said, "It's because Shy Guy is perfect."
He is perfect. He doesn't need any further revisions. They nailed it. They got it right the first time around.
That's true.
The best part is his voice. is perfectly suited to the character as well. It's just mwah, beautiful. Like you nailed it. You did a great job.
Not guilty. It's just a pleasure, but it's not super amazing. It's
unlike Shy Guy.
It's super
yes.
okay, but it's like super okay, not just okay.
No.
So the problem with saying it's super okay is like saying it's a super 5 out of 10, where you're like...
Super 5
If you could just help me out, what's the
5+.
difference between a 5 out of 10 and a super 5 out of 10?
It's like a 5.2.
Is that what it means? Or does it mean it's firmly in the okay camp? There's no way it's moving out of it.
Yeah. I can't figure out which of those he means either.
Yeah, I don't know.
I know, it kind of fucks with your head a little.
Obi-Wan Kenobi, it's super okay.
It's weird to see Ewan McGregor back as Obi-Wan. It's weird to see him like fighting like original trilogy stormtroopers. It's like
This is the bridge.
Shouldn't these be like very bad-looking CGI clone troopers?
Stop it!
Shouldn't this all look like a terrible green screen?
He's in a troopers did look bad.
They do, but I guess I'm just like, why is everything getting compared to like? Because he's saying he's fighting stormtroopers now rather than the CGI clones. It's like what? It's just kind of a weird comment.
I mean, a lot of it just gets compared back to the prequels, and it's a weird baseline to take compared to literally anything else. I don't know. Can't we just judge it for how good it is? But yeah.
Real set, and I'm like,
See, that's why to me it's weird that he's on it just because he's Ewan McGregor and he's like a big actor, and this show is so sort of like cheap and funky.
What?
It's so weird to say this when it's 25 mil an episode, and it's like the height of a tentpole launch from Disney. Like it being like, what's this big name actor doing in here? And it's like we've been in the era of shoving big name actors into TV shows for ages, even smaller TV shows.
Big name actor doing in a Star Wars multi-million-dollar television show?
It seems so strange to say. I don't get it.
Especially when we know that he's expressed desire for a long time to play the role again.
Yeah.
Right, that it feels like...
and don't get me wrong, yeah, it is trash. Like, it looks like trash all the time too, but like it shouldn't, but it does, considering all of its, resources.
Oh, it feels like this should be like a cheaper actor. This is the new Obi-Wan, but they actually got Ewan McGregor.
Oh, this is the new Kenobi, so why not?
It sounds like he's saying Ewan's too good for this, which...
yeah,
maybe, yeah.
yeah. I think we agree for different reasons, maybe.
Amazing futuristic city they're walking around in, and then they got a gunfight in a roof where he's like hiding behind like a bucket.
Yeah.
Some shit, by the way.
That shootout was borderline comical.
Reva starts doing parkour, but it's
also pretty cringy.
I agree, but like it's weird to agree with some of these workings, but not the conclusion,
Yeah.
slow
like when you get a
and
math
awkward.
problem correct, but the way that you just guessed, or something like that.
Different. Like the working is correct, but then the answer is wrong.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's the reverse of what we usually get. It's we both agree 2 plus 2. Well, 2 is 1 plus 1, but we didn't agree on 2 plus 2 is 4 for some reason.
But it's super okay, and I'm fine with it.
No, it's not.
That was
super
my
okay,
any of the action is so slow and awkward. That's my least favorite stuff on the show.
No, I prefer slow and awkward action.
But why?
Why?
So-
and
So
do you
confused.
know? Do you?
If we can, if we just take a second, right? You have the void in your brain, and then you put one item in, slow and awkward, and it's like, ain't that not something we want? And then someone goes, yeah, but look over there at the other side of the void, and you turn your head, and there's super fast, super excessive, and everyone hates it. It's way better than that, though, isn't it? It's like, well, I wasn't talking about that.
These are the only two options.
Yeah, like why? Because I have a feeling that's where we're going, right? But I'm just sitting there like, no, can we just talk about how slow and trash and awkward it is in this?
Are they gonna say like, yeah, look at this fight in the prequels, it's so fast and that's bad? Like, I don't want to see another just again talking about prequels of shit, and then
Yeah,
Obi-Wan
I wonder.
Kenobi. Really, why is that always the comparison? Why can it never be compared to like why can't it be compared to A New Hope or Empire or even Return of the Jedi? Why is the
Because then we'd have to. Because then this show would be really, really shit.
For some, like if someone said slow and awkward and they categorize a lot of the fights in the Kenobi show, and then Mike says, yeah, but I like slow and awkward, and he thinks to himself like Empire in Bespin fight or something, I'd be like, whoa, not awkward, not awkward, not awkward. Happy to call it intimate and even slow to an extent, but this is the key difference. Jay is trying to criticize these fights, And it's like, no, I prefer slow and awkward. And it's like, no, we're not talking about a false dichotomy. Stop.
I don't know.
Rather than the over-the-top shit. Well,
over the top.
I prefer this stuff, like especially in that second episode. They're
over the top, like a moon-sized space station that can destroy entire planets. Like
they're
that
obviously
top,
talking
or...
about Mustafar again.
I know, but it's like it's over the top. Is because I just don't.
What about the fight with Darth Maul then?
I think they think that's excessive too.
I wasn't over the top. That was through the middle.
I think that in his videos on the Phantom Menace, he says like the reason why that fight fails is because there's just nothing really to be caring about character-wise. Is how he feels about it.
Okay, but I mean that would be different to like any sort of thing.
Yeah. That's because about characters, not its speed or its awkwardness.
Yeah, and to be fair, I don't think I agree entirely. I think there's enough to care in that fight about the livelihood of the two Jedi, as well as if you really want to dig, the fate of Anakin being trained by Qui-Gon is at risk.
A duel of the fates, right? But then also, I mean, the much simpler one, when Qui-Gon gets killed, like, of course, Obi-Wan jumping into the fight, it's like, okay, now we've ratcheted it up a little bit in terms of... It's very fine character stuff, but it's really fine fight.
Yeah, the fight is very neat. The setting is neat. The music is fantastic.
Does anybody really disagree that like the little 10 seconds when the shield like opens and then Obi-Wan charges in and fights Darth Maul, that might be like the single coolest sequence like of lightsaber fight
of the whole fight
of the whole series?
I would happily put it in the running for coolest.
Yeah, that was really cool. It's cool. Like, I don't, it's
yeah.
The one when he charges in and then they do the very quick like strikes.
I could hear the sound of the lightsabers in my head without even having to think about it.
Yeah, that's like it's really cool.
Kind of bounce off of each other. Yeah,
like around, like,
it's great.
I guess look, all right, Prequels have got a lot of problems. Okay.
but they do some things good. There are some good things in there. There really are.
It's just in the face of like this show, it's a little bit a show that just is dealing so much damage to the world and the characters. Like
this show is definitely infectious. This is a show that needs a lot of quarantine. It's like the sequels. They need to be quarantined so that they don't infect things around them. Temporal infection, like the things that were made before, it rubs off and damages characters that way. It's no good. It's no good.
I prefer this stuff, like especially in that second episode, they're like going around like the alleys and it's very kind of like grimy. Like I like that stuff. Like I wouldn't need any action. I think
Dexter Jettster was grimy, but you don't like him.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, I think I agree with the sentiment, but that's not at all what was being discussed at first there, and then it turned into something else entirely.
It keeps shifting so much. Like, they can't stay on a core point for too long. It keeps just jumping around.
That stuff.
It's very freeform, but without a lot of... it needs...
It's what it is, really.
Yeah.
It's.
But so is this. Well, I guess we're following a video, but... I mean, the whole Shy Guy thing.
Well, again, to compare, because I know some people will be like, wow, you're judging them for having a casual conversation. It's like, no. So what we're talking about is like, if we're all sitting at that table at McDonald's, and then I go, man, my food isn't very hot when it just delivers, and then Rags goes, well, yeah, but it's, big portions are great. As if to imply a bigger portion means it would have to be cold. And then Frankie says, like, I've never liked big portions in KFC. And then it's like, wait, what does that have to do with...
And then Jay says, I like it when food is cheap and awkward.
Exactly, and it's just like the four of us really aren't listening to each other. Like we're all just sort of talking about our own subjects.
And waiting for it's almost like nobody is holding down the conversation. They'll let it shift to something else without going, wait, no, like no, you don't.
The topic is a leaf in the wind.
A
little bit.
I think she's done. I was looking at IMDb, and she's only listed as being in 2 episodes. So I think she's out of the show.
Spoiler alert.
She's in 3. She's in 3. Yeah. Well, whatever. Doesn't matter.
Episode 5. Yeah.
Oh, chat, you're gonna love her role in episode 5. It's very heartfelt.
So good.
Very good.
She's a real hero.
Oh.
That's weird. Yeah. They could only afford her for a couple days of the shoot. I don't know.
I'm sure they could afford her for the whole series.
I'm sure they could afford this actress. If
I think a lot of
they've got Ewan McGregor money.
I think a lot of them, the actors involved, fucking want to be here. The Star Wars name, until they become disenfranchised, is something to pull actors in with.
Oh, absolutely. If you say, if
Look
I'm
at
an
Oscar
aspiring
Isaac.
actor and Disney
Oscar
calls
Isaac
me...
only got disenfranchised after having
But that's what I'm saying, like, he fought to stay into the franchise, and then he fucking left, swinging the door back and forth as he fucking ran out of there.
Become Moon Knight.
Become Moon Knight, and that was a great choice.
I mean, it certainly showed off his acting chops.
Well, yeah, it did.
Yeah, the best part about that show. Thank God he was in that show, or we'd be miserable.
He was definitely the best part of that show.
Yeah,
easily.
A couple days of the shoot, I don't know. She's one of the best performances on the show.
She's good. That scene when she has to
Sure.
well, there's a couple scenes when she's like, oh shit, I gotta like.
Is there a problem?
Up my spy game here.
To be fair, he's talking about the acting alone. She's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
He's not talking about the writing, which was dumb as fuck.
Of course, they don't talk about the writing.
She was in Luther. That's right.
She was in Game of
Where's
Thrones, which a lot of people are not fond of
Luther
remembering. She was one of the
was
worst
she the
characters in
wizard
Game
lady?
of Thrones. In what?
In Game of Thrones, I imagine she might be a wizard lady, but in Luther, she's not a wizard lady.
Okay.
No, she's not a wizard lady in Game of Thrones. She's just a normal lady, but she does something in that show that pisses fans off indefinitely as a character. But eventually she dies, so it's all good.
Yay.
Luther I like
a documentary about the Protestant Reformation.
No, it's not about the Lutheran. It's Luther. It's Idris Elba detective.
I don't think I've heard of this show.
Is
it good?
I like it, but I haven't seen it in a long time. I like the first season a lot. The other ones are a bit hazier.
Yeah, it was an attempt to launch Lex without connecting him to Superman, basically.
No! You mixing him up.
I think it was a pretty good attempt. It was Bryan Cranston. It was why everyone wants him to be fan cast. Go watch Luther, everybody.
Okay.
You may get surprised at what you end up with, but considering the descriptions here today, but that's okay.
The snotty security guards, like.
The snotty? He's not snotty. He's doing his job. He's a security guard on a secure fortress for the military.
Dude, I think it's a classic example of a vibe that is given, but when you look at the scene literally, he is doing his job and he's doing it well, and everyone chastises him for it. The audience and the character included. It's so weird. It's like, you have just tried to pass a security gate. You don't have the clearance to get in. She's like, fuck you. He's like, alright then. Off you go, higher ranking classified person. Man, imagine he had said, like, let's just clarify your classification verification with my superior or something like that.
And she's
like that's. I feel like that's what he would say. Just like, let me get my superior to deal with this. I suppose. Like.
Yeah. And then when they come down, they're like, we have no classified personnel entering the base today. So where are you coming from, or what is your verification number? You know.
There's a lot of problems with that scene. Kind of rewatching it, there's a lot of things like first off, someone comes in, you let him in, okay, already a problem. But also the fact that the security guard should say after the fact, like, hey, I just let someone in. They tried to pull rank and everything on me. Just so you know that they're here. You might want to keep an eye on them. I'm just letting you know that they've arrived. Doesn't do that. And also, she says, I'm going to tell the Grand Inquisitor if you don't let me in. It's like, he's dead.
Well,
why would you say that?
I guess he's not dead, right?
Well, that's the thing, but it was a surprise to Reva.
True. I guess so. That would mean that nobody on this base has yet been told the Grand Inquisitor's dead.
Which is weird because this is the Grand Inquisitor's base.
Well, yeah, it's the Inquisitor base. You're right. I got nothing.
That's a good point.
You're
really weird that she'd be like, I will tell the Grand Inquisitor. Like,
that's what I mean. There's opportunities to have some cool writing flourishes put in, but instead it's just a series of embarrassments, and we're all just like, eh. And then we have people being like, well, no, the scene was neat because it was tension filled and it was good acting. Right. Okay.
She thought she could just walk in the front door.
Yeah, which is weird considering she should be so familiar with how everything works here. Or maybe she shouldn't
also
be.
that they let her land at all. There's a lot of weird things about her entire entrance plan. It's just lazy writing all over. top to bottom.
Okay, mister, I'm a, you know, and she's supposed to pull rank, and but then that guy says, come on into my office, you don't belong at this station. And it's like this big room, and then she's like, she goes into a room, and then they cut this like body, and he's like...
He's having difficulty remembering the scene, clearly.
No, but I was about to ask, that wasn't a room, right?
He's going to get there.
He's ramping up to say that this is pretty stupid, though, how nobody heard that.
That's the thing I find interesting about this part, is that we're taking a decent chunk of time to explain how dumb a thing is in the writing. Okay?
Yep.
Storytelling. And I wish they would do that more in this discussion, but they don't really.
Like hidden behind a box in clear view of everyone else. And she's like, I had a problem, but I took care of it. And then there's like people just like working and people coming and going, but she beat him up and then dragged him back.
You're going to see our reaction to that tomorrow.
Into the room that she's currently in with other people, or beat him up in the room and the people sitting at the consoles 10 feet away didn't hear anything. It was really weird. It was really weird.
Obi-Wan,
Pretty
years
bad.
ago.
You could just say it's bad.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it spits in the face of
you getting there, but...
continuity in any way.
Help my father.
Yeah.
Blah, blah.
Served my father in the Clone Wars.
She talks about it as if she does not know him, has never met him. But
Ooh, okay, we'll have to see what's happening here. I don't know.
Oh my goodness gracious.
now, I guess they went on a little adventure together.
I've seen...
But again, none of it matters anymore.
On the internet, I've seen Star Wars nerds scramble to make sense of that.
Okay.
And I've seen some conversations where they say Princess Leia in 1977 intentionally made it seem like she didn't know who Obi-Wan was or didn't have a close affiliation with him in case the message happened to get intercepted by the Empire.
She talks about the Rebel Alliance and her father's involvement in it. I don't think it makes any difference at all.
It doesn't work anymore because now it's known that Leia has a connection with Obi-Wan because of this adventure.
Well, no, let's ignore all of that. I'm going to use only references from that exact scene. She describes the Rebel Alliance, the help for Bail Organa. Okay, yeah. It wouldn't matter how friendly she is with Obi-Wan. He's a connection to it that's official, that's required to support the Rebel Alliance. They're done. It's over. Like, the idea that if the Empire captured this message, that they wouldn't want to know that... If she went like, my friend, Obi-Wan, help me, that's not going to change anything in terms of their approach.
It's Obi-Wan is her only hope at this point. This is a last-ditch effort.
That is what I would call an attempt to cope, and it did not work. And don't worry, that's not Mike's argument. He's saying he read it online.
He read it, yeah.
Talking to him in a way where you would think that she's never met him
Like you're
before.
calling your great uncle that you've never met.
Yeah.
Your great uncle knew your father years ago.
I'll have to rewatch this. This doesn't sound like enough of a discrepancy to get bent out of shape over.
Well, no, it doesn't. It's not.
I mean, it's a little bit fucking annoying because it changes the nature of the relationship between two main characters in that film. I don't know. A little bit annoying.
It's not worth getting bent out of shape over. I don't agree with that. These are important characters, and this is an important relationship if this show exists in canon, and it's true.
I feel like one could make that argument in response to a lot of the things they've already said. Like, when he says, like, he's beating up that god too close to some other gods, I'd be like, it's not enough to get bent out of shape over. They just didn't hear it.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine.
It's not worth getting bent out of shape because when they're in Mustafar, they did the spinning with the lightsabers behind their backs.
Or a backflip.
It's not worth getting bent out of shape that they fought on the floating thing in the lava while swinging from the things. It's not worth getting bent up.
This is just discussing people's emotional responses, though. They agree that it's an issue. They're just like, yeah, but don't get mad about it.
I don't get that impression. I think he's talking... He described it as enough of a discrepancy. Like, he's saying your emotional reaction should be congruent with the amount of a discrepancy it represents, which is a lot of one, as far as I'm concerned. It's not minor. I just, we may disagree, like, he and I might disagree on how much of a significant breach it is, I guess. That was kind of my point with the other examples. I think I could easily argue that the ones they brought up so far are minor discrepancies that they shouldn't even be mentioning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you don't know where the line is.
And this is the thing,
There doesn't seem to be any level of consistency here.
I like to entertain the conversations about whatever you want to talk about in terms of the commentary on this, and that's why I love listening to them talk about the Picard show. It's fun as fuck to hear them talk about, like, did you see that one of the aliens didn't have, like, the 3 belt buckles when that represents the, like, amount of time in war when he's been in war for way longer? Something like that. I think it's fine. Talk about whatever you want.
I don't care.
But it's one of those things where it's like, this show existing is just like, now it's a thing that is introduced that doesn't quite line up with the original movies. But again, this is
he's fighting so hard to like make sure that these points get brought up.
Yeah.
He's also, you can tell he's being a little careful. He doesn't want to come across as the one that really cares.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
Because that was what I was about to say. Is I get the impression that he just cares more about this at this point.
Doesn't matter anymore. This is what Star Wars is now.
Can't you say that about the entire franchise, though? I mean,
nah,
there's no point.
Come on.
No, not
okay,
the entire franchise.
We've got to hear that quote in totality so everyone can appreciate it.
But again, this is cheap junk and it doesn't matter anymore. This is what Star Wars is now.
Can't you say that about the entire franchise, though? I mean, there's no point for any of it. They told their story.
What? There's no point for any of it.
Nope. Pardon me.
I mean, at that point, why talk about any of it? Anything? I don't understand.
Why talk about anything? Yeah, why talk about Star Trek?
It's Star Trek now. Doesn't matter.
And so, yeah, I'm just surprised you'd roll that out as an argument. I'd just be like, why would you want to pull that card? That's the card. Like, everyone can pull this card whenever they want, but everyone else just looks at you weird. Like, oh, thanks, bro, for introducing that element. It's like, how much does this show matter, really? And it's like, I don't know, man. How much do your fucking shoelaces matter?
Well, I mean, you're talking about it. You made a video about it, so it was worth enough to talk about it. If you're gonna make a video talking about a subject, you might as well like entertain these discussions.
I figure that's what they're there to do. So, you know.
Well, that's the point of the show. Yeah.
They're not wrong. I mean, technically, sure, but I don't know why any of us talk about anything, really.
I just noticed that your edit is titled "But Why."
I was waiting for someone to pick that up.
You just can't die. You gotta keep making Star Wars.
Everybody's free.
But it could be good, though. What about that?
Could be good.
I feel
This
good.
is a really cool universe. It's worth always remembering that. There's a reason why people want more Star Wars. It's a really cool world.
Is it an amber for future use?
Well, if you think about it, like when Obi-Wan and Darth Vader meet on the Death Star in A New Hope, it's sort of just like
oh, they met again.
He's like,
yeah.
I was once the learner, but now I am the master.
Even more so than the last time we fought 10 years ago.
Exactly.
Yeah, so yeah, it's been awkward, isn't it? But that's okay. Don't worry about it.
It's
Yeah.
they're going to shoot on something in.
Well,
I
that's right.
assume they're going to shoot on something in where Vader. Like,
He's gonna
like,
lose.
it was
Yeah.
a meme before the show started, but I think they're actually going to have a line in it like, "You see, Vader, I beat you, so you still have much to learn, and I am the master."
Oh god, could you imagine if he says something like, "You're still not a Jedi Master," or something like to reference?
You know what would actually be better than that would be if he had a gun with an adamantium bullet and he shot Darth Vader in the head. And so when he woke up, he had no memories of any of this.
I wanna know, Jay, Mel, and Rags. Do all three of you know what Friggy's referencing there?
I'm sorry, I had to step out for a moment, and I just got back. What was the reference?
Well, before you repeat it, Mel and Jay, did you know?
The adamantium bullet?
Adamantium bullet shot in the head, so when he gets up, he doesn't remember anything.
For some reason,
I was gonna say, I had a feeling, Fring, that me and you were the only ones who would even know what that is.
What Metal? I want you to conclude that thought.
I was really thinking of Batwoman for some reason.
Oh,
definitely not Batwoman.
Okay, so it's just
because
you should know this.
Because it destroys the
I would have thought everyone would know this because it was such a fucking meme of a film, but that's okay.
I feel like I do know. Is this like X-Men Origins Wolverine or something?
Yes.
Or he gets shot in the head with the adamantium
bullet. Oh, Rags knew the reference then.
Here's the thing. I remember like bits. It's kind of like all of the Pirates movies after the first. I remember like certain parts, but where they go and what movie they were in, it's all kind of a blur to me at this point.
Well, so the things I remember are the adamantium bullet. I remember him in front of the mirror with the claws because they look awful. I remember him lighting a thing on fire and then walking away from the explosion and not looking at it because that's what cool guys do. And I remember Deadpool with no mouth. The Merc with the mouth with no mouth. A really good idea that was.
That's actually a regularly popular viral tweet where they just that's it. That's exactly what you said. Another one is, I'm assuming you've seen this one as well, everyone typically does, but the Darwin, the character who can't be killed, is killed. That's another viral tweet that always happens.
Yeah, well, Darwin was cool. That was really lame. I don't know why they got rid of Darwin instead of somebody else on that team.
Agreed.
Like, you present Darwin as, I adapt. It's like, that seems really interesting in terms of what you can do with this character, compared to, I project, I don't know, I scream and that helps me fly. You know,
was that the one? I like
the
the idea of the X-Men whose power is I project. It's like, my emotions. I think like everything else, everyone else is doing what I like. Just I project my emotions on fucking everything. That's the X-Men. That's the power.
I think
which one of the X-Men movies was where there was like a teleporty guy?
Oh, that was well, it depends which one. Blue
Nightcrawler?
No,
or
not
red.
not Nightcrawler. He gets like his spine grabbed.
Oh, that
was
was in X-Men Origins. Yeah, that was Will.I.Am, right? He played.
He was,
yeah,
and I fucking hated the way that he died. It was bullshit.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that's really stupid.
It is
like
dumb as fuck. You know what? We're going to talk about that very briefly because you made me angry because it reminded me of why I hate that fucking scene. I actually liked that character. I thought he was kind of chill and charming, and his power's awesome, and he has really great control over it. He tried to defeat fucking Sabretooth in a fight by punching him over and over again. What are you doing? Do you know who Sabretooth is? Do you know what his powers are? Fucking idiot. And then he gets killed.
As I'm just sitting here, as I'm thinking about like Nightcrawler and stuff, X-Men is awesome. Like as a core idea, I really like X-Men as a and the variety of characters that you get with them. I've said it so many times, but I think the sort of in-universe that mutants have some sort of stigma against them, I think has influenced the writing to always have like heroes that have some sort of big caveat to whatever ability they have, except for Storm. Hers is just, she's got a really good one. But like there's always some sort of caveat to, like, yeah, Nightcrawler can teleport and that's really cool, but he's a blue guy with a big tail. He can't really like.
And he's got like that religious component to him. Like he's religious.
Nightcrawler's awesome. Nightcrawler is super cool. Mystique's really cool as well.
And he had rules too.
Obviously.
There was one of the things I remember about Nightcrawler is there's some scene where he has to teleport him and someone else to a place that he hasn't seen. So he has to like guess, and he prays.
Yeah, it's like a meter and forward from him, and they have to describe the room, sort of, or something. And he's like, yeah, because he's never teleported to somewhere that he hasn't seen previously.
That was the rules for wasn't there was like a teleport movie where Samuel L. Jackson plays the weird religious guy trying to hunt down Jumper. That was the rules. You have to be able to see the place.
Christensen is in, yeah, Jumper.
It's all together. Oh my goodness.
You thought
he's got the wall.
Dude, Jumper is
photographs.
That's an EFAP movie right there.
You thought these were tangents, but they were all leading somewhere.
It all brought us back to
tangent.
That's how it works. We tangent until we get back. So anyway,
like it wasn't like Obi-Wan was like, Anakin,
you recognize the discrepancy. You see it. You know.
No, he's highlighting the reverse. He's saying, in A New Hope, we didn't see Obi-Wan go, Anakin. It wasn't a shock to him, and Rich is about to say, well, yeah, because they've encountered each other before.
He's not freaking out in A New Hope. It's because he's getting his freak out of the way now.
No. Why does he need to freak out?
Why would he need to freak out?
Like Ben Kenobi has accepted that this is what Darth Vader is.
He's explicit about that. He doesn't believe this person is any longer the person he knew.
Side, yeah.
Damn.
Like, you don't have to freak out. That's not how people react to seeing other people all the time. Ben is not that character who freaks out.
Someone said they're joking. In that case, we're joking. So it's all good.
Yep, we're joking.
This is a meme.
We were just memeing around. It's all right. It's all good.
We were having a good
I really don't care anymore. It's all fine. It's all
That's
fine.
the key. It's just, it doesn't matter anymore.
There's a loyal fan base that just eat it up.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are people who think this Obi-Wan show is the worst thing ever, and people.
I can't imagine
It's
why
down
that
there.
clip just made its way in there. I don't know. That must have been a glitch. I don't know.
Mm.
There may be something to be said that if you
There
don't
may
care at
be.
all about how any of it goes and you enjoy it, that could be considered a similar approach to someone who maybe says all of it's good and doesn't care about the writing quality. Maybe. There's some similarities there.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are people who think this Obi-Wan show is the worst thing ever, and people who think it's the greatest thing ever. And
It's bad, all right? Worst thing ever.
So there's no- wait,
It's
so-
just bad.
That headline. So there was a hotel that was Star Wars themed and it failed.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How could that possibly fail?
It's interesting, isn't it?
Is that like the
Have you seen
one
it?
that costs like $6,000 a day? Or
Yeah, wasn't it
something?
hyper
Oh,
expensive
is that
for?
how much it costs?
Yeah, but
Oh,
It was
also
super expensive. And I saw someone do a tour of the room on YouTube, and he like posted all the stuff. Really all over the place in terms of quality and design of what they're trying to do. But yeah, this big Star Wars themed hotel, because the idea is the hotel's like a ship, and you're staying on the ship.
yeah.
So
And
if
it
I
bombed, and it's super
Yeah,
expensive.
6K for 2 nights.
So yeah, so
Jesus
the expense
Christ.
is not helping it out. But I would imagine in terms of theming, you could do a lot of cool. Imagine if each floor was themed after a different like planet or locale.
Mhm.
So you had like a Tatooine themed, like a desert themed hotel room, and then if you went to Coruscant or something, they had
Those
like
are the cheap tickets.
little. Yeah, well, I mean, you could tier it if you wanted to be like that. So the most expensive one is like this opulent Naboo palace, like like lean into all of these because it seemed like in that picture there, what they had gone for was kind of the Star Wars aesthetic, like
It's
kind
just
of
generic.
like the sort of the vague Star Wars aesthetic of like what it looks like on an Empire ship or like like what it looks like on a ship. Instead of leaning into the variety of Star Wars. Then again, I don't know. I guess I'm just surprised that you could ever make a themed Star Wars hotel and then it fails. But if you charge people $6,000
Yeah, that's
for
insane.
2 nights, I might explain it.
Freddy, the more you charge, the more money you'll make.
Hey.
Oh,
See, simple
smart.
economics right there.
That's true. It's true, yeah.
whatever. We'll just discuss it. It has its flaws, and it has some great
You can
things
say
about
that.
it.
Name 3.
To me, it's a guilty pleasure.
Name 3.
It's fun, and it's bad at the same time. It's cheesy.
Okay.
Yeah, and so now it's like, oh, I guess so. Yeah,
bad.
I guess I
Yeah.
agree.
It's
Like,
bad.
Yeah.
because I've had fun with it. Some parts I'm more frustrated than I am just laughing my ass off, but there's been plenty of laugh your ass off moments.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I don't know. Okay.
I think George Lucas would be proud of it.
Oh man,
I don't
Okay,
know.
I'm not
think so.
overwhelmed. I'm not overjoyed, but
Who knows?
Please.
Honestly, okay.
That's
He made Attack of the Clones and Phantom Menace. Who knows what he would be proud of?
So
He wouldn't want
he
you
did.
fucking with Vader. He wouldn't want you fucking with Obi-Wan.
Well, then again, he did have Vader scream no to the heavens. So
That's nothing. That's nothing compared with.
no, I
the stuff
know,
they do in
I
here.
know, but he did that.
Sure.
I guess I find it just curious because really all Disney's done is at least partially vindicate George Lucas. There's
Kind of.
lot. There's because when it got sold, there was so much like, oh yeah, yay, like it's not gonna be George Lucas anymore. Whereas now there's kind of this sentiment of
Bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back.
I don't know. Well, I don't know if it's that strong. It's just more so like perhaps I
it's
treated you too harshly. You know, like
Yeah, that's more the vibe. Yeah.
it's definitely
Well,
that.
I think it's if we got George's true thoughts from the tab about this show, I honestly think one of the first things he'd say is like, "What do you mean Kenobi left Tatooine?"
He never left Tatooine. Why would he leave
Insane.
Tatooine?
Why would you say that?
And then it's like, George, you weren't explicit enough in the movies, so he did. I feel like, oh, okay.
I thought
He also lost his powers. Wait,
I
why?
thought what people-
I don't know.
Sad.
What people didn't like about the prequels was that I was explicit in what every character thought and felt. You're telling me I needed to be more
These people are
explicit?
crazy, George.
These
They won't
confusing
stop,
directions.
George. They're
How
gonna
do I
keep
make
George-
everybody happy?
If George had Obi-Wan specifically saying, "I stayed on Tatooine this whole time," Disney would just say he's lying and have him go on his planet trotting adventure anyway.
You see, he
they don't give a fuck.
told Luke that he'd been there the whole time because he wanted Luke to feel as though he'd been watching over him the whole time. Why would he want him to say, you know, oh, I haven't been here sometimes? That would make him feel unsafe. It makes sense. It totally makes sense.
Yeah, idiot.
That's why it's shocking to me that this Obi-Wan show only has 2 episodes left. Because I feel like not a whole lot has happened.
Yes!
That's correct. We've got 2 episodes left and fuck all. Well, we got one episode left. Yeah.
You're fighting to get him in, but you
Good
make
boy.
him.
Keep going.
My only real big complaint. I love the fact that the show looks cheap. I love the fact that I feel bad for watching it. Like I'm doing something wrong, and I feel bad for enjoying it. I feel bad.
I like what he's.
I don't know what to say to that. If someone says I feel bad for enjoying it, I feel like you don't
need to.
Okay. You don't need to feel bad for enjoying it.
Maybe you should, but you don't need to.
Oh.
It's fine.
No, you don't need to.
Fine.
You like what you
It's
like,
fine.
you know.
Like, yeah, it's fine if you like this.
Shame.
I just like how he says, like, I feel bad for enjoying it.
Who's in the gutter now?
I think the cheapness does work to the show's benefit. I think when you talk about like this pacing issues you have with streaming shows, I think this type of format is relatively new with streaming services, and we don't need ads.
What the hell does this have to do with anything? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh god, it's like we're pretending there are no good streaming shows out.
Really interesting to say relatively new because hasn't Netflix been producing originals since like 2013 at this point?
Unless he's talking about like comparing it to the. Well, I think he's talking about on a scale like look at the film industry, you know, how long that. It's like okay, fine, yeah, it's not been going as long, but there were still. I'll let him finish.
I think quality's going to go up over time.
There's that anticipation that the next episode...
That is an odd thing to say, considering that I think there was a point when, like, streaming had, like, a really high pedigree in terms of there was a lot of good stuff coming out. And now it's starting to kind of deteriorate a bit.
I mean, I think these guys liked Squid Game. So... Would they consider the good ones?
Problem, then?
Would they consider the good ones to just be anomalies?
And of course, you have like Haunting of Hill House and Bly Manor and whatnot, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like this is where I just don't quite understand this lot. Like, what else can I conclude when someone makes the point? It's cheap, and I feel bad for liking it, and his response is, "Well, this is streaming services and TV shows have just started up, so you know it'll get better in future." It's like,
I mean. I don't know, like Daredevil, you know, wasn't struggling to have interesting things happen and work with no ad breaks. If anything, no ad breaks means you have a lot more freedom to structure your story without having to think about these breaks that will be forced in.
Maybe you don't have to make your show that long if you can't fill it with stuff.
Some people say like they haven't watched any of these shows. Like no, their recommendation of Hill House is why I watched it. They've done a review of Bly Manor. I'm pretty sure they've done a review of Stranger Things. Season 1. I'm pretty sure. Have they talked about Squid Game? I can't remember.
I am sure that they are, as media guys, I am sure that they are reasonably well versed in the streaming world.
Yeah, I'd assume so. Yeah.
But things will really get going.
Yes, it's a con. In some cases, it's really not a con. But
Troy, this is the most disjointed video ever because I'm just like, I mean, I agree with you actually. Yeah.
Because Rich was saying. It's like they're still trying to find their feet in terms of figuring out the format and it will get better. And then Mike's like, it's a con. What is that? Like what?
Agreed.
This conversation just took a turn.
Yeah, like I feel like that sentence has nothing to do with that other sentence.
Cases it is.
I think we're in the early days of we gotta have a streaming service.
Well, that's the thing is like
we're in the early days of that. We're definitely in like the middle days now. Streaming is we're there now. I think
it doesn't feel like the early days at all, does it?
Let's find out how long this goes on.
Well,
I suppose it depends on how it would depend on how he's defining the ages, if you will.
It feels like we are firmly in the era of this is normal streaming services and content. I feel like
because I would have gone as far as saying we're in the streaming era. Like it was not jump started, but like I guess jump started to its
Netflix
main chunk by the pandemic. I think.
I think Disney Plus was the mark of when it was really the streaming era. It's like,
oh, sure. I guess I'm talking about like the
pandemic,
obsession with
really.
making shit tons of content would have been enhanced by the lockdown.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely.
And how much we have plenty of experience in how to make TV shows anyway. How much do you have to change them to be a streaming TV show, really?
All
I
you
mean,
need to do is not
you
have
less
ad breaks.
restriction.
Exactly, you have less
restriction. You don't have to
restriction.
incorporate ad breaks, and you don't have to make it to a set time.
And remember,
No.
like, you can have less episodes. Chernobyl is only 5 episodes. It's only
Yeah.
5. That's it.
You've always been able to have as many episodes really as you want, but on streaming, yeah, it feels like the limits are. I mean, isn't Stranger Things season 4 like? Isn't the finale just a movie? Like they're just making a film essentially for like.
Several of those are feature length.
I got a little bit
like
confused with
those
that.
episodes.
So I was curious because I've actually seen the first quote unquote half, and I looked on IMDb to see the release dates for the second half, and it's like, oh, it's July 1st. And I was like, oh, sweet, I don't actually have to wait that long. But it's 2 episodes, and so I think they are both just 2 movies that are coming out, essentially. But they're categorized as TV show episodes, and it's just like, okay.
And that's the thing. Streaming affords you a lot more freedom to do stuff like that, because on TV, even if you want like a 2-hour finale, you know, you still got to think about what other shows are going to be airing. You got to think about when it's airing. And of course, your production timeline's a bit different for TV shows because TV shows.
Does that just replace? Does that just replace the stuff you'd have to deal with a cinema, trying to get screens and show times and stuff like that?
Because with streaming, that's not a factor either, because it's all direct. It's on demand essentially. Like, yeah, you don't have to think about. There's a lot less restrictions with streaming than there are with a lot of other formats, which is why I don't understand.
It's not an excuse for nothing happening in your show. Write things to happen. That's your fucking job. You fuck around and you piddle and fart doing this and that and the other thing, and just no one talks to each other. You don't have conversations or any meaningful exploration of things and events. It's just, how can it simultaneously be all plot and just nothing happens?
Also,
it's that.
Oh, go ahead.
It's like Red Letter Media said this about The Survivor when they covered it on Best of the Worst. They said it's one of those awful movies where things. Oh no, maybe it was Prototype X29A, where they said it's one of those horrible movies where things are constantly happening and nothing happens. That's kind of like Kenobi. It's so much plot, and you just feel like nothing is being accomplished or really done with your time. There's no real progression. It's not. I just brought it up a second ago. Chernobyl is a great example of. There's a very clear and serious progression of what the stakes are and the events happening and where we are during this crisis and what's being done to do it. There's a huge difference between episode 1 and episode 3. And that's not even the end of it, because you can tell that there's just things have happened and people do things. Stuff is occurring, events taking place.
Yeah,
time isn't wasted.
And back to the whole ad things. It's not only that you don't have to play ads, you don't have to adhere to the rules of the ad givers or the sponsors or whatever. It's like, oh, you can't say fuck 2 times or something. That's why there's on Netflix you have all these more, I guess, like more spicy comedy specials or whatever, or just more spicy stuff in general that goes a bit more out there. You couldn't do this on like cable television because the advertisers would just flip their shit. So it's just to the point where there's more freedom you can have with that.
So in the chat they're a little behind. They said Rags doesn't know that they built an actual replica of the Titanic to film Titanic. I missed the joke, but that's okay.
I still don't think that joke makes any sense.
It does.
I don't think it does. There's no joke.
It really does. It is. Yes.
So a joke that would work, IMO, and this is what I think you were trying to go for, but it didn't pan out, is like if the story was about a poorly made thing from history, and then you said like, and the commentary was about how poorly made it is, and you go, yeah, it's hard to believe anybody would actually make something like that, joking that of course it's based on a true story. But with Titanic, it's like, oh no, that doesn't really make sense. It's a boat it was a good boat. It's just they crashed to a fucking iceberg. So I mean,
well,
like
it doesn't have any quality of the boat.
It doesn't have any punch to the joke. It's just strange.
The joke can be strange. That's fine. It works.
Well, hey, what's funny about it?
Works.
Just do me, because I'm clearly not getting it. So what's the funny?
The funny is that there actually was a real Titanic that was built that sunk. A Titanic was built. And I was like, oh, they'd never do that. But they did.
Right.
I fucking love the silence.
I thought I was missing a layer to it, that's all.
So that was funny.
Look, the people who liked it, and there were many of them, they love it. They love it.
That's cool. That's all right.
Yeah, because it was
You're
a good joke.
entitled
It
to
really
that
was a good joke.
perspective, Rags.
It was a
Yeah,
good joke.
you're allowed to
Okay.
find certain things funny.
these
Remember, you
people
found the
are- it's all
Batcave
pouring
joke
in,
funny.
It's all pouring in.
You know what? One
Good
might
shit.
say that it's indicative of a level of confidence in the joke to not have to tell people how confident you are in the joke.
If
but that's
Mahler
okay.
didn't get it,
You're
he
allowed
didn't get
to.
it, and that's fine. That's all right.
Oh no,
just
sorry.
seem
let me
really
clarify.
upset
I
about
did get it. I thought I'd missed something, but I was wrong.
No. That's okay. Not every joke's for everybody, but it was a good joke. Quality stuff. Good stuff.
I'm glad enjoyment came from it.
Yeah, a lot of enjoyment did from all kinds of places and people.
I've enjoyed the
walks of life.
results of the lack of enjoyment coming from it, so there's that.
No, the results were lots of laughter from all kinds of people around the world.
I agree, and for many different reasons.
Lots of people loved the Titanic joke.
Hmm.
Someone said the Batcave joke was cringe wreck. No, it wasn't. It was great.
Oh no, here we go
It was
again.
incredible. It was so good.
Look,
Let's watch this video.
We're in the early days of.
Ezra Miller is
No,
Rags'
Rich's-
hero, okay? So you'll hear no disparaging against his.
Wait, you said I'm his hero?
No, he's your hero.
No. Isn't he like some weird
Yeah.
word that I can't say
Police.
streaming?
He's gone nuts. He's crazy.
He's this crazy,
He's
insane
evading the law.
weirdo he's like on the run from the police and everything. Ironically, the Flash is on the run from justice.
It's great.
Oh no, I thought he was a fan.
Was it meme that said he's become Reverse Flash, like basically in real life?
Yeah.
He's become a slow criminal instead of a quick hero.
No, I mean Reverse Flash, the character, because like that's not a great name. Yeah, because if anybody didn't know Reverse Flash is the name of a bad guy, you'd just
Yeah,
be
it was
like,
like,
"Do you
oh,
mean the
Oh,
reverse
that's
of
a
Flash?"
person is
Yeah, that's a
the
villain
villain's
name.
name is
Yeah, it's
Reverse
a villain.
Flash.
Yeah.
It's the meme where they just
Oh.
take the thing and do the mean version of it. I don't know.
Reverse Flash. That's worse than just taking the letters and flipping them backwards.
Of Flash? Would that be his Alf?
Let me maybe
Elf.
Herself.
Grandmaster herself. That could work.
He is very quick. Very quick. He has to
We're in the
He has to
early-
run backwards though.
days of. We gotta have a streaming service.
Well, that's the thing is like
We need
everybody.
a product. We need a product. That was gonna be a movie. We'll make it long and put it on a TV show now.
I just don't feel like they're panicking. I just don't think they're good at making shows.
Also, I find it.
because everyone watches them.
I guess I'm fascinated because I don't even I guess I don't disagree with the idea that Kenobi looks like something that was smaller and it was stretched out, and he's kind of saying like we've got to make it long. And I'm like, but why the fuck did that happen? How is it so hard to put content into this thing? Like what?
Well, because it was going to be a film first, and then they later decided to make it a show. But nevertheless, you would still story to tell.
I think that we could
over
cut this thing
episode.
down to being a 2.5-hour film that just doesn't have a lot happening in it, though. You know?
Yeah.
It does seem like 24 episodes was common for television show seasons.
Mhm.
6 is short. It's very short.
Thank God we only have to watch 6 of these.
Oh no.
I remember this. Yeah.
You gotta show them.
Chewie, no, what have they done to you?
What have they done to you, Chewie?
Look how they massacred my body. He just goes
I'ma
like,
get you. Oh.
oh man.
We need 12 shows to appeal to keep the Star Wars fans subscribed to Disney Plus. They're 38% of our subscribers.
Holy shit. So the problem with this portion, I just be like, you get that you're helping it out by being like, this is fun stuff. I like it this. But it's like shit, and you've also said it's shit, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, what do you mean? But you're the component that's required for this all to function. I don't understand.
I think when they said 38% of our subscribers are Star Wars, that's probably not true. It's probably more so Marvel. But I was just struck by the thought of, man, Disney don't like make a lot of original things anymore.
No.
Like that just really kind of hit me there. It's just like they really do not make many original. The animation studios do, but even then, like Lightyear, the 5th Toy Story film.
Yeah.
Like, man, why is it that Disney, you never have Disney just make a brand new, totally new drama? Like, that's something that they just haven't done in a long time. Have they? Yeah. It's just, they just make they love their IPs in terms of how much money they can make them. That's such a big part of their business.
62 where people want to watch kid shit.
They made me care about the most boring character in all of Star Wars. I
my
applaud
God.
this show. It's a major
In
achievement.
all of Star Wars.
No.
I get, it's just gonna. Okay, that's his perspective.
Hey,
He finds
you-
Obi-Wan Kenobi to be the most boring character in Star Wars. Before
'cause
this
fuck you,
show,
gonna-
this show is what made that not the truth anymore. Like, I just. All right.
This was a celebration of Obi-Wan Kenobi. This definitely didn't turn him into a horrific, terrible, stupid loser
Hmm.
who takes innocent people as meat shields.
I don't even.
I really want to know why he finds him so super boring. I need something.
Maybe it's just the delivery, maybe?
Ewan McGregor's delivery?
Yeah, maybe it's the scenes where he's just talking to people and he finds the delivery boring.
The most boring character in all of Star Wars. I applaud this show. It's a major achievement.
What are you talking about? Qui-Gon hasn't shown up yet.
Obi-Wan was worse.
No, Qui-Gon was more boring, I think. But I think that might be
Qui-Gon
because
doesn't have enough time to say that like Obi-Wan's got so much time.
Look, this is difficult for me because I just don't find the films boring, really. So I can't give an opinion on, like, oh, who's more boring out of those two, because I kind of enjoy them both. So I just, you know, it's just very subjective when you say something's boring. It's just like, yeah, maybe for you, I guess.
Sorry, this is a bit of a tangent, because someone said Lightyear is bombing in chat, so I looked it up. Apparently, Lightyear was originally projected to gross 70 to 85 million, with some estimates as high as 105 million. However, after making just 20.7 million on its first day, estimates were lowered to 51 to 55 million.
And
well, it's the movie that everybody wanted.
Well, it's funny because this is the first one that they've released in theaters since like Onward. That because everything else has gone straight to
Did
streaming.
Onward make money? Because I heard of it
No,
like in
well,
passing, but...
I'm pretty sure that it didn't because it came out like right when the pandemic was sort of when all that stuff was starting up. So like it got moved straight to, I think it moved to Disney Plus like a week later. So whatever money it was going to make at the box office just like up in smoke.
To be completely honest with you, if you had told me it's actually made 200 million, I'd have been like, oh, I don't know. I don't know if people want to see this thing. I don't know.
I legit didn't know if you were going to say it made way more or way less than projected. I was hanging on every word for the news.
Well, it's an interesting one because it is Toy Story adjacent and Toy Story makes a lot of money. It's the reason why this film exists, is because Toy Story
they should have just
really
called
profitable.
it Star Wars Lightyear, and it would have made a whole lot of money. And
well, I think they figured.
I guess
they figured that this one would do. They figured that this one would do well. I imagine.
Again,
because they put Turning Red on Disney Plus when it was originally going to be theatrical, and they kept this one theatrical, which would indicate that they thought this one would do better. And it doesn't seem to be doing that well. What are they making next? What's next up for them? Elemental. Oh, that's right. I remember seeing it's like a world where elements are alive, and it had like a fire person and a water person, and that was really lame. It's like, man, I feel like you're
that does sound lame. I have
not
no interest
fully
in that
not fully capturing the nature of the elements, you know, in terms of what you could do. And maybe it'll be good. I can't remember the last.
Yeah, stop
electricity
hating.
Or.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Heart?
Well,
like Captain Planet. Heart.
What about surprise?
What, like the element of surprise? Oh, it took me a while to get there, but once I got there, I was pleasantly surprised with the destination.
Yay!
All right, back to the video.
You think?
Yeah.
Maybe I just like Ewan McGregor.
Obi-Wan was a Ewan McGregor's a fine actor. Obi-Wan was a terrible character.
Oh, okay. So
Uh-oh.
that's a lot hotter of a take than what we got before.
Oh dear.
Obi-Wan is a terrible character. You're just wrong. I don't know
Terrible.
what to do with that.
I don't think he's terrible at all. What else can you do in this?
Yeah, we don't get anything to specify, unfortunately, so can't really.
The
say
fact that it's
anything.
said so
What is-
casually, though, Obi-Wan is
Oh,
a
yeah, it's
terrible
insane.
character. Casually.
You'd think he'd realize, like, oh boy, I'm probably gonna have to explain myself for this one.
Who had no personality for 3 movies other than he was very
Oh boy! Oh no!
I don't know.
proper. That was his personality
He
trait.
was best friends with Anakin.
No, he
They
wasn't.
were best
Did
friends.
you watch those movies?
They went
never
on
got
all
along,
sorts of
yet they were
adventures
great
together
friends.
that we never.
They did get
If
along
his-
at the beginning
So
of
what-
Revenge of the
what-
Sith. They get along.
The apt criticism would be that their relationship is thin.
That's not a counter to him not having a personality, though.
I suppose it's
No,
a counter to what
it's-
Jay says, though.
It's kind of a non sequitur. Oh, right, because he was saying, yeah, that he has a relationship with yeah.
Wow. Jay,
Suck.
fondly.
Well, that's just that's just my thumbnail format. You can't stop hating.
I'm hilarious. How dare you?
Since that last joke, I've started to question that.
It was great. Just because you didn't get it and everyone else did, that's fine.
Just because you did. I thought you meant me. And how many people didn't get it? I don't know.
2.
Wait, have you shown the chat the thumbnail?
Oh,
Have you
right.
showed them?
It's
You
a
gotta
lie.
show them.
It's a lie. What other lies have the Jedi told you?
So anyway,
You look so
Not at all.
mildly distraught with the revelation,
Me? I know it's untrue.
right?
I have nothing to worry about
of course.
because I know that these are lies.
God, I hate this movie so fucking much.
By the way, you were talking about the prequels there, and I just like
Yeah.
it feels like it's fueled his perspective on Kenobi to some degree, which is okay.
Absolutely, they have.
I just because I'll say it's like Kenobi's worse than the prequels. Simple as that. As far as I'm concerned. Yeah.
Yep.
You just wish it was done differently, right? Like Obi-Wan could have been a great character.
He could have been, yeah.
I mean,
Well, that's why I was interested in this show, because I think they had the right actor in what could have been the right part, and it was like a wasted opportunity. This show was a chance to do more with him, and they've kind of done that.
They have done more with it. They're not.
They've definitely done more
ruined
with him.
They've
They've
definitely
done more with
added.
him, yeah.
They have
But it,
they have
oof.
given him additional traits for sure.
All good ones, right?
Oh, totally. Suitable ones, meaningful ones.
Smart.
Doing terribly much, but they've done a lot more with it.
yeah, I like the restraint where
It's
They restrained for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
They restrained themselves for 5 minutes. Yes.
he's out of touch with being a Jedi.
Why?
He's trying to move like a little tiny thing. He doesn't take his lightsaber out for 3 episodes.
It's insane.
He doesn't do the full.
Oh, so that's what we're saying is restraint. I see. But what about when it doesn't make any fucking sense? Like, does that present any issues? Like,
Yeah, it's a really weird form of restraint, and like holding off on his lightsaber when he should have been taking it out.
mm-hmm.
It's like having him hold off on speaking the whole time. It's like, okay,
How restrained.
Why?
It's like failing a math test and telling your teacher that I was just being very restrained.
Dude, it was
I
so
was really,
fucking
really holding
restrained.
myself
It was,
back.
it
Really
was
holding
so
myself
restrained. They didn't even show Obi-Wan wearing clothes until episode 5.
Nice.
It was a risky move, but they pulled it off.
Forced mind trick on the stormtroopers on the bus, Like
Yeah, that would've
he was
been
in
handy.
He probably knows he can't yet. He's lost.
Because he knows he can't yet.
But why? Because
Why?
he's sad.
Why have you said this so confidently?
Why have
I
we
don't
all
know,
just
I don't
decided it totally makes sense that he just can't use the Force? When did this happen?
I don't know. The way I
don't know
remember,
why.
Obi-Wan is like incredibly powerful Jedi. So I don't believe he just forgets all of his fucking Force powers.
Let's not forget, he is refused from
insane.
accessing them by something until he isn't.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no
Those
reason. Oh, it's so annoying.
Truly tis.
You know, like he was in the.
He probably knows he can't yet.
Those aren't the droids you're looking for.
He's lost his mojo.
Well, yeah, maybe he can't even do it, and so, or he's so hesitant to use any force power ever to set on a red flag.
That could have been part of the reasoning, but it's not in the show, as far as I know.
It's not the reasoning in the show.
Would have been cool if they explored that, because him not using the Force seems like a really big deal that
they
should explain.
We talked about how it would be cool to not have him use the Force, but to make it so that he can only ever use it very subtly. And
he
has
to stay under the radar, yes. He can be doing things, but his use of the Force needs to be clever and subtle.
Bit of both.
Right. And then so that's some interestingness going on. I mean, like, again, the bar is so low in television. I'm just scrambling for anything.
No, all that stuff is genuinely interesting.
Yeah.
That's what's weird, though.
Is
the
it?
contrast.
What's the fact that he's not able to use the Force, and the fact that
that's just genuinely interesting, and you don't even know why?
I don't think you could say that it is innately interesting. You would have to. There would have to be more than that to it, and at that point, you wouldn't even be describing the idea itself. You'd be describing the execution of the idea.
You can make an interesting story, of course, about an Obi-Wan who cannot use the Force.
Yeah.
Because of whatever reason,
you could.
You would have to really explain why this is the case and why this
we don't
makes
really
any
spend any time on it.
Because we got plot. We got planets to go after,
plot,
and
which is crazy when the plot feels like so little has happened.
We got planets
so
to
odd.
go to, and Leia's to get, and things that happen, but nothing really happens.
Between that and the awkward cheapness.
The awkward cheapness is great. It's a benefit. It's a positive, because it's not watching them fight on Mustafar for 45
because there's nothing
minutes.
else. There's
Why
no
do we
middle
keep doing
ground.
that? Why do we keep
going back to the Mustafar fight?
So weird. Why are these our only two choices?
Well, like you said earlier, what else can you do with an Obi-Wan show? This is all you could have done.
The only thing they could have done is what they did,
supposed to do,
or
die?
a six-episode season that is just a Mustafar fight.
I mean, our first episode watching Kenobi definitely didn't end with us talking about potential alternatives for 20 minutes off the top of our heads. That definitely didn't happen. So what else could they have done?
Spectacular show. I was thinking about that when I was watching The Northman. I was going to bring this up. I think I mentioned in my review of The Revenge of the Sith, where it's like, all we need is 30 seconds of them fighting on the lava planet, and the end of the Northman. It's like perfect. He shows up and he's like, bleh.
I don't understand what the perfect amount of time for a fight is. I don't know that that's the thing. I think that's just, you guys have a preference, and that's totally fine. A lot of people would have a preference. That's totally fine. I don't know that.
Well, because there is a conversation to be had about how long, how to, I guess, effectively do action in a story, and I think there's something to be said about when action is almost hitting the break, when action is advancing character at the same time, you're doing a really good job, and when action is just action, it's like time that's passing, but it's kind of just spectacle. There's not really much going on narratively, but at the same time, I don't know that you can say that that's necessarily a bad thing. Rather, it's an inefficient usage of time.
I wonder if they think that do they think the Achilles and Hector fight was too long?
Well, what about the two girls that fight in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon? That's quite a long fight, but I'm pretty sure everyone thinks that fight's amazing, so...
Well, exactly, because usually people will, if the fight's really cool, I mean, when Daredevil's fighting in the hallway, that's like a good 3 minutes of just him fighting guys. Would it be better if we only had 30 seconds? It's like, well, if you do that, you lose him getting tired, which is one of the fun parts of that fight, is that he's getting hurt, he's getting tired. This isn't easy. Or again, in Season 3, when there's like a 12-minute long sequence of him getting out of the jail. You're advancing character. I mean, of course, you are advancing character while that's happening anyway, but you could be like, whoa, you could always cut it down. It's like, I guess you could, but why, though? You got to give me some reason to cut down on cool. I like cool fights, you know? I like...
Oh, yeah.
It's good to have a really well choreographed spectacle that, you know, really establishes the power level of characters and what they can do and how much punishment they can handle. It's fun to watch.
The Vader-Luke fight is pretty long, isn't it?
Yeah, I've seen some people referencing that in chat. The Bespin fight for them two is quite long.
Yeah. Now, they are talking to each other, but again, they do talk to each other on Mustafar as well, so you can't... It's not great dialogue by any stretch of the imagination.
They just sort of say things that they should be saying.
Well, they say exactly what they mean. That's the problem. Everybody says exactly what they mean in the prequels.
My point of view, the Jedi are evil.
It's such a bad line.
You have done that yourself.
The other guy's like, "Grr!" And then they clang swords for like a minute and a half. And then there's some stabbings and beheadings, and then it ends.
Anakin wasn't nude when they were fighting, though.
No, they weren't.
So that was a little different.
They didn't strip down their nudies.
Should have been.
But they didn't have to flip around on giant things melting in lava falling.
Like, what else can you conclude? They just keep being like, yeah, it's not the prequels, though. It's like, what does that have to do with it? All right.
Surfing on hovers.
Oh yeah, they jump on those.
It was so stupid.
Oh god.
And so when Vader and Obi-Wan's like, oh my god, what? Vader's here? He probably doesn't even know what his suit looks like. He probably sensed that it was Anakin. He's like, oh my god, you look like a robot monster. And then Obi-Wan just is like, oh my god. And then they hit the swords. And like you said, he was fighting one-handed.
Yeah.
I noticed that. And he did that in Empire.
Yeah.
He fought
Vader
Luke
always
one-handed.
fights one-handed.
What does that got to do with anything?
What does that have to do with anything? It is cool. He fights with one hand because he's that good at it.
Because he wasn't trying to kill Luke. So he's just like, I'm
I
Vader,
mean, killing
I'm
Luke
awesome.
was definitely a real possibility also in that fight.
Fighting one-handed isn't like a more skillful thing or anything.
Well, you have more strength and you hit with two, or at least you can hold more strength
that
with
makes
two hands.
perfect sense to him because he's got them robot arms. Well, actually, is this right arm the robot one or is it the left?
Both.
I think aren't they all robot arms by the end?
No, I think
he has
one arm remaining.
He has one real arm.
No,
he doesn't. What are you guys talking about?
No, because he gets one arm
because in Attack of the Clones.
I am distraught. Chat, they're not true Star Wars nerds.
Why are you distraught? I agreed with you.
Yeah,
why would you include yourself in the they that?
All right, okay.
It's obviously not you.
Attack of the Clones. Does he get another one chopped off in the?
So Jay, in Attack of the Clones, he gets one arm chopped off, and then in Revenge of the Sith, the other three limbs get chopped off. His robot arm is there. He doesn't chop off his robot arm.
There's a scene of the robot arm like pulling through the dirt to crawl.
Apparently, I said they become all arms. Is that what I said?
All arms. They just instead of giving him robot feet, they just attach robot arms to the bottom.
Yeah.
I'm more robot ape than man now.
But it's okay. Now everyone knows. That's good. We're all caught up.
So how many arms does he have now? I'm confused.
7.
He has two
okay, that's fair.
Not
6.
4.
All of them are arms.
You can't stop me. And he was doing the same thing with Obi-Wan, and Obi-Wan's like, oh my god.
He doesn't feel like he has to put any effort into fighting him.
Yeah, because he's Darth Vader. He really didn't.
And he's gonna fucking lose to him in the next episode, so that's gonna last as a comment.
So I guess they'll hate that, or they'll love it.
I don't know.
I don't really know.
To be honest with you, I don't know what we're gonna think of it when we see it, because if you would ask me without any meta knowledge of anything else while watching this show, I'd be like, if they're gonna fight again, how the fuck is Vader gonna lose? This guy is so powerful, and he's like dominated
he can just
Obi-Wan.
use the Force to rip the hulls from spaceships apart.
He's
like he cannot lose anymore.
And Obi-Wan is this shitty Jedi. Like Vader's gonna have no problem with him, but somehow he's got to lose to him. That's what we're gonna get.
And he wasn't really trying to kill Obi-Wan, but and so them just
wasn't trying to kill him, but he fucking threw him into. I just hate the fact that everybody has fucking agreed apparently that being put into flames just doesn't really do much to you at all.
It's like a fucking mass hysteria by now.
You know, it's getting weird because like putting you in a fucking barbecue as though like I'll pop you here for about 20 seconds. That should annoy you. It's like yeah, okay.
Yeah, you're correct. That does annoy me.
It'll annoy me.
Just fighting for a minute and then him running away. I was like, that's great. I don't know. I kind of love it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm with you, Mike. This is a triumph.
It's a triumph for Star Wars.
This is a triumph for Star Wars.
It's not. Stop.
Okay.
You're breaking my heart.
If its roots are being cheap.
Considering all of the horse shit that Star Wars has been since the 90s.
I don't know why you, this is horseshit too. What do you mean?
This is horseshit. It is equine droppings.
Why have you separated out Kenobi from all the other horseshit examples? Like, why is it any better than Rise of Skywalker exactly? And I imagine they'd say like, well, that movie was fucking dumb. Palpatine came back, and I'll just be like, Grand Inquisitor? I don't know. That's still pretty dumb, wasn't it? There's gonna be like comparisons you can make, but I don't get it. Why the line was drawn?
Yeah. This is a triumph!
I would say that The Mandalorian is a much better example of what you could do in this universe.
He's gonna...
what are you about to say, actually? A better example of what you can do in this universe with
this kind of budget.
Hang on.
That's a genuinely... The first season of that show is genuinely good.
Yeah. No, it's terrible.
No. Because I was about to say, you know what? You might have a point that, like, in terms of scope, Mandalorian is smaller, you know, maybe, but then he said it was good.
we don't have spaceships being ripped apart by the Force.
We have a very unpopular take that season 1 of Mando's bad.
But we're correct, Mahler.
I think it's just as badly written as anything else people would say is badly written, so I agree with you, Rags, but I don't know. Because I like that he specified it, because everyone seems to agree that season 2 is bad, and it's like, season 1 has all the same fucking writing problems. I don't know what we're doing to separate them, but okay.
The show is crap, and it's sporadically entertaining.
But it is going back to the roots a little, and you could say that it's rehashing.
Going back to the roots. I don't know what you mean, but that's okay.
But it is going back to the roots a little, and you could say that it's rehashing, because that's your big complaint with Star Wars, is that it's creatively bankrupt. And this is proof that that's true, because the only thing they could think of to do is, we're hunting down Obi-Wan, and we got to rescue little Leia from a space prison, which is
the only thing you could have done.
Yeah, didn't they say that? What else are you gonna do?
Yeah.
And wait, didn't Rich say that was like the way to go?
Yeah, that's the way to go with Leia.
Yeah.
The fucking New Hope, essentially, and it's the same
that
thing.
episode 4 is basically them on the Death Star. Or them on, the Death Star.
So it's, but...
There's a couple differences I would point out, but I understand what you're saying.
That's what it is.
But I'm entertained, and I'm not sitting there miserable.
That's another benefit to the first season of The Mandalorian, though, is that it's not...
I was going to say, what if someone was like, I was entertained by Picard? How would they react to that? Just be like, oh, I'm sure they'd say, like, well, that's fine. That's fine. And just be like, okay, cool, I guess. That's that.
Yeah, I mean, good for you,
it's still still a Boba Fett-looking character, but it's new characters.
Right.
It's just set in that world, but now we're
he's sort of a character, and he's new, but he's terrible.
It's just funny because the opening episodes were the most of him being a character, I guess, because it's just gone by the time you hit season 2. Well, earlier, obviously, but still.
I feel sorry for people who like Mandalorians, because the show makes them look like a bunch of fucking loser weirdos.
Right, baby Leia and all that.
Oh, season 1 of The Mandalorian was better than this. Yes.
But if they...
I don't know if I'm ready to.
I don't know.
Wait, I probably, maybe. The fact that we're only 5 episodes into this and I'm seriously thinking about it may mean something, but I'm not sure. I'm really not sure.
Yeah, I think, gun to my head, I would say Mando season 1's better, but
I think so.
Just because it didn't destroy Obi-Wan, I guess.
Tentatively.
Didn't destroy a bunch of legacy characters.
It didn't have too much of a. I mean, it was Boba Fett that continued to ruin Luke Skywalker.
If they do a season 2, then it's going to be a member-berry nightmare world of Darth Mauls and...
I don't understand how this isn't already that, this member-berries. Because when there's like no meaning behind all the references they throw in, it's just like, what are you here for exactly? It's like, well, Ewan McGregor's Obi-Wan, that's cool. Empire? He was commenting on how he likes the stormtroopers just being there in practical armor, and it's like, okay.
Nice, just like 1977.
Yeah.
Everything coming back, and they'll fuck it up, is what I'm trying to say. So enjoy this.
Did you say it was terrible already? And say that it's a guilty pleasure, but that they'll fuck it up? I don't understand.
First little chunk of Obi-Wan fun, and move on with your life.
If you like Obi-Wan,
that's what I'm gonna do.
Hate this show. This show craps all over Obi-Wan.
Well, they wanted to change him because they thought he was crap, or at least Rich thought Obi-Wan was crap as he stood with the prequels.
I guess if you can recontextualize everything as your superpower, then you could say, no, this show's totally great for Obi-Wan. This is just really awesome what they did for Obi-Wan and his character. It's really good, guys, actually.
That's what, you know, they'll screw something up.
Thumbs up, I guess.
No, thumbs down.
All the way down.
Kenobi in this video.
The Roman Emperor.
That's true. When it comes to Star Wars stuff, you're the most cynical and removed from it. So.
Well, here's the thing: the things I tend to like with Star Wars, all the Star Wars fans hate.
Well,
you think? I mean, do you think show's good?
Yes, this one counts. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
That's true.
And when Star Wars fans hate something,
that's like everybody hated what they did with Luke in The Last Jedi, even though it was the most interesting thing in the movie.
Things can be interesting and shit, Jay.
Why is this so hard to explain?
Why do you think that interesting just equals good? Like, well, it's interesting. That was good because it's interesting can be shit. You can have things that are safe and predictable, but they could be executed really well. Interesting it's like subverting expectations doesn't equal good.
It would be interesting for the rebels to make use of the locals on a planet to subvert the Empire. Now, the way that they do it in Return of the Jedi isn't exactly what you might consider well executed, but it was an interesting idea.
It was interesting.
Lots of interesting ideas out there. I'm sure the baseline fucking idea for Jurassic World Dominion is interesting. But can't imagine the film was well executed. That's just my my theory.
Everybody was upset about that. So
Yeah.
I think there's complaints about this show too, kind of doing to Obi-Wan what they did to Luke and
Yep.
Last Jedi, where he's like a loser. It's like, well, you gotta have somewhere for him to go.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
This is, you know, Mahler told me before we started that I needed to watch this to be familiar with the material. All right, and this is one of the things that I wrote down on my little notepad that Jay implies you have to make characters losers so they have a place to grow. Oh,
yeah,
I hate it so much.
He
I mean, yes, he did.
He just said it.
Yeah. I guess I shouldn't do that. I hate it so much. You just have to make characters losers if you want them to grow.
Well, where else could he go? The world's your oyster with a character like that. You can take him all kinds of directions. We even said you might be able to get away with some of the broader stuff, like he doesn't engage with the Jedi Order or he secludes himself. We could maybe try and write that, but that was on the outskirts of your options. You have a bazillion other options, and ones that are much more likely to take place that you could engage with first, that give him new challenges, that make him grow in different ways. Why is
you have
it
a practically uncountable amount of options?
What he said is as baffling to me as someone being like, wait, Raimi's making a Spider-Man 4? Well, I hope he doesn't fucking care about the whole responsibility line. We've done that 3 films now. It's time he needs to go somewhere else. He needs to learn different things.
If you want Peter to grow, the only way to do that is to tear him down in the most ridiculous way possible and turn him into a loser.
It's like, why
so that he could grow,
in the world would you think that this is the way to do it? And that's the justification. I just don't get it.
People can grow in just like sort of a like a gentle curve of character. Like not everything they learn has to be because you've torn them down through some tragedy or you've made them completely incompetent and worthless. They could just, here's a new perspective. Huh, I hadn't considered that. Interesting. Yeah. I'll take that into consideration as I move forward. No, none of that.
Well, you know what?
You don't have to just
I actually
rip them away from everything. Like, oh, just get rid of all of his powers so we can get them back.
Have him start
for
taking
no reason.
Shields.
Like we didn't need someone new for him to go. We needed him to be in between New Hope and Revenge of the Sith. We knew where he was. Like we could have had some pretty good guesses of where it would be.
And let's be honest, it's been 10 years. He could have already resolved that. He could already be super close to the Ben from episode 4 at this point.
You have a lot of freedom.
It would be nice to see him resolve that. You know, it would be really nice to see him really well
You
executed.
could.
Well, yeah, I think I assume what Rags is saying though is that
material.
you have all these different options. You can pick whatever timeline you really want. And
Absolutely,
I wasn't disagreeing with that.
no, yeah.
Yeah,
well,
Mahler.
you said like we don't have to do that. That's implicit in Rags' statement. You fucking noob.
Whoa. Okay, calm down.
I'm gonna violate TOS.
metal.
Oh no.
Oh no, just do it. Though I guess what I can't help but think about is how much I do actually agree with Jay, the Jay from the video. And I was thinking about how that would be great to do to someone like Jean-Luc Picard, you know? There's nowhere really for him to go at the end of TNG.
Yeah.
We need to bring him down. We need him to understand that he was actually wrong about a whole bunch of things. He's gone on some journeys, some lessons. I think that there's this neat little show out there, a lot of people don't know about it, called Picard, that actually explores a lot of this. And a lot of people are like, oh, I don't want to see Picard being, like, overt or violent or weird or out of... It's like, he's an old man, okay? He's old. And I need you to understand that there was nowhere else they could take him while progressing the character and having him grow.
I think that was the way to go with Picard, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So you know how painful that is now.
Yeah.
The Jedis
He has to grow throughout the season.
all have
Or you
creepy
don't
cult
have to.
personalities.
Yeah.
And
Oh yeah, that's the fucking thing of just like, why the hell what if we had a season where he wasn't growing? Does that mean everyone just dies? Can we not actually watch that show? Is that an impossibility?
What if he's just like most people who are kind of static?
And it's about the challenges they face and how they overcome them with their current tool set. Like, the current mindset, the current everything about them is what they have to use to their... I know it's typical in a story that at the end, they go, what did the character learn? But by gum, I think we can actually make a show where what they learn doesn't change them fundamentally.
Yeah.
you need to do something to make them interesting, and having them fallen, that's interesting. And that's...
Oh, God.
Maybe.
You know, having
Or
them
maybe
stalwart in the face of
Such a-
harsh adversity is
that's-
also interesting.
That's such a basic ass take. Like
It really is.
not necessarily. It's like you know what that reminds me of? Like, you know what would be really interesting and subversive is if we made like a Superman character, but he was a dick.
Hmm.
Ooh,
sounds
wow,
really
aren't you
interesting.
clever?
Wow, yeah,
Ooh,
look at you
wow.
go.
Does no one thought of this before?
You know what's funny,
Oh.
especially considering the visual they're using here, is that if he said to me, like, while we're talking, it's like, I'd say that the fallen hero is fundamentally interesting and it's always going to be something that will be enjoyable to watch or something like that, I would probably cite this as the key example of that being untrue.
People did not like this. This was this is the single most damaging thing that ever happened to Star Wars. This right here.
It was a
This
bad
Luke
move.
character they had in TLJ.
Rags.
Yeah.
I think it might be the prequels actually. Just
No,
because
yeah.
like there was a reason, right?
Okay.
Not because I think they are, in terms of story, anywhere near as bad as other things that have happened since, but because they made it so that half of Star Wars didn't really adhere to the same standards as the originals, or well, more than half if we include stuff from Return of the Jedi, which means that now a lot of the Star Wars fandom expects stuff that just is on par with the prequels. They expect it to be shit. Like since then, a lot of Star Wars media has been shit. So fans just expect shit, and they like it when it's shit.
I think that I understand what you're saying, but I feel like the Clone War, or it's not the Clone Wars, the prequel, those movies spawned an entire era and renewed interest in Star Wars. That was nothing but blanket, pretty much.
Not only is that true,
franchise.
but a lot of people who hate the sequels are people who are like, yeah, the prequels are actually good, though.
Yeah. There's a lot of people who think that the prequels are way better than they actually are.
I think a lot of those people, though, are then going like Mandalorian, though, Kenobi, Book of Boba Fett. Now they're getting it right.
I think that's fair to a degree, though. So you think in the alternate universe where the prequels never happened and we went straight to the sequels and the Disney shows and stuff, that all... Because I think there's a good chance that they would have hated the sequels still, but then they may have liked something like Mandalorian anyway.
Even more than that, an alternate universe where the prequels are like the same as the OT in terms of quality. And in terms of like style as well. They look
again,
not
though,
the CGI fests.
I actually thought the biggest component for people liking The Mandalorian wasn't because the prequels had put the bar lower or anything, it's because the sequels were so hideously bad that something that resembles, like, mediocrity was actually a breath of fresh air, and people loved it for that alone. Like, it was the sequels that set the stage for something crappy to make it into almost god tier.
Maybe.
I totally understand your point,
much.
Jay.
Yeah.
I see the line of reasoning, but I still think that and
I
plus,
guess-
in comparing single thing to single thing, I don't know if the prequels can be considered a single thing compared to the treatment of a character in a film. But
the place this comes from is having had like 2 consecutive days of people saying, actually Kenobi is good. It's very similar to the prequels, which is why it's good. I'm like, no.
Well,
Okay,
yeah, it's funny to me
it's
because...
definitely worse than the prequels, but
Yeah.
like
Well,
even then, like
yeah.
it being because the most common ones are like people citing stuff from Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones.
Fat Menace.
Specifically, I had people cite like it's goofy, and Star Wars has had loads of goofy stuff in action scenes before, and then cite the fucking not the Stormtrooper head bonk.
Oh, damn it.
They cited C-3PO getting his head switched with a battle droid in the Attack of the Clones Jedi battle. Remember how great that scene is, gang?
I don't understand
I remember
why...
how much everyone loves it.
And then people also cited a lot. People cited the scene of Jar Jar fumbling around on the battlefield and accidentally destroying loads of battle droids in the Gungan battle droid battle.
So they just bring up a bunch of
Star Wars has always been like this. This is what we expect from these.
See, now I
productions
completely
now.
understand your perspective, because, yeah, like, the OT, they run out of references real fucking quick, especially if they're not allowed access to Return of the Jedi, but,
So, what happens with the OT is they go, like, they have, like, 2 joke references, right? You refute them because it's probably, like, the one of Han saying, like, how are you? And you, like, bring up the points that's, like, that actually still works as a scene, though. It doesn't compromise the scene.
Because the Empire responds as they should respond, and that sounds like something Han Solo would say in that situation, and he clearly knows that he fucked up once he says it.
It's humorous, and it fits everything in the world. Like it's
no one's ruined. Hooray!
And then after that, they'll just bring up like bad writing, like just like, hey, isn't it bad how like or like just even perceived bad writing. So they're like, isn't it bad how Luke is able to pilot an X-wing expertly on his first go, even though there are several references to him being a successful like experienced pilot in the film, but like they ignore those, right? Oh,
course,
isn't it stupid like that happens? How come that's not the same? And like, okay, so just before now, you were defending like humor, like Star Wars has always been goofy and silly, and it doesn't need to take itself like that seriously. How is that like goofy and silly rather than just like something not being written that well? It's because it's not goofy and silly. It's just poor writing.
And why are you
if they were right?
Something that you think would be silly or not good to prove the point, when I thought the whole point was that it's okay for it to be silly and funny, or
the point
bad?
like the point is that by that point they've taken it to a place of like they've revealed their true colors and saying that
bastards.
Then they're not arguing that like it's okay for Star Wars to like just be goofy and silly. Like that's the point of Star Wars. It's not a serious thing. It's just goofy and dumb. They've moved beyond that to just saying, okay, I don't mind bad writing. That's the point at that point. I don't mind when there are problems in it, and that's fine. But just like admit that.
Well, there's still problems. Yeah, because people sure as hell they don't bring up all the dark moments and serious moments tonally in Star Wars.
Because in no way is like a writing issue. I really wish I had a better like because there was another example I remember being brought up that was like that's a great concrete example of like that clearly is not like goofy in tone. It doesn't improve the story in any way. You have just highlighted a problem with the writing, and it's like you're just going, I don't care that it's bad. I don't care that this is an issue. It's like there's no way that anyone believes that problem made the film better. They're just saying that they don't care, which is fine.
Yeah.
But shut up, like
just admit it.
If there's been problems in the past, then fuck it. It's all on the table. It's all okay. Everything's fine.
That's why Ryan Johnson stole my idea and didn't give me any credit for it. But it's also what all the Star Wars fans seem to hate.
Yeah.
So I get the bitching about it.
Yeah, I think they're finding a common ground here. Where
Common ground.
Damn it.
Common ground.
Luke Skywalker never fought with a lightsaber in The Last Jedi, in the sequel trilogy.
Yeah.
His just a projection.
You can have a whole movie where Luke Skywalker doesn't fight with a lightsaber and it still be good. Okay, that's not the fucking problem.
Projection of him did.
Yeah, have you heard of A New Hope?
A New Hope didn't become...
Good point.
Yeah, that's where. So Obi-Wan is both fallen and kind of pathetic, but at the same time, he's still swinging his saber around and chopping up stormtroopers.
He's trying to get his.
I don't even know what.
Okay.
At least he's chopping down stormtroopers, everybody. Okay.
All right. I thought that was. Is Jay gonna push back on that? Because I thought that would be something Jay wouldn't like.
Obi-Wan got his mojo back. So
that would be a better episode name for the series. How Obi-Wan got his mojo back.
Yeah.
It's great.
So they found that line. They're like, fans want to see Luke Skywalker chop up stormtroopers and save the day, not be a ghost.
But he can't be a boring, emotionless motherfucker either.
Yes, exactly.
I don't have any specific predictions.
Oh, I guess he thinks that that's what Obi-Wan is.
Also,
a boring, emotionless motherfucker.
I think he's saying that that's actually something he enjoyed about Luke, that the fans are upset they didn't see Luke destroying things. And so now we've got a compromise where Obi-Wan is the sad, annoying piece of shit loser, but also he's still chopping up some stuff. So that means everyone's pleased now. Except us.
Yeah. On our little island of sanity.
Yeah. Normally,
there's so little story to the show that I don't really care.
That's why, I mean, that's kind of why it works in a way. It's just simple fun.
It works because it doesn't have a story?
It's not trying to do too much.
It's not trying to do too much.
I would say it's trying to do a lot.
It thinks it's very weighty and hefty. Like, what was that video that was on the EFAP suggestion? That it's a masterclass in trauma?
Oh, God.
Because you got to remember, people will simultaneously defend Star Wars, any problem you point out, with bonk on the head, but these people will turn around and praise any perceived effort by Star Wars to get really deep. And you can't have it both ways. You got to pick one. Are we going to take it seriously, or are we going to be goofing and gaffing?
And we're just sitting here saying it can have both tones.
And in the case of this show, you can absolutely have both of them. It's a balance. But in this case, I would say that Obi-Wan's Deborah Chow said that it was going to be like Joker and Logan.
What the hell? Looking back on that, holy fuck.
It's worth noting, because the context of the quote is, it's like those in that you're focusing in on one character and expanding and giving them the time they need. That reads to me like a real attempt to do an introspective story. If this, what it seems like is that these, the impression that Rich has come away with is, it's meant to be like some goofy bullshit. When I bet you that's not what they intended.
You are absolutely right. All of the quote-unquote praise in terms of their enjoyment on an emotional level that they've given, I think the writers would be distraught hearing this.
I think they would be. I think it's I kind of like to think about that when people defend something by saying it's shit, dumb, sludge. Well, not
the writers
sludge,
are standing there going, hey.
The writers are standing there in the corner. No, it's the in Simpsons, the Native American man. He turns around and the tear goes down.
Oh yeah, like the commercial.
His cheek. Yeah.
That is assuming that they care, that the writers
I think
care
they care.
about
I think they care. I do think they care. I just don't think they're very good at their job.
Well, I think I think they care though. I would actually go as far as saying I think they're excellent at their job when they care about the actual IP being destroyed.
Mechanic. Oh, okay.
Because their logic here is that Star Wars is done. But the weird part is but Star Trek is done, and you're still going on that, so it must be this difference in approach of... There are a lot of Star Wars fans who were waiting for them to rip apart Kenobi the same way they rip apart Picard, and that's why this video had so many requests for coverage, because it's just this came out of fucking nowhere. But for Red Letter Media, this didn't come out of nowhere at all. They were just yeah, Star Wars is kind of shit, let's check this show out. Oh, I enjoy, practical sets and lightsabers cutting down some stormtroopers. This is okay. And then they comment on all the stupid shit, and they're like, yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
It's just like
they like it, but they don't like it.
And they seem to be vaguely aware of some of the canon breaks. And to be fair, I've cut a lot out of... This supercut doesn't include a lot of the complaints they had that we all share. But the thing is, those are taken into consideration. Then he says, you know, the show is super okay. It's a triumph. Which is so odd. But there we are.
Triumph.
So yeah, to clarify, I don't think they care about Star Wars as much as they do Star Trek, but I do think they would care about the writers hearing that they thought their show was good because of how stupid and fun it is. You know what I mean? Like, I think the writers would be like, oh.
Yeah.
Wait, did you say stupid? Oh, okay.
Stupid? Yeah, no, that's not. No, oh. Whatever you do, don't turn around.
Doesn't make it very engaging. Like, I wonder what's going to happen next. I don't really care. I'll continue watching it. It's watchable.
It's super okay.
Yeah.
It's super bad.
Check it out, everybody. It's super okay.
I don't know. For whatever reason, I'm not. I don't know that's. I certainly don't think that's what Jay thinks.
Well, he just. How could you not say, like, he just feels awkward in this one because he's clearly. If he was with two people who absolutely shat on this show, he would be slightly pulling away from that perspective. He would be like, "Yeah, it is terrible, but like, it's not the worst thing ever." That's probably what he would be saying.
Yeah. I would think so too.
It's just a matter of trying to provide some level of balance, but I just don't think he wanted to go as far as pushing too far away from what was the current vibe, which was that it was okay.
Yeah, it's just he is outnumbered in terms of his perspective on this one, and I think if you want to maintain a sort of the tone of the show.
Well, yeah, and I think a lot of people would have expected that Rich and Mike would have hated it more than Jay. So it's even more bizarre when you think about it that way. Jay probably was surprised with their takes on it.
This is weird.
This
is weird.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, that makes
sense. He comes just to the in the office.
Yeah,
like, man, that was shit, right? It's like, what are you talking about?
I've seen a lot of people saying like, "Oh my god, like why would I ever watch these guys?" And it's like it's just the one-off, okay.
RLM are fun.
They are legitimately very entertaining. I really love Best to the Worst, and some of the reviews that they do are really neat to listen to.
Like the Plinkett reviews, they're like really good. It's worth remembering.
We covered one on per EFAP, and it was
well. I mean, that was definitely one of the better videos that we got to talk about on EFAP.
Yeah,
easily.
And
he got things right and wrong, so that was quite something.
I find the way they talk about movies to be super interesting a lot of the time. I find them really funny. Best of the Worst is still pretty much flawless. I don't think there's ever been a bad Best of the Worst.
No, I think they're always entertaining.
And then I was just thinking about it, and it's like, it's even way more than a decade, right? Like, how long have they been entertaining me? It's like, I think it has been, because when did Prometheus come out? That was 10 years ago, right?
2012, yeah. So
yeah, because it was their Prometheus review that I remember, so it must have been before then. I don't know how long ago it was that they released the prequel reviews, but I was watching them when they came out, so yeah, I don't know. They're an entertaining lot. I just think that they clearly just didn't give enough of a fuck about this.
That would be the impression is that how much do they really care about Star Wars now, you know?
Weird.
And like their comment section,
fine if you don't care, that's totally fine. It's just
their comment section is filled with people basically saying like it's so clear that they are essentially nihilistic about media now and that they're enjoying shit that's terrible because of Picard. It's like, yeah, it seems like everybody understands that
Picard broke them.
Yeah, like and everyone seems to understand Kenobi is shit. It's weird that they've said what they've said, but that we can account for it with their coverage of Picard. And it's like, okay. Yeah, like, this is one of the top comments. I feel like Rich's main argument in favor of the show can be condensed down to, compared to a rancid puddle of diarrhea, it's really not that bad. Which I guess sums it up.
Yeah, I suppose.
But yeah, that's it. We covered Red Letter Media for the second time.
Hooray!
Believe it.
I did for the first time. Liar.
Feels like the very
same. It was the first time for me.
Wow. Yeah, Theo was on the first run around on the. It was our Revenge of the Sith coverage.
You popped your Red Letter Media apricot.
And it took us almost exactly 5 hours. Nice.
Wow.
Damn.
All right. Well, what's the next video we're covering?
Oh no.
They call it Super Chats. That's the name of the
video.
Super Chats. Is that the channel or?
I think it's the channel and the video, and it's basically like watch together. It's just totally broken. I'm gonna have to read out what it says. It's a text video.
Man. Okay.
Oh, watch the get. Oh, okay. Well, it seems to be working for me. I guess it's on your end.
Yeah, just
that's
me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I suppose weird stuff happens. You know, that's okay.
Stranger things have indeed happened.
Oh, that's like the show. Isn't it?
So yeah, well, I would like to give an opportunity, just in case, Jay, Metal, if either of you would like to run away, I think now is a perfect opportunity to, because it's, you know, it's been a long time. I wouldn't blame you. I wouldn't say horrible things about you once you leave, or anything.
Why not? Why not? What changed?
I have no answer for that.
No, I'm gonna run away for like 2 minutes and then come back. If anyone leaves a super chat, say about like how amazing I am.
They won't.
You don't need to save it for me because you know I get those all the time.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, people tell me a lot about my jokes are funny all the time. They say, "Hey, it was a really good joke."
Yeah, the Titanic one was awesome.
It was really good. Yeah. It's really good.
Titanic failure.
What?
You said you were gone. Except it wasn't. It was great.
Well, yeah. If I was gone when I said I was gone, you wouldn't have heard me.
Oh man!
You could have yelled it.
I'm upset. I'm playing chess and I made a big mistake. I'm not happy about it.
I told you not to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Make mistakes or play chess.
I told you not to make.
Ah, Christ!
It was the one thing Fringy didn't want to do.
That one makes me that was a blunder. That one.
Oh, a blunder.
Damn, blunder. Yeah.
A blunder.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh, what blunder.
I feel like I should be a lot better at chess. I remember I played it at school, and I wasn't particularly great at it. I remember there was a tournament. It was a little chess tournament, but there were 5 people on our team, and there were only 4 trophies. I was the worst performer on the team, so I didn't get a trophy when we won.
Well, in a similar note, when I was in Boy Scouts, I attended a statewide chess tournament, and I got 4th place, which is neat.
That's really cool. I guess that's a similar story, but it's a story of triumph. So I was just going to say,
triumph, unlike mine.
It's a story of triumph and failure, really.
Honestly, I haven't
played origin of a super villain.
Fringy becomes a chess-themed villain.
Why do you need a trophy? Well, I don't need a trophy. I guess it's more so that it's kind of funny that there would be 5 of us competing. But if we won, the person who did the worst on the team wouldn't get a trophy. Why would you bring 5 people? Why wouldn't you just bring 4 if that's a real possibility?
Probably to fucking keep people on their toes. Like, you might be the only one leaving here.
Oh yeah, right. That's a good incentive.
You better perform. You don't want to be the one loser who goes home without a trophy.
That's a fair point, honestly.
I don't want that to be me. I'm gonna study chess.
Bringing childhood depression, I've mostly gotten over it.
Mostly. It's not all the way there yet.
Destroy the
You'll become the Castler or something like that, and you'll be a...
Well, what about the bishop? And the whole idea is that he expects people to come at him from like different devious plans from the side, but then the heroes realize at the end, if we just go at him head on, he'll never expect it.
Well, unfortunately, Mahler, the bishop is already taken. That's a Monty Python sketch. You remember the bishop?
You can get away with another one.
I suppose it's obscure now. You could have 2 bishops. Oh, that could be his name, 2 bishops, because each side has 2 bishops.
And you would have to, like, he's about to win. He's like seconds away, and he says like checkmate, and then someone else says it's just check and shoots him.
Plague Creation said gave Fringy a checkered past.
Oh,
now look, that's pretty good.
These stories are terrible. Wow. I think they're incredible.
you can be putting this memes like, this is where I would put my chess trophy if I would have got one.
It's a permanently empty space, and the best part is that I dust it. I make sure that it's nice and clean always, perpetually. It's never just
In
that
case
one
the
day
trophy
that I
is
finally
on its
claim
way,
the trophy. I have a dream when I wake up and then I just look and the trophy's there. And then it's like, it's a nightmare. You know, like you got all the sweat going down, the lightning outside, and you just start crying.
Fringy is to trophies what Obi-Wan should have been to like the Jedi, or something like that, like the Force.
I don't follow.
He needs to have like you're constantly chasing the trophy, and so it consumes kind of your life, and you fall into deep depression about it.
I see.
And so
And
Obi-Wan,
yeah.
he's like lost his connection to the Force or something. We still haven't quite figured it out. And so he's focused and like he has nightmares about like Anakin and the Force and stuff.
And then instead of Qui-Gon coming to him in episode 6, it is just like the king that you lost. It is specifically the king that got checkmated in that game. And he's like, it's not your fault. Well, it was. It was entirely your fault, but it's okay. You win a few, you lose a few, but to quote Gordon Gekko, you keep on fighting. Well, to quote him in totality, you win a few, you lose a few, you keep on fighting. And then he says, it's okay. Don't hate yourself. You can get a trophy one day. Just practice. And then he disappears. Speaking of which, I'd beaten this person by default. They just stopped playing, so I win.
You win.
See, never give up. The other person might quit.
Well, to not only because there's a resign button right there if you really want to get out, like to
Maybe he was watching EFAP.
And he was
like,
"Oh
my
heard my
goodness,
story." He heard my story, and he decided to grant me this mercy.
Yeah, I can't give you a trophy, but I can give you this win.
I can give you this W. It's yours.
So shall I read out the first one?
Yeah.
Very well. Here I go.
Do it.
Digimon of the day is Diaboromon.
Diaboromon?
Hey, is this
Let me
fun
take a
lad?
look. Diaboromon. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I remember that one.
What is that doing in a kid's show? Why does he have a penis?
I think that's a tail.
Oh no.
Is it?
You're allowed to have a penis and be in a kid's show.
That's true.
Yeah,
most
you
people
don't
in
show
kids
it to
shows
the
probably do have
kids.
penis. That's true. That's us. That's where we're going. Like, dude, well, Barney has no, he's got a cloaca, right? Because he's a dinosaur. So you wouldn't really see it. Unless he got excited, I suppose. for the
Surely
children.
that's one of those things that we don't know about dinosaurs because there's not like
No, I think you
fossilized
probably-
dino cock.
Well, there's not. Well, I don't. First off, I don't know how hard those get. Second off, you could probably come to some pretty educated conclusions based off of like evolutionary history and the pathways of a lot of genetic material.
Sure, but it is all still like speculation rather than stuff we know.
Yeah, I'm sure there's probably it is not a for certainty, but I have a feeling that there's probably a lot of good research and knowledge that goes into some of this kind of stuff. Like maybe they were this color and this is what their diet probably was, and here's how tall they were. Like you could learn a lot about critters from the stuff they leave behind.
The thing that's just like making me say this is like the feathers or no feathers controversy.
Is that a controversy?
Is it a controversy? I thought it was pretty established that they did to some degree have essentially proto feathers.
Yeah.
Which led into the evolution of the smaller ones eventually becoming birds.
Maybe.
Or you say maybe that like the pterosaurs had feathers and some of the dinosaurs didn't? Or because I'm pretty sure that a lot of them kind of did. They had like beakish mouths and some feathery stuff.
I think they look cooler with feathers. Is that controversial? I think that the Velociraptors with feathers look way cooler than the Jurassic Park ones.
I think it depends on the arrangement of feathers. Yeah, they're cool as the classical depiction is pretty cool and neat. But I think that it depends on how the feathers are arranged, because you can make things look adorable and cute with feathers, but also you could make like an Archaeopteryx looking motherfucker, and he's just got all these like I'm gonna swoop in and get you, or like maybe I feel like feathers can go either way in terms of intimidation. Because there are like
Yeah, for
eagles and
sure.
things today that are very intimidating, and they're covered with
Oh yeah,
feathers. But there's also
eagles
fun
are
pixie birds.
eagles are cool as fuck.
Eagles are
Eagles,
very
hawks,
cool.
birds of prey are awesome. Not the film.
Vultures are like massive.
What? You didn't like Birds of Prey? The
You know what?
fantabulous emancipation of one Harley
I
Quinn?
didn't like Birds of Prey and the Fantabulous Emancipation of one Harley
Oh
Quinn.
my goodness. One day, our EFAP movies on that will come out.
One day.
One day.
Cassowaries are cool.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Cassowaries are awesome. They're super cool little critters.
Didn't RGB urinal?
Razor
Gaming.
RGP.
Oh, you sneaky horsey. I see what you're trying to do.
Okay,
I'm a
just gonna
dog.
read the next one.
Yep, go
Oh
for
yeah,
it.
that's right. Let's get to the second super chat.
First live EFAP since 160. I've missed catching these live. Hi, Rags.
Oh, hello there. Thanks
Hello.
for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed it.
160, that's only, what, like 35 times 4 ago?
I hope they didn't
Wait.
leave because they hated 160 and they came back to this one just to see if we were
just to give
if
us
we
a
had
chance.
changed our ways. Yeah, and they ended up hating this one too.
I don't even know what I was trying to
Consolation
figure
prize.
out with those numbers. It's been a while. That's all.
How
that's
long
like,
ago it's been?
Yeah, I don't know what metric I was actually trying to use. I think my brain ran away, but
One a week maybe is what you would have
times
guesstimated.
4? I don't think that would have been 1 a week, would it? No, wait, 1 a month. That'll be per month. No, wait. Too many numbers. They've clashed
would you
together and they've
use
all
it?
melted.
Yeah. What were you using?
I guess I'll never know, because I don't have the answer.
Strange. Just pretend they were sheep and then count them.
Yes. Today's animal of the day is the mandrill. I think people have asked us about this one before.
The mandrill.
The
That
mandrill.
sounds
Hey,
cool.
no.
Oh, these boys. Yeah, let me get you a picture here. You've seen these before. Let me get you an image here of a mandrill.
Ah, those bays. Well,
Bring it, we need
Oh,
animal
one of
comments.
those.
Look at him. He's I think they're cool, yeah.
This
I
is their
wouldn't mind
good
having a
side.
chat with them.
Just so we're clear, this is their good side.
I mean, just
Oh,
imagine
they
having
have
a
a
little
big ass, right?
Oh,
They
Jesus
got
Christ,
they
yes.
got the butt, yeah.
buttocks.
All the better to sit down with.
Yeah, I just look. I'm going through pic. What the fuck is happening here?
Oh my god.
What the hell? I don't
I
even.
like how he's turning around to look at me.
Yeah, he's like, "What are you looking at?" It's like, I don't know. What am I looking at? What's happening back there?
His tail looks like Bad Dragon made it.
Kind of.
So anyway, finally
Fuck is
watched the
this?
new Harry Potter movie, and it was terrible. Mads Mikkelsen was good as always, and Dan Fogler too, but everything else was bad.
Bad.
I like how they said the new Harry Potter movie.
That's the
Fantastic.
Is that the Dumbledore one? Like the Secrets of Dumbledore?
Dumble
Yeah.
Shreem.
So, were the first two any
Dumbleshreem,
good?
yeah.
Did anyone watch them?
I'm pretty
I
sure
don't
people
know.
don't like them very much.
I don't know
I
anything
tried to
about
watch the
him.
first one and I fell asleep halfway through.
Are you sure somebody didn't place a spell on you to make you sleep? Maybe
That's
because
happened to me with 3 movies. The other 2 were
Ooh.
Black Widow and Black Panther.
Wow.
Oh no. You don't like black people.
No.
Minority-led
not
movies
relevant.
make you sleep.
Speaking of Black Widow, I wonder what the latest Medea movie is.
Holy shit.
Next one says, sup, Ra here. This is the first time I've caught one of these live since Joker came out. I'm so old now.
Raw sent that?
I always wonder if there's Ra impersonators. I'll never know if it's the true Ra.
If you are the true Raw,
I don't
we miss
feel.
you.
I
That
don't
doesn't
feel
sound like
that
something
could
Raw would
compose,
say.
I was gonna say this.
I don't feel like I don't believe that Ra could compose a sentence that hinged.
I was gonna say it's
Has
very
mellow-
hinged, yeah.
Yeah, Raw has not mellowed out, nor will he ever.
Wait, that sounds like Ra here just got back from rehab.
That I would believe. If it would require rehab for me to believe that he's kind of comes across as a normal person. If you want to be a Raw impersonator, beginning with "I just got back from rehab," probably a good strategy to get us to believe it.
Although not now that we've said that, we'll cotton on to you because we're a smart lot, you know. You want to think of something equivalent that has the same effect, or just be like unhinged. Those are the two ways to go.
Metal, you got your Pokedex Googling skills ready?
Oh shit! Hang on, let me
I've
sit
got
up
mine
here.
ready.
Oh boy. Okay.
Oh, I feel if Metal's here, we should let him do it. It's his favorite thing.
It's the only thing I have, Rags. Come on, man.
Because I always thought I was the one who did it on the count of me being always the one who does it. I didn't know you had an interest.
Rags, if you remember, actually Metal was the first one to do it, and then whenever he's not here, you were doing it. Your memory is shit, but that's okay, because I'm here. I make up for it.
Okay, yeah, definitely.
With your enormous brain, look at your brain. Look at
your brain.
Picture. It's so big.
Mm-hmm. Maybe it's mostly fur, though.
Destroy All Humans, but with red eyes. I think they Destroy All Humans 2
Crypto was Superman's dog, right?
No. Crypto with a C. Crypto is not to be confused with cryptocurrency. Crypto Sporidium 137.
Okay, that's what Boogie invested in, and he lost his money.
Well, look, all right. If you invested in anything right now, you're probably not doing great. Man,
I feel
Humans was awesome. That was a cool game.
I haven't visited like crypto subreddits, but I imagine it's just chaos in terms of.
Well, because I'm pretty sure that I think Bitcoin is at like a 50. Yeah, so Bitcoin. Jesus Christ.
Wait, is Bitcoin a cryptocurrency?
Bitcoin is a cryptocurrency, yes.
Okay.
Because I just mean cryptocurrency.
I just don't. I know so little about crypto.
Well, yeah. So Bitcoin is the biggest one by market capitalization, and then Ethereum is second, and then I forget after that. And yeah, every because right now, year to date, Bitcoin is down 58%.
Ouch.
Now,
hey,
to be fair, the S&P I think year to date is down about 25%. But 52 is a much bigger number than 25%.
Yeah.
Well, it's worse than that. It's just that everybody's losing money. So
misery loves company.
Misery does love company.
That's why we watch Kenobi together.
Wow, I would watch Kenobi alone. Oh my god.
Hell no, I would not
dude,
watch this shit alone.
I said that's a show that I would totally have watched, like, if there was nothing, even if there was no one to talk to and no, like, internet culture to sort of keep track of stuff. I don't know how long I would have lasted, though.
I think I would have to. I think I would have to contrive. I think I would need to contrive like an imaginary friend to help me get through it. I need to get a little Hobbs, and then pretend that he's real. No, he is real. Actually, I'll get Hobbs. He can watch it with me and make many astute observations about
To answer your question, Mahler,
episodes 3 or 4.
You would have watched 2 episodes and then quit.
There's a good chance.
The first episode would have been like, and the second episode you'd be like, fuck this, I'm out.
I wonder if my curiosity for what they're doing with him would actually overcome it, though. I don't know. But I think I would start getting more and more frustrated. I'd be like, I gotta talk to somebody about this. This is absurd.
What about Felix? Felix is alive. Hobbs is imaginary. But he's alive to Calvin. So.
Oh, fair enough.
I do like what Bill Watterson... I'm pretty sure I talked about this like 2 days ago. But he presented it as... people would ask him, so is Hobbs real? Like, is he actually real? And I think the answer that he always gave is he's real to Calvin. Like... How Calvin sees him is how he sees him, and how everybody else sees Hobbs is how they see him. It's such a great example of I mean, yeah, because I mean, of course, they're both fictional characters, but even in their own world, Calvin, like Hobbs is imaginary, but he feels so real. I mean, he's so real to Calvin and is meaningful to Calvin. He might as well be real for all that, you know, the influence that people have on other people. Again, your obligatory Calvin and Hobbes is fantastic. Calvin and Hobbes is such a good comic.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea what the fuck is going on.
Do you not?
It's
have you not heard
because
of
you don't know
Calvin?
references to anything.
Do you know what
Have you never
Calvin and
read
Hobbes
Calvin and
is?
Hobbes? Is
No, not really.
Okay,
Oh,
so
man, Jay.
okay, I'll just post a little picture of Calvin and Hobbes, and maybe you'll recognize them from having seen them in a newspaper.
Right.
You know, Jay, when they say touch grass, they don't mean only touch grass. Like, there are nerdier things you can do in life.
I think I recognize that.
You don't? Okay, so did you ever? You read comics in like newspapers?
I do recognize that.
Oh, you do, right? Yeah.
But also, no, I've never read a comic in a newspaper on Sunday or any other day.
You have?
Did they have newspapers when you were a kid?
I didn't hear that correct. Did you? Did or you didn't?
I didn't. I've never touched a newspaper.
Are you serious? Did you live in a cave?
So the thing with me was I don't know how it works over in America or in the UK, but one thing they had in the Sunday newspaper that had like a little well, so they did have the funnies in like all of the every week, but there was this little it was like a 4 to 6 page one that was specifically like, yeah, this is for the kids to read, and it would have like Simpsons ones, Calvin and Hobbes, The Far Side, a whole bunch of like comic strips. So that would be the one that I would read on Sunday. That was the only thing I ever read in the newspaper.
I would also.
We did something similar. Every day there would be like a 2 pages of comics in a particular section, and they'd be in black and white. But on Sunday, there was the dedicated color, all of the comics that you could read through a little longer.
Yeah, as well as other little games and
yeah. I would look forward
to the crossword puzzle was there, and the horoscopes and all that weird shit.
All that stuff. I would also like to see the updated list of movies in the theater, and then as long as I can make a good argument, we'd be going that week. That means.
Oh yeah, movie listings were on the back of that same section during the workday.
Yeah, for like, oh yeah, because you would look at the fucking newspaper to find out what the show times
movie
were.
Times were absolutely, yeah.
You'd see right now Jay is like, how old are you guys?
We're not. This is recent memory. Yeah.
My dad bought newspapers for like until I was probably like 5 or 6, and it never occurred to me to be like, oh man, I wonder if there's anything fun in there for me.
The thing is
I just struck me as like, that's reading that or touching that seems like the epitome of boredom.
I knew that there was fun stuff in there because I was aware of the fun comics and little puzzles. And man, Sunday was fun when you would get to read those.
I have my own like little children's magazines and stuff with like kids comics in them.
I don't think I ever read those as much. I think I occasionally got like actual flat out video game magazines.
There'd be like the Hot Wheels magazine, and it would come with like a little free car on the front of it.
I remember there was one that I got, and I'm pretty sure I still have it somewhere, where it was like a little booklet that was just Nintendo Wii, all of the fun stuff coming to like Nintendo Wii during the first 2 years of its life. And I remember like reading about Super Smash Brothers Brawl. I got really hyped for Brawl. That was a really hype game for me. I'd be like looking at trailers on early 2006, 7 YouTube.
Oh, dude, me and a friend of mine
to find out what's happening.
We're obsessed with Melee to the point where we would like play it pretty much all the time if we had like sleepovers and stuff. And so when Brawl came out, we were both just like, "Can we be ready for something like this? What is this gonna do? I don't know. What is it gonna do?"
Well, I think I got it a month after it came out, but because I was super duper, because I didn't used to buy games at launch. I'd get them as early as reasonable back then, which could often mean like a couple of weeks or a month or even like a year.
Did you never go to midnight releases? Did you have those?
Well, later on I did, but like when I was younger, you didn't really pay as much attention to release dates. I remember Grand Theft Auto 5. I went to the Grand Theft Auto 5 midnight launch. And I went to the fuck me. This one's a little bit regretful. I went to the Destiny midnight launch. I bought the $200 special edition version of that game with the little ghost figure. I went to that. That was the last one I went to.
Yeah, I
got burnt hard by Destiny. That game burned me. That put me off of like pre-orders and that kind of stuff in general. Grand Theft Auto 5 was cool as fuck. I remember because I bought it and then I stayed up all night and played it. And I'm pretty sure I basically played that for like every waking hour that was available to me for like the next week and a half. Grand Theft Auto 5 is a cool game. I know that like in the 10 years afterward, with so much saturation of Grand Theft Auto 5, like that game was fucking hype. I remember everybody was so excited for Grand Theft Auto 5.
And I was like, this is fun. I really like this.
Wasn't
it's
it like
fun to go around and
Skyrim
drive my car and
is the other one that's got that kind of reputation where it's saturation across multiple generations and consoles? And then maybe further down the tier list is something like Resident Evil 4, where it's like that keeps getting re-released as well across like all different consoles.
The thing is now, because Skyrim is like 11 years old now, Grand Theft Auto 5 next year will be 10 years old. This is far and away the longest gap between Grand Theft Auto games, because we got Red Dead Redemption 2, but that was nearly 4 years ago nearly. That came out in 2018. They don't need to. They probably will make Grand Theft Auto 6, but they don't need to. GTA Online makes them so much money, which is unfortunate because I don't really care for GTA Online. I like GTA 4
I never
online.
gave a shit. Yeah.
Because oh man, that was one of my that was a vivid memory. I remember when I finally got like Wi-Fi and online setup for my PlayStation 3, and I think the first game that I played for that was because I played Xbox Live through friends and stuff. But then when I got it set up on PS3 with Grand Theft Auto 5, Grand Theft Auto 4, it was rockets on the airport. That was such a fun experience. God damn, I remember that vividly, how cool it was playing online, blowing everybody up with rocket launchers, like in Liberty City, and then in free roam when you just encounter people and get into fights. Grand Theft Auto 4 had really fun online. And unlike Grand Theft Auto 5, it wasn't super monetized so heavily that it was yeah, I don't know. I only played GTA Online like for 5 for maybe a week or two through massive connectivity issues. And then it just, I don't know, the appeal never stuck for me. It just wasn't, yeah.
I've always been kind of bitter at Grand Theft Auto Online for 5 because after beating 5 and I realized that there's just not in-game content, like it just doesn't, it's not there. You kind of just go around and you could do a few things, but you could still play, and that was it. That was end game. Once you're done with a story mission in 5, it's like you need to go to online and pay us money.
I think it's interesting you say that, because an observation that a lot of people make is Grand Theft Auto 5 or Grand Theft Auto 4, there's lots of ways to make money, but there's not a lot of things to spend it on. Grand Theft Auto 5 has a lot of things that you can buy, but not a lot of ways to make money. I'm pretty sure that now someone could correct me. Yeah, I think you know what I'm talking about. There's a property in the game that I think costs $150 million. It's like a tennis court or something. It's the biggest property you can get in the game. I'm pretty sure that it's basically feasibly impossible to make that much money unless before doing the Lester missions, you knew where to put your money in the game stock market to maximize your earnings when you did the assassination missions for Lester. I think if you knew ahead of time, you could make that money. But if you didn't, then
yeah,
good luck.
There is a point in the game that you have the opportunity to invest in like stock markets and stuff. And if you don't do it, then you can't make that money ever again. And you kind of need that money in order to progress meaningfully through the end game. And all of I went through the online guides. Also, cheat codes. No cheat codes, because that's like content that's really fun and everything. Pay us shit instead, asshole. So you don't get the cheat codes like you have before Grand Theft Auto 5. But like all the guides on how to make money, they were always like, yeah, before this mission, you need to do this. Because if you don't, you're just basically screwed.
Yeah. And I mean, San Andreas, because my favorite Grand Theft Auto game is San Andreas. I think one of the things that helps that game a lot is just there's so many things to spend your money on and do. There's so many side activities. Like there was property, you could buy tons of different properties all across the place. And I remember in that game, it felt like there was a lot of utility to buying those properties because it used the old save system where you need to go back to your house and save. And it was a genuine drive to get from like one side of Los Santos to the other, or like to travel between a whole bunch of different cities. And so like there was a lot of incentive to buy property, and there were a lot of ways to make money. And there was a lot of the side activities like going to the gym and exercising, because if you exercised and got super healthy, it would give you advantages in the gameplay, like in the shootouts and in chases and stuff. man, Grand Theft Auto is a cool series. I do like it. Like, in the face of its massive popularity and kind of where it's at now, like, damn, those were some good games. The PlayStation 2 ones, Grand Theft Auto 4 I really like. I liked 5. Sorry, tangent over. Next super chat.
Please read the Pokedex entries for Mimikyu. Mimikyu.
Oh boy, what horrors await in this?
Oh, hang on. Okay, here's the Pokemon. There it is. That's Mimikyu. Looks slightly disturbing, I would say.
I see.
So there's a couple of the Pokédex entries. So just gonna start with this one. Its actual appearance is unknown. A scholar who saw what was under its rag was overwhelmed by terror and died from the shock.
Oh my god. He melted like the Ark of the Covenant under there. He just
Wait, is the implication that it's drawing on like a cloth it has over itself?
Well, because those are its eyes there down on the torso, the fake torso.
It's like a Super Mario Hill.
A little bit, yeah. Got the hills have eyes, so to speak.
Oh god.
A gust of wind revealed what hides under this Pokemon's rag to a passing trainer who went home and died painfully that very night.
Oh
very
god.
Cool. Very
Are
nice.
these official? Are these like the official, actual Pokedex entries?
I would think so. And then we have...
Yeah, there's a website that it's probably what he's using. It has all of the entries for all the different versions
for all the
for
games,
Pokemon. Yeah.
Bulbapedia or something. Yeah. After going to all the effort of disguising itself, its neck was broken. Whatever is inside is probably unharmed, but it's still feeling sad.
Yeah, I'd be sad about that.
Maybe he just wanted to die and it broke its neck, but it didn't
I like
kill
how
it.
it couldn't draw, like, it had to do the squiggly crazy eyes instead of just drawing like the eyes properly.
And then it's this last one. It stands in front of a mirror trying to fix its broken neck as if its life dependent on it. I mean, it probably does. It has a hard time getting it right, so it's crying inside.
Oh no. It's such a tragedy.
What a miserable existence, especially
crying
if the whole
and everybody...
people dying from looking at it thing has nothing to do, like it doesn't want that at all.
What is that doing for his self-esteem?
Yeah.
When people look at me, they die, literally.
It would honestly be a hit on my self-esteem if someone saw me and then fucking died.
How about you replug your microphone?
I thought someone was going to say.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
You're echoing. You
Maybe
sound
they
like
heard
you're really
you and
far
they
away.
fucking died.
I was gonna say, do you want me to shout, Jay? I don't know if you can hear me from all the way over there.
You want to join the rest of us in the Discord room?
Yeah, there you go. Mimikyu. Very fun.
Beautiful. Any plans to get Mike Stoklasa on EFAP? If he wants to. He'd be welcome.
If Mike Stoklasa wants to come on EFAP, he is more than welcome.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Red Letter Media have a weird blind spot for TV shows and Marvel. They like The Boys Season 2, for fuck's sake. Plenty of people like The Boys Season 2.
Plenty of people like The Boys Season 2.
We were told we were crazy for a while.
Like, yeah, it was only until episode 7 when it should have been episode 2, I think, was when we realized we were probably 1. I think there was a lot of red flags at 1, but then by 2.
Yeah, we lost, like, and then 3 went fucking nuts.
I'm sure season 3 is a dramatic improvement. I haven't seen it yet, and I don't know if I'm really interested in watching it.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah,
Hi,
that
Jay.
sounds a bit better.
Oh, wait, no, it shouldn't.
I was going to say, that doesn't sound better.
Okay, yeah, it doesn't now that you speak more.
My microphone just isn't working. So
that's not good.
Fun.
Try restart or something.
What you're currently hearing through is the microphone on my webcam. I'll restart.
Okay, bye.
Alrighty.
Bye. Oh, you want to make sure that Jay feels
glad we sorted that out.
Welcomed in the exit. Okay, well, next up we got here's a fun animal, the reef triggerfish, otherwise known as the hunu cow pow.
Okay.
My goodness, what a
I've
lovely
just
name.
looked them up. It's an interesting looking. It's got some interesting stripes and whatnot.
Yeah.
Wow.
A triggerfish, yeah. Oh, you've already got it up. Where is the reef triggerfish found? In Hawaii. Oh no, found in the reefs of the Indo-Pacific and is the state fish of Hawaii. So it's probably got a decent amount of. I wonder if I saw that at the aquarium. Doesn't ring a bell. Maybe.
The farts weren't explored enough for what it was supposed to be. It's definitely wasted potential for, and then they reference what it is, which is partially a spoiler. I know what they meant to say, I just love the idea that their phone corrected them to farts. I agree with you.
This is what they really meant.
I agree. Me and Fringy have mentioned when in ability to spoil some things about a certain TV show that we feel that way about that thing. You're not alone on that one.
Yeah. Yeah.
The meme request was honored.
Trophy.
Trophy.
If I had one, that's such a great meme on its own.
Oh, it's a good meme. You guys weren't fast.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Do I sound good and nice and
Nope.
crisp?
No.
No.
Nope.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Yes,
You're not
really.
lying.
Do I sound better at all?
You sound
No.
about the same. Yep.
Hey Mola, did you check out the latest Supermassive game? It's their gamiest so far. They put in a movie mode so you don't even have to play this one. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's the quarry.
Wait, what?
You get an
Wow,
achievement
really?
for selecting that.
Yeah, they have like they have a mode where you don't even have to play. You can just set it to where like everybody lives or dies, or like you can give them custom traits and then just watch it.
You will
Can't
find
wait to play that one.
myself and Metal playing that around Halloween time, I suppose.
Oh no.
As is custom.
Well, I think you need to double up because they've got another one that's coming out this year. Their anthology one and this, so that's two games.
In that case, me and Metal can play one of them like halfway through Halloween maybe, and then the next one on Halloween.
Oh boy, double dosage.
I like how I say halfway through Halloween as if October itself is just Halloween, but that's how I feel.
Well, no, it could be halfway through Halloween, halfway through the day.
True, it could be that. Although I don't know if we can handle a double dose of Supermassive. Like it's
I'm gonna get really drunk for that one.
I sit there and it's like a movie mode. It's like I guess you can add that option and that's fine. But like, you know,
I guess what I will say is it's the game it makes the most sense for because it's so little in terms of mechanics. It's like it's almost like they were pretending the whole time, and then someone went, "You don't need to pretend. It's fine. We'll be okay with you being a movie." And they're like, "Really?" And they're like, "Yeah, just be a movie. Fuck
I
it."
suppose video games, man, they're really cool in terms of the things that you can try to do to entire your story into gameplay, making conscious choices about what kind of gameplay mechanics you're going to have depending on the story you want to tell, or achieving things that I was thinking a bit about I've been thinking about Metal Gear Rising because I've been listening to the music, and I was thinking about so what is it that makes like the Armstrong fight so cool? Why is it so memorable? And one of the things that is the case is just it was difficult.
Nanomachine,
it was
son.
a challenge. Well, Nanomachine certainly helped, but it was difficult. It was challenging.
Yeah, it was pretty tough.
When you fight a boss that says first of all they put you in a lot of in leading up to it states where you can't beat him, where like, you know, if you attack him you've got like every attack you do takes like 0.1 of his health. To have all that happen and then the boss fight begins and it says 200 health, unlike every other boss you fought in the game, and then you fight him and win and he's really challenging. There's something you get out of that that's not replicatable in a non-interactive medium. The challenge feeds into the satisfaction of the narrative. It's one of those unique strengths of video. It's one of the reasons why I get annoyed when people say all games should have an easy mode. It feels like you're ignoring an aspect of video games that is, in some sense, inextricable if we consider fail states to be like a sort of necessary, a defining aspect of a video game. I guess we can have a conversation about that. But leveraging the interactive nature to enhance the storytelling, or at least to give people the feelings that you want to give them. It's not because someone said dopamine. It's not dopamine. It's because like dopamine is not gonna. That's not going to explain me looking back on it fondly now, like that memory of that fight scene and that whole sequence. It's satisfying at the time, but the fact that it's so memorable, I think, stems from that challenge. Yeah, I don't know. It's just something to think about in the face of a game that has an option to have zero interactivity. You know.
Mike Flanagan's Absentia isn't half bad. Funny thing, on Prime, cast info for Absentia incorrectly as info for Friday the 13th Part 2. Or the sequel, sorry. Well, they better fix that, I guess. So,
Be right back.
Presumably that can be, like, flagged up by users and stuff. I don't know. But, neat. What's your opinions on The Boys, if you've watched it, and if you haven't, I really like it. You should watch it, High Rags.
Hi there.
Like all of it, or season 1, 2, 3?
Well, let's just answer that broadly quickly. Season 1, we like it. Thumbs up. Season 2, ooh, stinky. Season 3, nobody's watched any of it yet. Out of us.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
We found Season 2 was so stinky it put me off The Boys as a whole. And I've been too busy to even give a chance to The Boys Season 3. And nobody is... So, this is kind of interesting, I guess, and it's relevant to point it out now. Like, I mentioned it already in this stream, so I imagine some people will be like, wait, why did you watch the latest season of Strange Things? And I'd be like, pretty much just because a couple people that I trust recommended it. Meanwhile, The Boys Season 3, I don't think anybody that I know has told me that it's good yet. I know some people have watched it, but I haven't got anybody saying like, oh, you gotta check out The Boys Season 3. Meanwhile, they had for Stranger Things. So I was like, fine, I'll go have a look-see. I may have a look-see at The Boys Season 3 if I hear enough people say I should see it. Kind of how it works at this point, you know? I just get peer pressured. Next they'll say smoking. I should do smoking. I hope I don't give in. I hope I don't watch the TV show Smoking.
Smoking. A show so bad it'll give you cancer.
Ignore Absentia's terrible DVD art. That's not a problem. Don't judge a book by its cover, eh? Eh?
Even though everybody does, hence why the quote exists.
Vader was so cool when he did a Starkiller. As if Starkiller isn't Rey levels of Gary Stu BS. He's the Shadow the Hedgehog of Star Wars. I hate him. Oh my god. I think the reason why it goes over better with Star Wars fans, like Starkiller's story, is because he suffers greatly.
He does.
Goes through a lot of shit, so it's like, it just feels a little bit more like
and maybe there's also, again, when we think about storytelling, aligning the player with, you know, the fact that he's the playable character.
Yeah.
That's something I've been thinking about a bit too on that subject, is the nature of aligning the interests of... I've been thinking about it a bit with Halo, kind of prompted it. That something that can cause a serious disconnect in a video game is when your interests are fundamentally not aligned with the character you're playing. Abby in The Last of Us 2 is the... Yeah, nobody wants to, in that boss fight, nobody really wants to fight Ellie. And so you're in a situation where a lot of players just don't want to engage with the game as presented. Conversely, when you're playing Halo, there's no point when you're like, maybe we should sit down and talk with the Covenant, talk with the Flood and sort this out. Like, your interests are entirely aligned with the character. There is no disconnect. Like, I think ludonarrative dissonance is the disconnect in a sense, you know?
It can vary, like, with different results, but I think you are, like, that is... I think that might be the ultimate example, when they force you to play as Abby and battle Ellie and try and defeat her. That's the kind of thing where you're just like, why the fuck would I want to do this?
I imagine the conversation they had is, this is an interesting dilemma to put the player in, where the character that they're controlling has to fight somebody that they that they like. But I guess the reason why
it's not really a dilemma if you can only do one thing.
That's right. So that's kind of like, and look, Injustice 2's got problems, but like when you at the end of the, I guess this is spoilers, at the end of the game you get to choose whether you want to fight as Batman or Superman. That determines the ending. It's like if you give the player the choice, that can be really interesting in having them come into conflict with a character that they've played as. I know that I remember this. I think it was a rant that Angry Joe had about Halo 5 and how disappointing it was. And something he suggested is, could you imagine if you had to play as Locke in a boss battle against Master Chief? That would have been awesome. And it's like, that would have been awesome. That's like a really cool idea to have you play as somebody who then gets pitted against the protagonist you've been with for a long time. That can be like really cool gameplay wise, to be up against somebody who you know what they can do because you played as them. I guess as I think about examples of that working well, though, the Ellie Abby one is like not that, because nobody's engaging with that. I think it is a matter of how immersed are you getting people in the experience to where they can engage with that properly, rather than them recognizing what this is, which is, this is a boss battle and I can't progress unless I engage with the mechanics, but I don't want to. Something's gone wrong, ultimately. Something has gone wrong. And someone could say, well, that's someone's subjective experience with the game. And it's like, I guess that's true, but if that's happening to a lot
of people have that subjective experience, it seems.
Well, if that's happening to a lot of people, and you're thinking about, I guess, really the kind of subjective nature of how people choose to engage with the gameplay, you know, why is it that I don't know, when Mauler was playing Resident Evil Village, that he's like fucking around to see what will break if he's
Oh
playing,
yeah,
like,
it's
how
hard
far he
not
can
to
push it.
adopt that attitude. It really is hard not to just
it's
kind of do that.
Yeah, it's Uncharted. The way that works is, hopefully you are having enough fun doing what the game wants you to do that you won't realize that you can't do much more than what the game wants you to. The second that you realize that, it can cause a lot of problems. Oh, I can't go over there. Why can't I go over here? Why can't I do this? Oh, I can't go back now. As opposed to a game like Metroid, where you can go wherever you want, you know, within the bounds of whatever abilities that you have. It's a delicate balance, I think, the aligning the interest of the player with the protagonist while also having the protagonist be a character. It's really easy when it's someone like Master Chief. It's a lot harder when they're a well-defined hero. And then I guess your option there is, yeah.
On your point about the presenting that choice being so much more interesting, I guess it's mostly related, but I was just gonna say, like, I will forever be bitter that they didn't let the players choose whether or not to execute Abby at the end of The Last of Us 2, after all the points the game believes it's making about violence and sort of what choice you should make.
The option,
yeah, because I think it would, then you could present it in a very cold manner at the end of the credits. It would say, you know, a number comes up and it says the players who chose to end Abby's life and the players who didn't, you know, and it would just be like,
it would be 90% wanting to kill Abby.
I'm not even gunning for the comedy side of it, of which that's very true. I would more so be gunning for, like, is this not an incredibly fascinating social experiment to see what happened as a result of what you gave us in terms of a narrative and what players chose to do? What does it say about humanity that everyone decided to fucking kill Abby? Like, what does that mean?
I think that's the problem. They didn't think that would be the case. They thought that by the end of it, people would see both sides and then understand that it's complicated, but they failed.
Didn't they see the zebra? What do you mean they wanted to kill Abby?
I guess I think that is indicative of an attitude that probably isn't conducive to making good video games, which is, no, this is our story. Like, no, we're not giving anything to you. This is we're not going to put anything in your hands in terms of any decisions or conclusions you come to. This is our story, rather than creating a game that can be interpreted in different ways depending on how the player engages with it, has multiple endings, none of which are necessarily more canonical than the other. And I think that there's look, the binary morality system is, like, you know, I think it's got serious limitations.
It can go away.
Well, I mean, Infamous, yeah.
I mean, hell, like, I think Mass Effect in a lot of ways really did it poorly.
I think so, because there's too many mechanics that tie into being Paragon or Renegade that it makes a lot more sense to play one way.
It encourages you to go fully one way or the other.
But this is what I would say. Infamous does the same thing. But I think that Infamous doesn't really... I think that when you play Infamous, there is an understanding that once you pick one track, you're going to be going that direction. And what I like, because I adore Infamous, I really, really like that game. And one of the things I like about it so much is that it does the thing that I think should often be done when it comes to morality, which is make the good path harder, make it more challenging, make it more testing.
Yeah,
The easy way is the path is like the way where you, because you'll often be presented with choices like, man, I could like disable this thing without poisoning people, but then I'm going to get fucked and I'm going to lose my abilities for a little while and it's going to be harder. Or I could just not care and just do it the most efficient way possible. I still achieve my objectives, but a lot of other people get hurt in the process. And the game judges you very harshly for the negative choices. Like, it makes things easier, but there are negative storytelling consequences.
There's your
for that
easy
path.
mode. Be evil.
But,
here's your easy mode.
Well, what I like about that game so much is that the ending is in the evil ending, basically Cole is like, yeah, I'm like in charge of this city. I have all the power. You know, in like the law of the jungle, and no one's more powerful than me. So in a sense, like, he's pretty content with this as an ending. But if you pick the good path, all it is just Cole talking about how, like, I'm alone. Like, there's nobody here. I can't trust anybody. Everybody's and yeah, the people in this city love me, but what happens the first time they expect me to be there for them and I'm not? It's like, damn, like, that's an interesting thought, that like you've taken the path of the hero, and yeah, people like you for now, but you can't save everybody. So what's going to happen when you start failing? What's going to happen? You can't trust anybody. Everybody's manipulating you. Infamous is really cool. They should remaster that instead of The Last of Us fucking 1. All right.
At least we hopefully have a good Dead Space remake. I guess remake. Is a remake or remaster?
It's a remake. They've remade that game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hopefully that'll be good.
Are you ready for The Last of Us Part 1 to come in and make changes to try and fail to make Part 2 and Abby as a whole look better and Joel look worse?
Yes, I'm ready.
So,
is it confirmed that they're changing anything about the narrative?
They're changing the gameplay, but I'm pretty sure, based on what they showed in that trailer, that the cutscenes are 1-to-1. Like, whatever they've done,
we know that they lie about cutscenes, unfortunately.
So what I mean by that is, if I were like looking, Final Fantasy VII remake is very clearly not the original game. Very clearly. And same with Resident Evil remake versus Resident Evil 2 remake versus Resident Evil 2. In this case, it looks like they are the cutscenes with the original recordings for like the motion capture and everything, and they've just done whatever magic with like the engine to make it look better.
Okay.
So it looks like it's going to be 1-to-1, and I guess the gameplay mechanics are probably going to be like they are in 2. So not great is what that means. But yeah.
Pig is 100% unbridled praiseworthy. That is the Nicolas Cage Pig movie.
Yeah. I'll probably do a Forge on that one day. That movie sounds
Nicolas
like
Cage
a blast.
pig movie. I've got a pig.
A pig.
Kenobi is the only Star Wars show I've seen, and I hate it. The only upside is you guys covering it. What are you guys' favorite artists/styles in history? Hi, Rags.
Hello.
Artist. Wait, sorry. You mean
Deco
what?
Okay. What was the question again? Sorry, in full.
What are your favorite artists/styles in history?
Okay.
Is that artists in history?
I would say so. So you could go really far back with that. I imagine.
Look, Jay's already far back enough in the room. Okay, can't keep pushing him further.
Wait, am I still on the wrong mic?
What's that?
No, we can hear you. Don't worry. They're fucking with you. They're tricking you. Right to left then. Rags, you said Art Deco. Expand.
I really like a lot of the imagery, a lot of the focus it has on things tapering to points, and the human iconography that you have with statues and things, the references to mythologies. I like a lot of the clear defined lines and the shapes as they sort of meet together, that Chrysler building kind of look. I really enjoy it, like Rapture is a really excellent sort of example of how that style can be, explored.
Art Deco is awesome.
I really, really enjoy that look, especially because you can apply it to so many things. It's not just like a poster or an advertisement. It can be an entire style of architecture. You can build cities that are Art Deco. Good luck building a surrealist city. As much as I like the art style, there is it's an
Do you
aspect
have a
of
favorite Art Deco like architect or?
not really. I don't know architects much. I just recognize some of the styles.
Right.
So
Metal.
Yeah, it's me. I don't know. I never really thought about that. But if we could like go with a style, I've always really like enjoyed like basically all the art styles in like the Warhammer universe. I think that's just cool shit. Like doesn't even matter if it's like the fantasy one or the Space Marines ones. I just really like those looks. It's like really nice. I don't know the names for them. I don't know, but that's like the style I would probably say first. Someone chat just Gothic. It's like yeah, I guess it checks out. Yeah.
Gothic's
yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Mubes.
I was gonna go with Gothic because I don't have anything else, like any particular preferences. I like stuff from all over the place. I don't think I've ever thought of a one style as a sort of like, oh, that's me right there. But what I like about Gothic when it shows up is that it seems so almost complicated, huge, grand, and just crazy prestigious. It always comes across to me, and it's like perfect for fantasy settings as well as I love it when it's thrown into horror. These buildings seem great as villain layers and stuff, but I don't know. There's a vibe that comes with a lot of Gothic architecture. As for particular artists, and this is broad enough to cover like, you know, all of art, because
much of human expression, really.
I guess other than the stuff everyone already knows in terms of just people I like their stuff a lot, you know, for writing or whatever. Particular artist. I don't know that I have any particular preference from any particular artist. The person I keep my eye on the most recently, and when it comes to storytelling, is probably Mike Flanagan, if that counts as an answer.
Jay. Oh, sorry.
Well, I was just gonna ask, are there other artists you guys keep track of to that degree, where you're just waiting for the next thing?
No.
So
don't think so.
My reading of the question was actually. What's that?
I was gonna say like only musical, or I guess like writing as well, but like that's it.
That was
So
second.
I think so. My guess would be that the question was actually your favorite artistic styles. I mean, like Baroque or Surrealism or Futurism or something like that, and then a favorite artist would be a specific individual, like an art artist, visual art. I mean, like I guess if we want to be really generic, like Leonardo da Vinci or something. That's my impression in terms of like artists that I really like what Chuck Jones did with Looney Tunes. I think that I really like the style of those golden age American animations. That's something I think is Baroque, not Baroque. But I guess in terms of specific artists, there's like a lot of artists I'll follow on Twitter. Just pay attention to what they're doing. There's certain comic book artists that I think are really cool, like Greg Capullo. I like his art style. David Finch is really good. I like David Mazzucchelli, but I don't know if he does anything anymore. And in terms of writers, I'd probably have to think about that a bit. I guess Flanagan would count for sure. John Watts, but he's not a writer; he's a director, isn't he?
Well, yeah, I mean, directors are artists, right?
Counts, yeah. Yeah. In terms of like a favorite style though, of architecture, in keeping with what everybody else's answers are, it probably is Art Deco. I really adore that style. There's something I like about it's simultaneously extravagant while also being restrained in a sense. Because that's kind of the nature of the style. The origin of the style in like the Roaring Twenties was a level of extravagance beyond pure utilitarianism. Yet at the same time, there are these clear bounds to what you would do with that style that it has a level of simplicity to it, even though it's not that. It's an interesting fusion. And I mean, I like what the Chrysler building looks like. I like that kind of style.
Jay's the only one left now, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Jay, have you ever seen a building before?
No, not from the outside. I like surrealism a lot. I don't, in terms of individual artists, I wouldn't be able to really name any. I get well, I know like who Salvador Dali is, but like I don't really know enough artists by name to like pick out a favorite, right? You know. But
there's a lot of great artists, really. You're all probably in the same boat as me. There's so many great artists, like visual artists, that it's that picking like one or even a handful feels like you're always going to be leaving out people.
I don't spend enough time thinking about the creation of art. I guess the metadata of art to actually just like remember people's names who made it. I just look at it and I'm like, yeah, I really like that, and that's the end of my experience with an artwork. Maybe I'll think about what it means or whatever, but like,
I guess it depends on what because you said music, like you're much more versed in musicians because like that's something that you're more interested in doing yourself creatively, which I think spurs that.
And as well with music is it tends to be if I'm looking at a surrealist painting, I feel like the chances are the person who painted it's probably been long dead.
And what do you think that's a bit of a barrier to like being more?
Well, like, or at least I guess I just don't get the same drive to be like, oh, I want to see the other work that this person did, right?
I think I understand that
music,
in a sense.
I tend to be like, I want to listen to like all this person's songs.
I get what you mean in that the artists that I listed who I liked, all their art is paired with narrative, like Chuck Jones and David Mazzucchelli and stuff. So like all of their artwork is really great as art, but it's all paired with stories that I like. And so that might be the thing. Like I think that's no, I don't want to say something stupid like I was about to, because all art is essentially storytelling. If you want to break it down in some sense, you're trying to convey some sort of a
story, like a feeling. If you're just trying to convey like an atmosphere or a mood, that's not necessarily a story.
I guess the thing is when you look at something like Starry Night, you could say that there's a story there, even though it is like a still image. It's not technically a sequence, but the sequence can be inferred based on like your perception of it, your reading of it.
A lot of art that I think infers a sequence, but I don't think it's necessarily always there.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe what I'm saying is too broad. I guess it's more so that you could look at a painting that is I don't know, it's like a mountainscape. I went to a art gallery last week, and while I was there, I saw this really beautiful painting of, it was like meant to be, it was like, I don't think there were any people in it. It was just like a mountainscape in the background, like soaked in sort of like a warm pink hue from the sunlight or the sunset. There's no characters here. And I guess you could say that the atmosphere is really the sense that's palpable in that. I guess it's just that, maybe I am being too specific if I say that there's a story there. It might just be the atmosphere, but I guess it would be that the goal is always to convey something, some sort of not necessarily a sequence, I suppose. I'm not sure. Actually, I need to think about that a bit more.
Just like surrealist paintings. I like the ones that feel very liminal.
What does liminal mean, Jay?
Well, okay, so I like liminal spaces a lot, and I like surrealist paintings for the same reason that a lot of them seem to capture the atmosphere of like a long time degraded memory. So you remember something from long ago, like maybe a place or an environment, and all of the details of that place have faded away in your mind, and you're just stuck with this very basic perception of this place you once were long ago, and maybe some feelings that go along with it. And looking at
anything that captures that like sort of in the moment. So a liminal space would be, you know, something that looks like the place that you remember, but you only remember the place in that way because your memory is lacking detail. And a place that looks like that currently almost feels forbidden, like you're not supposed to be looking at it, like that's supposed to be in your long distant memories. And I just really like that experience. I don't know. It's an experience that really I like. There's no other really way to put it.
No, I get it. Because I looked up surrealism and there's a lot of cool imagery here. Though now it's prompted a thought in me because I will never forget about that. It was either a blank canvas or it was like just red, and it was in like an art gallery, and it baffled me.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff is money laundering.
Like art and expression. Because when I look at a Baroque painting, it's always just, man, like this is really cool that you made this. This is an incredibly well wrought image that you created with paint, and it's super duper impressive in terms of art and it like expression and capability. Whereas I guess I'm not sure how I feel about expression, but not that much by way of like any technical skill in realizing it. I'm not sure how I square that away. I'm not even sure that it's clear what I mean by that.
Like you don't it's a lot harder for me to appreciate a piece of modern art when it's just a red square, when I can look at a Hieronymus Bosch 3-panel set and be like, "Holy shit, you put a lot of work into this. Jesus Christ, look at all this stuff."
Well, yeah, because the Baroque painting isn't devoid of artistic expression. The artistic expression is there in all of the choices that you made of what's on there, how it's colored, how it's the lighting, the composition, framing, all of that has gone into it. But it's paired with the capacity to realize something that most people can't do. That like that's an element of what's impressive about art. And in something where it's just splashing paint on a canvas, you've expressed something, sure, but there's either less skill involved in realizing that. Like I could do that. And so it's expression, sure. And there can be value in that expression, but I guess I wonder how much the talent factors into, or maybe not the talent, but more so just the skill that would be required to realize this is factors into an assessment of its quality.
It feels like two modes when you appreciating the construction of it versus appreciating like meaning of it. I was just thinking about how if you had someone who took an apple and then opened like a padlock and just put it through it and then closed the padlock, and then put that on a stool. That's the piece. It's a padlocked apple, and you look at it and you're like, huh. And then you think about what that could mean versus someone who draws a photorealistic version of that, where it's like on one it's like that must have taken you like a couple, maybe a minute to get that right, and the other one it's like whoa, and you get just like the one on the stool. It's like I could see myself ended up staring at it for a little bit to think about what I think it might mean. But the one that was done photorealistic drawing, I would be staring at it not only for its meaning, but also being like, man, this is a fucking good drawing.
It's just the recognition of the amount of work that would have gone into that factors into how impressive I find it. I can't not look at this really incredible painting of a landscape that, and especially when, because it's something that I guess becomes a lot clearer when you're looking at these paintings in person, is when you take a few steps back, the way that it looks from there, but then when you also come closer to it and you can see all the paint strokes and the brush strokes and how you chose to use these strokes deliberately and intentionally to create this image, and then the texture of all the paint on the canvas as well, like how it can glisten under the right lighting conditions depending on what type of paint that you used. I think that I personally find that there's more to appreciate there than in something where it's a bunch of paint splashed on a canvas. I guess the problem is I don't want to be too dismissive of that, because maybe there's a really compelling argument for that, the mind-blowing value of that. I just don't see it.
I want to give a special honorable mention. Go ahead.
No, go for it.
I want to give an honorable mention to retrofuturism.
Yes, I was thinking about saying that. Retrofuturism is such a cool style.
Retrofuturism it's generally known, but if you look up Google images of it, you'll probably find 1950s, 60s style spaceships and
I love it.
cyborgs and laser guns.
Oh,
but
that's
it's
so
kind of an
nice.
umbrella
Immediately
term.
love all of this. This is thank you for introducing me to this.
Well, retrofuturism was the direct inspiration for like the style of Futurama. It's definitely in that vein. I like how optimistic it is.
It's kind of like Art Deco in the same way. I feel it has that because Art Deco is big on like you like man is it's kind of the Andrew Ryan thing. No Gods or Kings, Only Man. It's very humanity focused and struggle, work, go for it, go at it. You have the ability. You have to keep on going. It's an optimistic sort of look at you have what it takes, but you just gonna have to work hard for it. And retrofuturism it's sort of an umbrella term for diesel punk and steampunk and that sort of stuff because it's an envisioning.
I think I'd push it. It's not quite. I think that those are adjacent to it. I think diesel punk and steampunk are adjacent to retrofuturism, but I think what would characterize retrofuturism is very bright colors, very sleek designs and aesthetics, but there's like a texture behind it because it is like paper, right? It's that kind of seeps through because you can see it if you look it up on Google, like every single one, and even the Iron Giant tries to emulate it too, as like the texture of the paper. It is these futuristic worlds and settings, but it's almost like the texture of it grounds it in. Yes, but this is an old perception of the future.
Well, it's any envisionment of it's primarily from the late 40s when rocketry
60s,
started becoming to I'd say early 70s sort of.
You could
But
push it to the early 70s, sure.
It's like an envisionment of a future made from a particular point in the past, and it's a mixture of an idealized version of what technology could be, not necessarily optimistic, but often so. And architecturally, it has very surrealist architecture a lot of the times, which is generally not something you get with Art Deco, which might make it an odd pairing for why I mentioned it earlier because I really like Art Deco architecture. But a lot of the buildings in retro futuristic art, they're very, very bizarrely shaped and odd, and they're not utility focused. They're very much just strange and unusual. And
I
that
think
kind of
that would be
contrasts with the sort of
that's a good way to describe it.
semi-grounded nature of like the technology. Like you look at a robot in that style or a ray gun in that style, and they're not like there's not utility in it. Like you look at all the ray guns you've seen in art and in video games, like and then you compare that with a real gun and how guns really are made, and it's just they're nothing.
Maybe a way
It's a
to
lot
describe
more.
it would be it is an envisioning of the future with absolutely no regard for the feasibility of any of this technology.
Maybe,
it's not about going for a realistic perception of the future.
Based on your appreciation of all of these styles, by the way, I think I have a graphic novel adaptation, which is, and it's a story, but it's also just like a book that's just there to appreciate the artwork. It's also just, it's interesting to me because it's one of the few stories I know told with absolutely no dialogue. It's about a guy going to a place where he doesn't speak the language at all. So all of the dialogue that's in it is completely like non-understandable to you as like the POV. It's called The Arrival. If you want to have a look, you can have a look at some of the artwork by just Googling it. I'm not sure.
The Arrival comic book.
It's not the same thing in terms it's not retrofuturism, but like there are definite similarities within the artwork.
I will keep that in mind.
Okay, I'll pull it up here.
You know, you mentioned
by Sean Tan.
Futurama has a level of inspiration on that. I always felt that about like they have like little shoulder things
on their sleeves that are unnecessary, but
they're like little blades, and it's just it comes across as
very Jetsons, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think someone said is it the opposite of cyberpunk, and I wouldn't say that. The cyberpunk is high. I think it's high tech, low society is like the briefest sentence that describes what cyberpunk is. It's like kind of it's in the nearish future as opposed to retrofuturism is often pretty far flung in the future. And there's much less of a focus on the potentially for sure. It's just that cyberpunk is generally pretty close to the modern day. And there's much more of a focus on the influence of technology on individuals within a broader society. Whereas I think the scope of retrofuturism is usually a bit bigger. It's usually a bit
because there's a big emphasis on it's because like in the late 40s, World War II is done and over, and technology-wise, rockets are starting to become a thing. The concept of going to space is like we're on the cusp of sort of doing that kind of thing. And we start really looking outwards towards space and other planets. And oftentimes in retrofuturism, you will see depictions of the world and the city, more familiar places, obviously in a totally different style, but it's very optimistic. They're gleaming cities, beautiful clothing and people, but the space out there is full of monsters and strange creatures and totally bizarre worlds, and those are adventures to be sought after, and
I imagine
mysteries
that's where
the
mysteries is definitely a big part of it. I would imagine though that the reason why it seems like cyberpunk might be an opposite is because cyberpunk is very pessimistic about the future, and retrofuturism is very optimistic about the future. But I think cyberpunk is a really fucking cool genre.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Love cyberpunk. Anyway, I hope you got your money's worth on that.
Yeah. Are there genres you think are uncool, Fringy?
I don't know that there's a genre that I would find uncool.
Anime.
Anime is not a genre. It's it's animation. I guess it's a subcategory of animation.
I think it's without getting into it, I think there's a decent argument that could be made that, especially at this point, anime there's a huge portion of it that is a kind of a genre and a style with the sort of cultural tropes and consistencies that you can see in it. But of course, there's a huge amount of variety. I say it jokingly, even though I don't really like anime.
Don't worry, in just like 3 lines, I'll trigger all of chat for a good hour, okay? As a type of animation, anime is an art form that comprises many genres found in other mediums. It is sometimes mistakenly classified as a genre itself. In Japanese, the term anime is used to refer to all animated works, regardless of style or origin.
Interesting. Where are you reading that from?
The Simpsons is an anime.
Oh.
Now go be triggered. Anyway.
Sparkle! That would be a fun TV show, wouldn't it? The Adventures of Mr. Sparkle.
Yeah, I'd watch
the fact that the reason why Mr. Sparkle exists is a fusion between a fish and a light bulb, and that's Homer.
Mr. Sparkle. I have a feeling that Rags and Mel just think we're saying nonsense bullshit right now.
They're the protagonists in The Arrival. And
dude, I heard so many weird art names today. It's all bullshit to me.
Hey, did you catch that, Jay? I included you in the potential Mr. Sparkle understanding.
Yeah, I do understand that because I've seen like all of Golden Age Simpsons.
I know, that's what I did. I believe there are some things you have seen, but you really did take the whole touch grass comment too seriously, didn't you? You just never touched media again. Did you know when you said, I looked at the newspaper and realized there's nothing, well, you figured there was nothing fun for you in there. Did you have that same thought when you saw the box set for Lord of the Rings?
Oh, got him.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
So anyway, I'll admit episode 5 surprised me. I was expecting Reva to beat Vader effortlessly, was pleasantly surprised to see him beat her effortlessly. Was expecting Disney Star Wars would cause me to expect character assassination now. They still did, he didn't kill her.
Yeah, they still
fucking
both
retarded.
Before and after they damage him.
They're gonna regret that.
Vader's pretty heavily damaged by this episode. It's kind of sad.
He does a lot of weird stuff. Yeah. You'll see that Eventually. I can't promise a release date for that one. That is still very much in the editing process. But the next one's out tomorrow. Woohoo!
Yay.
EFAP 189 Super Chats when? They put daddy on the end. Oh my. Well, we've got...
daddy.
So, it's kind of weird. I'm trying to like... They're all ready to go. I just didn't want to flood Moolah with them. So, I was gonna try and put them out one per week, and then I was like, oh, I'm putting out minis for Kenobi. Does that count as too many minis at once? I don't know. I guess it shouldn't, because they're different things. They're on their way out. I'll put them out. Though, I guess I could show it now. There's no reason not to. We managed to get that new bit of artwork done. So once Kenobi's over and we start up a new... Well, to be honest with you,
it looks great.
Any kind of coverage on TV shows, which we do have lots of plans in the future, it will look like this. Ain't that neat, everybody?
Ooh. Wow!
You ain't
What
seen
happened
this
in here?
before. Whoa.
Yeah. Oh, wow. So regal.
Look at that.
I've still
Beautiful.
not seen it.
Wow. Well, you could, if you wanted to, see it now. I like it. I really like it. It's a good shade, a good tone, a good hue.
I do like me a purple.
Purple's pretty neat.
Yeah, you'll end up seeing a lot of the purple boy if we end up doing lots of different plans we have. But yeah, so this will mean minis no longer have TV shows put into it. It'll go back to just being trailers and Super Chat catch-ups and I guess whatever else that's small that we end up throwing in. Who knows?
You know what you should do is you should retroactively go back and renumber all of the minis and remove the TV episodes and relabel them as EFAP TV.
You know, just wasn't tempted to do that. As weird as it sounds.
You can do it, Jay. You're the manager.
Yeah.
As the manager, I don't do menial work.
Oof.
Then hire someone to do it for you.
Yeah, that's what you guys are.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Get wrecked.
You're gonna have to double what you pay us if you want us to do that.
Fine. You can have a second $1.
Aw.
Damn.
This
Good.
one...
That'll buy me an extra sip of gasoline.
This one says Kenobi brought the magic. Yes.
No, it won't.
Yes, Grandpa now sleep. Oh.
Oh no.
Oh.
Kenobi brought the magic.
Welcome back. Welcome back, Dumbos. Get Solar Sands on for some Star Wars stuff. His droid vid was pretty cool. Also, he referenced EFAP in a vid he did 2 years ago. Not sure
Solar
exactly
Sands?
who that is, but maybe.
I'm familiar with that person's videos. They're browsing DeviantArt videos.
Hmm.
They're fun.
Nice.
Disnoid letter media. Okay, look. Don't need to jump. They've shat on Disney quite a bit, alright? They ain't Disnoids.
Yes, they have.
They just
They just have a really bad take on Kenobi.
strange take. One that is hard to understand exactly. Mole, would it be cool if you said this and I used it in a video? Yeah, you can use this in a video. So the line is, Billy, I'm going to turn you into a lizard. I guess I'll see that one day. I don't.
It implies so much tension because we don't know if he's going to be able to turn Billy into a lizard or if this is what Billy wants.
Hopefully
so many
it's what
mysteries.
he wants. Not sure how to prove I'm me, at least not without making tons of cringe rooftop jokes, which I don't want to do because I've mellowed out a lot since I was last here, so I hope people just believe me.
I actually kind of do believe you based on that.
I like how Jay told us to be the super skeptical ones on these Raw impersonators, and literally the first super chat that comes after it is claiming to be Raw. Jay's like, yeah, I got you. This is him, guys.
Perfect timing on the stream, by the way. This is from New Raw, potentially. I watched all the Mando Boba streams. RLM are hack frauds at a point where they like being miserable. Of course they praise this and refuse to watch stuff like Maverick.
Wait, did they refuse to watch Top Gun?
I don't know if they I thought they refused to watch Batman. I don't know if they refused to watch Maverick.
Why wouldn't they want to watch Top Gun? Out of curiosity, if anybody.
Well, like I said, I've been
knows
watching
in
their
chat.
videos. I don't remember them saying they refused to watch that.
Yeah, I
missed
recall
it.
that.
They mentioned the Batman in their video on Kenobi.
Well, it's just a meme, right? They
briefly.
keep mentioning how they're not
Oh,
going to
is it
talk
a
about it.
meme?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
Oh, okay.
they
Okay, I
said
got
the
you.
first time they mentioned it, they were like, if a comment about us liking Batman or whatever gets 100,000 likes, we'll watch it and review it. And then it did, but it was clear in the video that they were like joking. And then
You
they've
can't
started.
joke about that kind of thing.
I think they started a couple videos saying like, "Oh, I just saw the Batman. I can't wait to talk about it." But first, and then they talk about something else. They did this with Dune a couple times, if you remember. They wouldn't talk about Dune for ages, and then they finally did. I think it was Jay and one of their friends. It wasn't
One of the Canadian friends. It was Colin.
I think so, yeah. You know,
And
they can review whatever
it,
they want, but like
yeah.
it does come across as strange to like I'll watch the new Disney Star Wars show when I'm almost certain it'll be terrible instead of the movie that everybody's been recommending, you know? Like if you're gonna pick something to watch, I don't know, but I don't know why you'd rule out something like the Batman.
Especially if you say if this comment gets 100,000 likes, we'll watch a movie. And it's like it's one thing if you say if this comment gets 100,000 likes, I'll cut off my left pinky or something like that. Obviously, don't do that. But if it's watching a movie for 100,000 likes, that's a coordinated effort by your community that shows that they really want to. First off, that they take you seriously, which is generally good, but also that they really want you to see this. And it's just watching a movie. You know, it's not like a even if your thoughts were you talk about it for 20 seconds, that's something. We saw it, we thought it was okay, and it was neat, and the acting was fine, and it had the style, and the music was all right. Now, onto the video. That'd be something.
I think that the whole thing was a meme, though. I think they were definitely trying to make it come across as just a joke.
Yeah, definitely. Because I remember that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Sad.
No,
I say don't let him get away with it.
Yeah, and as James Moore just said, they do say watching the Batman is not guaranteed, like as a disclaimer meme at the end of saying.
All right. Well, if there is a disclaimer, I guess that.
It's like basically a bit.
Boo.
Also, get Abby Simmons on for something related to the MCU. Her Captain Marvel and Captain America vids are neat. Oh yeah, play DDLC too. Abby Simmons?
Abby Simmons?
I do not know that.
I do not know
either.
this person.
No.
Abby Simmons, Captain Marvel. Let me take a look here in a second. Abby Simmons. Abby Simmons, Captain Marvel.
It says here, it's confirmed in Disney canon that Yoda and Kenobi left a child to die at the temple. What the fuck is this trash? If you're talking about Kenobi as a show, I think most of those kids were killed during Order 66, where Yoda and Kenobi were both fighting clones and stuff. If you're talking about something else, like something that happened as they were at the temple and they ditched like a kid or something, like, I don't know, but that would suck if it's true. Shakespeare insult of the day.
Oh, just her video is how to write a strong female character who isn't toxic and annoying, and the thumbnail is a picture of Captain Marvel with an arrow pointing at her. Why I hate strong female characters. So I guess she doesn't like Captain Marvel.
Wow.
And which is weird because she's a woman, and those characters are for them.
Women.
I do too.
Yeah.
That's why you're here.
We needed more women hate. We collect.
We needed more.
They're like Pokemon.
Kenobi.
Anyway, the Shakespeare insult of the day is, "Out you mad-headed ape, a weasel hath no such a deal of spleen as you are tossed with." That's from Henry the Fourth.
Okay.
Quite the insult. I would be perplexed.
I heard that Henry the Fourth was only half the man Henry the Eighth was.
Nice.
Laying on my bed right now with 38 degrees fever.
Oh, that's not good.
Had to miss newest Jurassic World with my buddy. I hope I can recover through anger at those bad takes. Great Obi-Wan vids, Rags.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm glad you like those little things.
Hope you get better, sir. This fever.
Yeah.
Get yourself an ice pack.
Yeah, fevers are no fun.
No.
I hope it isn't the what's the new thing? Monkeypox? I hope it isn't the monkeypox.
Disco fever.
I always thought that was just an alternate name for AIDS.
I would actually say that the prequels somewhat bolstered Obi-Wan into the character we know from the OT. His loss and failure are what drive him into the man he was. Too bad Kenobi, the show sucks. I think so. I think that I am more than happy to take the prequels when thinking about Obi-Wan and the OT than not have them. Thinking about that whole environment that he was in and grew up in and was trained in, all getting torn down, I think that informs a decent amount of his sort of resolve in what we see in the OT. Again, though, that doesn't mean that I think that the prequels are in any way perfect. Just, there are some things I like to pull from them that I think assist the OT. Conflicting tone. When you show a dead Jedi trophy room in the same episode as a trenchcoat scene... Yeah, we talked about... I mean, one of the more direct ones is the fact that Leia is screaming as she's about to get tortured, and then they're like, oh, get ready for the funny scene. Like, wait, what?
I still don't think it's supposed to be a funny scene. I don't think people's defense of it.
Which is weird because I laughed more at the little girl about to be tortured than I ever did at the very strange reveal afterwards of the coat.
That's not true.
That's not true at all, you liar.
Yeah,
we've got it on record.
When you see episode 4 come out, I'm laughing maniacally like a hyena.
Also, Lightyear was okay. Big problems, though.
Okay.
Big problems, but it was okay.
Alright. Well, I mean, I don't know if anybody here really has any interest in watching that film.
No,
I think the only way I'd watch it is if someone I trust watched it and told me it's absolutely horrible or amazing, and then I'd be like, all right.
Right, whereas the much more likely answer is going to be, it's...
Yeah. I came to this channel...
No, hyenas are more closely related to cats. They're closer to Felidae than they are Canidae. They are their own little thing, though. Hyenas are kind of doing their own thing over there. But they're closer to dogs or cats than dogs.
I came to this channel...
Nothing like a hyena.
I came to this channel for unbiased movie coverage, but then I got Jeb-pilled. Also, hi, Rags.
Hello, Jeb-pilled.
It's the best
Take
pill.
that, Jeb-pill.
There was
Please
another
swallow.
there was another thread about how we're awful people for covering Jenny's video on Joker.
Yes.
And I was scrolling through the top comments, and one of them was like, "How the fuck do they spend an hour talking about Jeb Bush?" Like, and I was just like, "I love this. I actually love this."
How couldn't you? I'm surprised it was only an hour. We
Only
only
an
spent
hour.
an hour talking about Jeb Bush.
That was the stream where we discovered his name was John Ellis Bush.
John Ellis Bush.
Yeah.
Bush.
That was so
John Ellis Bush.
I'm still so disappointed by that.
That was funny as fuck. And yeah, it's just whenever you get people who actually watch it because they just don't believe the reality, and then they find out, it's so disappointing to them because they're so ready to hate, and then they're like, oh, what?
Oh, they're talking about Jeb Bush for an hour. What is this?
They're abusing poor Jeb. No, celebrating is the truth.
Jeb Squad.
Please,
Unfurl.
Was doing research into who is writing Kenobi, and it turns out the lead writer has only 3 writing credits to his name. The first got 24% on Rotten Tomatoes, the second lost 150 million, and the third was Army of the Dead.
Yeah, he did the screenplay for Army of the Dead.
That's one of those.
It's crazy, isn't it? Like, who did you suck to get this job?
You know, like how
What
if
did
we
you
looked
do?
at someone's history of writing and there was like 5 credits, and let's say there was 1 bad, 2 okay, and then 1 good, and 1 that's like we haven't seen or something. We'd be like, okay, you know, see what happens. But if someone had 5 and it was like great Army of the Dead, and it was their newest one was Army of the Dead, I'd be like, nah. Like, nah.
No,
That movie's
what
bad enough
happened? Are you okay?
That one's such a blight.
At that point, I might have assumed like something happened with the studio.
Something must have gone catastrophically wrong.
Yeah.
like maybe they were working. Maybe Zach was telling them exactly what they needed to do.
Oh, in this universe, I'm saying that like they're the writer director. Let's say.
Okay, and we know there's not studio interference then.
I suppose if we did know that, then yeah, that would be one of them blights. That's like Wonder Woman 84 levels where you're just like, Patty, what the fuck?
To be fair, I'm agreeing with all this, but I haven't seen Army of the Dead. I just trust you on this.
Let's put it this way,
It's
Jay.
not a film that I would even recommend watching for laughs.
There's a good reason Jay shouldn't watch it, and that is because I wouldn't want to interrupt your current projects. Because you'd be like, this is so hideously bad, I want to make a video. And I'd be like, no, Jay, stop. You got other
Jay,
things to
if
make.
you ever believe us about anything, ever believe us that this bad. Because
why don't you want my Army of the Dead video?
I want your other videos. But also Army of the Dead. If you can make them both, go ahead.
If you honestly, if you made an Army of the Dead video, I'd be kind of curious what you have to say about it, because boy, that film, it is an uncomfortable film to watch. Not emotionally, physically.
Physically, downright.
Really?
Actually,
it's
yes.
legitimately nauseating.
Yeah, no, it gave me a full-on headache, which is very rare for films to do that to me ever.
We're not memeing.
Gore or some kind of like weird.
No.
That they do?
It's the way that they shoot that film. It is very blurry a lot of the time.
Yeah, just look up screenshots of Army of the Dead, and you'll find it in every one.
I don't know what camera they used. I don't know if that was like a post-production thing, but it is a very blurry film.
Hey Jay, did you know that there was a dead pixel in the movie?
Wait, there was a dead pixel in the movie.
Yep.
I was almost about to tell Jay that about halfway through they finally fix it, but then I realized no, that's just when I got used to it.
Yeah. And I think they updated like the streamable versions to not have the dead pixel anymore, but yeah, it was because if I remember correctly, Zach got particular lenses he loved from like eBay or something from somebody, and then the ones he used had like one of them had a dead pixel in it.
Yeah.
Awkward, but
it's great.
Reality, I suppose. Insert shocked meme.
That's almost something you can't blame them for, I guess. But like, they could have noticed it and fixed it. No, yeah.
I was gonna say, isn't that like the whole point of quality control is to notice these things?
Yeah.
Quality control. Yeah. Come on.
Yeah, the point of quality control is to notice Army of the Dead.
Wow, you guys are being mean. Zach has made so many good movie.
Yeah, these shots they don't look good.
And then also, just expand that out to 2 hours, 2.5, I think.
What the fuck is this?
Are you saying you're not excited by this image?
That means that Zack Snyder is
I mean, you guys will hear us say all of this if you ever get the Army of the Dead EFAP movies. It does exist.
I hope so. It does exist. We have seen
what an easy win for a story. Mercenaries sent in to steal from Vegas while zombies are covered all over it. Easy. That is like the easiest fucking thing to make interesting ever. And you screwed it all up to the point where nobody talks about this movie.
That was a bizarre one.
Boo, Zach. Boo. Anyway, insert shocked meme reaction. I have watched a lot of Rags Dog Bites videos, and only now I noticed what's on the far left side of his desk. Dog toys.
A Halo 3 poster.
Yeah, exactly.
A whiteboard. A fridge.
A fridge, damn it.
Dildos.
Oh, damn, yeah, some of those. Allegedly, if that's what they are. I don't even know if that's what they are, but...
What day is the first of the week? What time zone?
Sunday?
Monday is the first day of the week.
Well, it's between Sunday and Monday.
Well, I don't know what it means for it to be the weekend if one of the days of the week is literally the beginning of the week.
I thought that weeks officially began with Sunday, but...
I guess I don't really get that as a thing. I think, I mean, a lot of places will count Sunday as the beginning of the week. It's just that Monday makes more sense to me as the beginning of the week. It's the beginning of the work week, and the Sunday is part of the weekend, you know? But a lot of people in chat are saying Sunday.
Well, It says here, Sunday is the first day of the week, whereas Monday is the first day of the working week. Internationally, Monday, or the Monday, has now been connoted as the first day of the week.
Okay, I just looked at Google Calendar, and Sunday is the first day that they put in.
Yeah, I mean, I've always known this to be a thing, that Sunday is counted as the first day of the week. Funnily enough, like, certain... You know, like, I don't know what they're called, but you know when you have, like, a scheduled, like, pills, like medications? They'll oftentimes in their boxes go Sunday to Saturday.
Oh, okay.
Like, you know, crosses in a line, so... Yeah,
I just put a calendar in here, and Sunday is the first day on it, too. I just don't think that makes much sense, that's all.
It probably does when we go back through history and figure out why it was that way, but yeah, intuitively we think of Monday as the beginning of the week.
Yeah.
Well, like, it makes sense to be around there, because, like, Sunday is the mandated day off, right? And
it is beyond the mandated day off, I guess, in Christianity.
It makes sense
sure, yeah.
for it to be Sunday or Monday.
The Sabbath is Saturday.
It's the Sabbath, right, but it's Sunday now, isn't it, really? Or I guess it depends on what denomination you are.
Typically, yeah, in Christianity, generally, like, you go to, you know, Sunday morning, time to go to church.
Fringy thinks that 2021 is the beginning of the decade. No, it's 2020, because 20 would be the beginning of 20. How is that even remotely analogous? You should be embarrassed that you even said that.
Oh no.
I think
also it kind of is.
No, it's not.
Because
2000 is the beginning of the 40s.
Because we started with the year 1. So if you start from there,
we started with the year 0, didn't we?
I'm pretty sure we started with the year 1.
Wouldn't there be a 0 AD?
Someone call up Justin.
I'm pretty sure there isn't, because my dad talks all the time about how there isn't a year 0 AD, and if there is, he's been lying to me.
Hold on, wait, I need to know. Is that true? Is there?
Let me Google just a second. Let me Google what was the first year. What was the first year? It says 81 or 1 CE.
81 period that never actually existed. In the usual calendar, one goes from 1 BC to 1 AD and skips 0.
Okay, and
damn,
wait,
then BTFO'd by Google.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah. What do you mean?
Jesus just took a shit on your chest.
So when we think about, so you're saying that 2000 was the last year of the 90s?
No, I'm not saying that, because that's fucking
stupid.
Okay, I'm just saying that if you count it in that way.
But then
like,
someone in chat said, no, 2021 actually is the first year of the decade, and that just sounds like some bullshit to me. I don't see how that makes any sense at all.
The 20th century is not the same classification as the 90s. The 90s refers to the 90s, while the 20th century is
the 90s were in the 20th century.
So if you want like 1 BC to like 10 BC to be a decade, and you want 1 AD to hang on, I'm confused now.
I think I'm not too upset about the middle of about AD1 having an AD 0, and that's like the dividing line between AD and BC. Like, I'm fine with that being a special thing.
I guess it's just that's it. So there was just this one decade that is actually not a decade. It's 9 years technically.
Well, which one?
Unless you want to include 1 BC in that decade.
But 1 BC would be part of the preceding one, right? Wait. No, hold on. No, yeah.
Let me
that's
Google
right,
what is the shortest decade.
Because it would be, because you have 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It would be 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Are you counting on your? I can hear you counting on your fingers.
I'm not actually. I was about to start though. I've got my thumb wrapped in my hand as I'm working backward.
Okay.
So you have 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That would be a whole decade if there's no 0 BC or AD. Damn, that's like a...
Well, if you want that to be a decade, then you include 1... Like, if you want the decade to have 10 fucking years in it, you include 1 BC. And then if you include everything before that as a decade, then you've got the decade starting at 2 BC, or like ending at 2 BC, and then starting at like 11 BC.
the conclusion from this would have to be that there is one decade in our calendar that is an incomplete decade, because definitely the decades work now is like
Have you considered that it is
1990 to
complete in
99
its
would be.
incompleteness?
Well, it is
Complete
complete
in
in
its
incompleteness
incompleteness.
because it is part of the complete timeline of this calendar that probably isn't great in terms of reflecting the totality of human existence.
Wow.
Well, like, we also didn't have leap years until like the 1400s, I'm pretty sure. So
Okay.
if we'd been accounting for leap years the whole time, the date would be significantly different. I think it's a year and 30 days different.
So someone's right. It would be 2 decades because the BC would be 987654321. So even if there was a year at 0, 1 has to lose out in order for this to work. There has to be at least 1 decade that is incomplete. But in this case, it's 2. It's
I think
both
they're all
the
dead,
last
so
one
they
of
don't mind
BC.
that much.
I'm sure they don't mind. I guess I'm just wondering why they would leave behind the system.
I think it's special enough of a dividing point that having technically 1 decade only being 9 years at the very beginning and having all of them being just fine after that is
Yeah,
fine.
I guess you accept that as the trade-off.
Yeah, it's,
Nevertheless,
you know,
the chatter
'cause
who
year
said that
0 is
because I thought
odd, I
Sunday
guess.
was I didn't agree with that. Your point is still not apt.
What super chat are we currently responding to?
No, I can't remember what the super chat was. It was just asking whether it was Sunday or Monday.
What's your opinion on years, I think was the super
They
chat.
said what day is the first day of the week and what time zone.
What time zone? I guess it'd be the UTC is the first time zone, isn't it?
I'd have to
The
check.
we've chosen.
What is the first time zone?
What is the first time zone?
Or is the UTC both the
UTC.
first and last? Because that's like the dividing line. GMT, well, GMT is the one that they all are based around, but like it's not the first one chronologically in our time that we've decided. UTC is, or have I? No, UTC, or is UTC the one at the very end? Because it says it's 52. That's what it is right now. Sunday, it is 52 12:52. Wait, no, that's not what the clock. Yeah, 12:53 is what it is now. UTC plus 12 is that the first one then? Okay. Damn, just give me a lot. Give me the map. Where is the map? Okay, so UTC 0 is that's Greenwich Mean Time. And so it'd be UTC 12 would be the first one.
You could put it in your drinks. It could be Greenwich Mean Teen.
Greenwich Mean Time.
In Greenwich?
Greenwich?
No, wait, Rags, is that how you think it's pronounced?
I don't even know what it is.
I thought you were memeing. Like, it's Greenwich Mean Time.
Greenwich, Grennich.
Don't play incredulous with me, Arkansas man.
I'm not doubting you. I just don't know about this word. I'm not complaining. I legit just don't know about Greenwich Mean Time.
Yes, you do.
You must have heard that, right? It's in.
I've heard of GMT, but if you asked me what GMT stood for, I don't think I would have said
really, because I heard Greenwich Mean Time before GMT.
Same.
Oh, well, shit, you discovered me.
Well, I guess I'm just curious, because, I knew what Greenwich Mean Time was
never.
at the time.
I knew of GMT, that's what you guys used for, like, EFAP and stuff, but I never knew...
It's what Mauler uses.
In Britain,
I use it because
Britain's like neutral time is GMT plus 0, if you will, but then when we get into summertime is +1 or BST, British summertime.
No,
BST.
It's important to clarify.
British
time is GMT, which is UTC plus 0, and BST is your summertime. Just to be
Wait, what did I say that was wrong?
I think you said GMT plus 0, which
Why
is kind of like...
That's not wrong.
Redundant.
It's called plus
kind of,
0?
It's kind of redundant because GMT is UTC plus 0.
Yeah, well, but I use it specifically to say that it becomes +1 in British summertime.
Oh,
because I've used GMT plus 1 before, so I didn't want to confuse by saying it's GMT, right. Not mentioning the +1.
Fair enough. We all learned something. I learned that there's no year 0, which I'm pretty sure I did know. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that was something I did know. momentarily escaped.
Lamest
Have you seen-
tangent in
have we
EFAP
seen
history. Wow.
Oh, get wrecked, guys.
Were you about
Literally
to say, Rags,
in this
that you-
tangent, like we talked about how we once spent an hour talking about Jeb Bush.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I guess it's
Also,
probably the best
doors
tangent.
reveals, so.
were you about to ask, have I seen the film Year One starring Jack Black?
No, I was about to ask if you guys have seen 10,000 BC, the one where the mammoths built the
I haven't.
pyramids.
That's Roland Emmerich.
No.
I've not
Is
seen
that going to be on our Roland Emmerich arc
I'd be on
one
board
day?
with that.
We're
I also want to watch
10,000
Apocalypto
BC?
again.
I would love to see Apocalypto again, because the first time I saw it, I liked it quite a bit, and I wonder if it holds
I remember
up.
liking it a whole bunch. I think
Well,
the
good,
best crew for
10,000
that would be
BC
the crew that never fucking gets together. That crew.
2001 BC? Or I guess 9,999 BC?
I wasn't alive then. I couldn't see it.
You were.
Shut up.
So anyway,
Yeah, we need to. Yeah, 10,000 BC for EFAP movies. We'll do it.
but we'll do it for the 10,000th EFAP movie.
Yes. 10,000
Yeah,
BC.
we'll see you all in
We'll get there.
2157.
Yeah, we'll get there.
On like 2 weeks.
It'll
That's
actually be way...
optimistic.
No, that is optimistic. It's probably more like 2500.
In what sentence would you use both Kenobi and good? And they've given an example. Wanna watch Kenobi? Nah, I'm good.
I was about to say Kenobi.
What about Kenobi is not good.
Whoa.
Oh,
Yeah. That's I like that one.
Oh, damn.
Wow, that one. Yeah, I
Perfect.
wouldn't have guessed that one.
Perfect.
How about Kenobi? Good? No.
What about like you're like halfway through watching Kenobi and you go, good, I've gone blind.
That's a good meme.
Question, Mauler.
Oh,
Did you ever find out what a Disney fanatical Star Wars movie was? If not, what do you think he meant? I think what the point he was trying to make there was that it's Disney's take now. The continuity of the prior like universe being, I guess we'd call it George Lucas's, is no longer isn't what Disney adhere to, because it's Disney's like fanatical Star Wars universe. They get to do what they want to do with their movies. Which isn't even a good argument if that's what he meant, because they contradict their own rules all the fucking time anyway. So, yeah, that's it. Buchu Man versus the Banana Savior.
the banana
What now?
savior.
I don't know what any of that is, but I like the idea of like a superhero who saves bananas.
I was a freeze like banana savior. Obviously.
No, I said banana savior with an upward inflection.
Yeah, he was
I'm just
asking who he was. That's why I said I don't know
are.
who he is. I do like the idea that the Mel interpreted that as you saying the Banana Savior wins, hands down.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, that's the
No,
one. For sure.
Metal, I am as perplexed as you are. I got
Hey,
no
listen,
idea.
my brain is shutting down now. Yours coming up now. So
Alright, fine.
Yeah, it is.
I
really.
agree with
You
Fringy.
can
I'm
already
putting my
tell.
money on the Banana Savior too. He wins.
I mean, yeah.
Sorry I missed quite a few of these. So today I have two neat animals. The pygmy jerboa is the first one. Wow, this already sounds interesting.
Man, I've heard of them.
Whoa.
Kurzgesagt talked about them. They're like, I think they're the smallest mammal. Their heartbeat is super duper fast, and they got to eat a lot of food every hour.
Damn.
You're sane.
What?
Yeah, they're in a
4.4
Kurzgesagt
centimeters.
video.
I
Look
would-
at him. Look at that little fella.
Dude, this seems like the kind of critter that would be a really wise character in an animal animated thing, because it's so small. There's little whiskers too. That's suitable. He would have all the knowledge.
Sorry, what was it
Even
called?
though- it is called the pygmy jerboa.
Hmm.
What was the
And-
second one?
Oh my god, what the fuck is that?
I think it's the smallest mammal. I think that's what it is.
I just wasn't ready to be confronted by this image. Is this? No, is this real?
It's only 4.4 centimeters.
That one is.
Hang on, I'll put that on the screen now.
That one is funnier than the ones I've seen.
I think I have a problem with the title of that headline. Meet Baluchistan pygmy jerboa, the only rodent you will find cute. Fuck you.
That's not true.
First
There's
off,
a ton of cute rodents.
rodents
Yeah,
are
like,
very cute.
Most rodents are cute.
What a
Most of them are,
ridiculous
yeah.
headline
actually-
from the India Today.
I'm actually with Jay now. Is this one real, or is this like a little doll or something?
No, this.
This one in particular.
It looks like it's got really big feet.
He looks
Yeah,
like
really.
he's. He really looks like he's in a stop motion fantastical thing.
I think that one's real.
I don't know.
Look at all of these pictures. I'm still not convinced it's a real species.
These are like if an alien species came across a chicken nugget and was asked to reconstruct it, this is what they think it was.
They were told it was living. So they're like, oh, I guess
we just killed it, cut off the tail and the ears and the legs and threw it in the fryer and it's a chicken.
Maybe the tail is because there was a French fry next to it, and so they thought that was his tail. And they were like, oh my god, they separated it out. It's horrifying. The second was the longhorned orb weaver spider. Holy fuck.
Oh, let's have a look at this.
I think we've been shown this before, but at the same time, I'm surprised enough that I don't know.
That one looks like a bug.
That would be quite
That
a
was
spooky
weird.
thing to see. So thinking about it, if the horns are like strong enough, you could just hold the horn and it's fucked, right?
I guess so.
Hey,
Not that we don't have massive control over spiders anyway, but like, you know, this one in
This is
particular.
just icing on the cake. This is just humiliation.
Yeah, because you just hold one of the horns and it's like, oh,
extra bit of
fuck you.
disrespect.
Like, you got me by my horn.
Like you dick.
Oh, very clever. No one has ever done that one before. Now let me down.
The name, it's accurate. Well, the longhorn part is accurate. I don't know that it weaves orbs.
How do you know that?
I said I don't know that. I literally just said I don't know that it weaves orb. It weaves orbs.
What does it mean to
Elf.
weave a thing?
I don't want to know. It's probably nasty.
But I'm looking at stuff it has woved, and it's not orbs. It's webs. It's webs.
Or
Webs.
web orbs.
Whipples.
No, they're not orbs though.
Orbs.
They're just flat.
Pondering
I-
my web orb.
Think more people are waking up to the Disney shows being bad. Mando to Boba to now Obi-Wan. I've seen more people get soured on it. Maybe wishful thinking. To be fair, I think Boba is still the worst out of the three. Oh, maybe Obi-Wan. Well,
I mean, I dislike Obi-Wan more.
I know. I
Boba's
agree
the
with
most
you, but
embarrassing.
yeah, Boba's really
conspicuous
fucking.
That was pretty darn embarrassing.
God, what were they doing?
It seems like
What
we're
were
all
they-
on board with the idea that Mando season 1 is probably the best out of the lot, but it's just not something that needs highlighting because it's all so shit.
Rags, you remember how early on when we were talking about crypto stuff, you were like, yeah, I wonder how people are holding up. So apparently, like, on r/Bitcoin... Oh, wait, no, that's tweets from, like, 2021. In any case, there was some post on some crypto forum where it was just, if you need help, and it had this... It had the suicide hotline on there.
Jesus Christ. That's
Damn.
don't kill yourself, please.
No, well, it's crippling financial losses.
Oh,
are
yeah.
a scary thing.
Yeah, as the whole, do they... are people coming around on realizing the shows are bad? I would probably go as far as saying that's probably gonna... It's the same kind of cycle we've been dealing with, where as soon as the new one is announced, they'll get super hyped. Like Andor. I'm sure Andor's first episode will be considered amazing. Who knows if that show will actually end up being better than these ones. You know, I think I have a level of curiosity with Andor now, just because the production seems so different than the ones we've seen so far. This one looks like...
What do you mean? Because I don't know anything about Andor.
There was a behind-the-scenes featurette. I think it came out with the Star Wars convention-y thing, or one of them that was announcing all of the shows. And the amount of, like, work that looks like it's gone into Andor, and then if you look at the trailer, it looks much more like a movie that got put into a TV show than something like Boba Fett or even Kenobi, which Still blows my mind that Kenobi wasn't given better treatment in terms of
You'd think the Kenobi show would get instead of Andor.
I feel like Boba Fett was made in the same way that Kenobi and Mando have been, but had like the least amount of spending money. But they've all been kind of made in the same sort of way. Andor, I'm curious if it's been made in a different way, and thus maybe it could have a chance at being better, because wasn't Andor the TV show one of the like earliest ones we were aware of, and it's just taken a while to come out?
Yeah, they've been working on it for a while.
So yeah, I'm curious about that one. But yeah, same for Marvel, same for Star Wars. I think that the hype is a cycle, and people may turn on the TV shows faster, I guess, as time goes on. That's about all you can hope for. When they're
Just
bad.
let me know when Frick is out.
I will.
Babu Frick, yeah, that's what we're all excited to see.
Unironically, yes.
Did RLM edit out?
I want to see Frick and Jar Jar.
I want to see Jar Jar, but I also don't want to see Jar Jar because it'll be Disney.
Yeah, they'll ruin Jar Jar. Unironically, they'll ruin Jar Jar.
Oh my god, could you imagine them ruining Jar Jar?
Did RLM edit out their discussion of Reva? I don't remember them talking about Reva, so...
Oh, just to be clear, what we watched wasn't the full video.
Well, yeah, so they're asking if RLM edited out from... Because they don't talk about Reva really in their video.
No, but they do talk about how tall Darth Vader is for 12 minutes.
So, I think what they're asking us is, do you think they may have talked about her and then they edited it out?
Oh, I get... I mean, maybe she came up, but maybe. I don't know. They had a very unstructured discussion, and I don't know.
Which normally is totally fine, but it was just bizarre, as you guys saw. Like, what we showed you in terms of that supercut was still linear, like in terms of the timeline of their video, and it's just a lot of... it still feels very unfocused. In a sense, like, probably would have been a way better discussion if they had more time to think on what they think of the show, I guess. Because it seemed like they were trying to discover positions as they were explaining them. It's so weird to think about that Mike would go as far as saying, like, it is kind of trash, he's guilty of enjoying it when he shouldn't be, and blah 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 blah, but then also being like, he reckons there's a chance that it's going to get ruined with the second season.
Mm-hmm.
Like, those statements just give off very different vibes. Lord Longbong of Mupslington Abbey. Is there any good chance of a Kongfap of Peter Jackson's Long Kong when there's less going on? It'd be a movie fap for the ages. Yes. Hello, Wagsies. Scritches for the good boy.
Hello.
Super Chapter 4.
No, that's a new one. Yeah, we have some interest in doing a bit of a Long Kong sometime. We probably will, yeah. I'm on board with that. Someday. It'll happen. Hi, Rags. That is all.
Hello. Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Hello to you.
I'm gonna leave you guys alone now. I'm getting very sleepy.
Okay, Battle, you just sleep well now, okay?
I will certainly try.
You will try!
The sound he makes.
You don't know that.
I do know that, because I made that sound.
Oh my god, damn it.
Bum bum bum.
Are you Anakin
I'll see a new Battles Forged tomorrow at some point.
What's it about?
What are you talking about?
It's, what was it? Crisis on Two Earths. DC animated with a repository. I don't know when yet. I asked him, but he's not online right now. So, yeah, it's gonna be tomorrow.
Kenobi.
Cool.
Okay, that's it. Goodbye. It was
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye. I'm gonna do the same, I think, actually.
What have you got? What Metals Forge are you releasing?
I'm releasing Metals Forge on every Star Trek TNG episode for the next 3 years. That's true.
That is
Metal and I are
true.
doing that. For the next 3 years, we will be doing every Star Trek TNG episode 1 per week.
So if you are in the EFAP audience, you were thinking, it would be so cool to hear two people from the EFAP verse go through every episode of TNG and talk about it, you're in luck. This is on the Lord of Milk channel.
It's just Metal and Jay.
Oh yeah, you could just, if you YouTube Metal and Jay and TNG, you'll find, how many are out? Is it 4?
It's called Jay and Metal's Star Trek podcast. So just search that and you'll
Is that
find
what
it.
it's really called?
Yes, that's what we called it.
I talked to him about it, Rags. I'm sorry, I couldn't convince him.
Did you really talk to him about it?
Yeah, I tried. They just wouldn't.
What do you have criticisms?
Podcast.
Yeah. There are currently 5 episodes out.
So it's not too late to change the title, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
What's wrong? Do you have a complaint?
It just seems so uninspired.
Because
that's the joke.
Self-aware cringe.
Yes. Anyway, I'm very sleepy, so I'm gonna go to bed.
Alright, you sleep well. Thanks for joining us. Check out Jay's channel. You make videos about how things are gay.
Yeah.
Like Dog Bites isn't? No, Dog Bites is great. Dog Bites is legit good. That's a good name. I do appreciate the joke, though, of calling it Jay Metal's Star Trek podcast.
All right. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Can't believe Metal allowed the show to be called Jay and Metals podcast, not Metal and Jay. Gosh, Mel, you gotta stand up for yourself. Just like Adam and Sitch all over again.
Unironically, I thought it was called Adam and Sitch. When I went to look up the podcast when I was on it, I went Adam and Sitch because it just rolls off the tongue better and it's alphabetical.
Oh, dude, I kept saying it without like it wasn't a conscious decision to do it wrong, but then I just started enjoying it, and then I was like, you know what? It is better as Adam and Sitch.
It is better.
Everyone feels this way. One day Adam will get justice.
Yeah, because if we did it, it'd be, well, there's 3 of us, and that starts to get a little wordy. But
yeah, and well, because people have asked us like Mauler and Rags or Rags and Mauler. I don't know.
Mauler and Rags, like Calvin and Hobbes.
Yeah, it does the 2-syllable, 1-syllable, like it.
And it is alphabetical.
Yeah.
And you end it in a and Rags. It's really nice and neat. Mauler and Rags.
I think so, but we were
that,
very clever, and we had our audience come up with a really good name.
And they came up with every FAP. What are we called? Every pod, every
EFAP.
Any pause a frame. Any
I'm
pause.
now just thinking about that 2 syllables and 1. That's actually a pretty common thing. Starsky and Hutch, Ratchet and Clank. Well, except for Jack and Daxter, I guess that's the other way around.
Is it Tucker and Dale?
Tucker and Dale.
Oh yeah.
What else?
That's a good movie. Everyone should see Tucker and Dale versus Evil.
Cool
it's
movie.
really good.
I do quite love that movie. Just for what it does. Some of them fucking jokes are great.
They're really good. I thoroughly enjoyed watching.
That's an easy EFAP movies, I think, as well. You have to get some people who haven't seen it before. What was the out of 10 score for Everything Everywhere All at Once movie? You didn't say.
I don't know. I think it gets into a weird place because the nature of the jumping bodies and the power levels. It's just kind of odd. I really really love it, but I'm honestly kind of not sure.
I think I tried to. I remember talking to Fringy about some of the things I was trying to find. I was digging into the script in terms of inconsistencies and coincidences. There's a couple. I would probably, like, knee-jerk reaction have said 8 out of 10. It's probably like 7. But I would easily say, like, in terms of feels, it's like easy 11 out of 10 for me. I fucking love that movie.
It is high up on the feels chart.
Yep. Definitely.
I would have been happy if this had been a 6-episode limited series of Ben on Tatooine dealing with PTSD post Revenge of the Sith and talking with Qui-Gon Jinn's ghost and having visions of Anakin.
Yep.
I guess they're too afraid of the idea that people wouldn't be interested in that, I guess.
Yeah. That's all it is. For whatever reason, yeah, don't get it.
RLM, the Jedi are boring because they talk like robots. Also RLM, we love Spock because he's smart and talks slowly. Love Spock, by the way. Play MGR, Mauler. I'm sure they would say in response to that Spock has a very particular, like, upbringing and the species has a style that involves, like, and they think he does come up with, like, interesting, logical things to say, while they would consider all of the dialogue from the Jedi to be boring and, unmeaningful and whatever. When they say the Jedi talk like robots, they're saying that as criticism of it's incongruent with who they are supposed to be people. This is a bad acting thing. While Spock is like, that is how he's characterized. I'm pretty sure that's how they would argue it. I find Darth Maul to be a seriously interesting character, especially considering his background by Clone TV show. Do you mean Clone Wars? I'm guessing so. If he loses his hatred for Kenobi, he physically dies. Repercussions of the dark side.
What?
That does not sound interesting to me. That
if he stops hating Kenobi, he dies?
Sounds weird, but okay. I don't know, like I'm fine with the idea, like, on a base level of being so fucking angry that you can keep yourself going, like it's an adrenaline boost. It's like there's some physiological stuff to that, but I feel like they drag it out just too Shadow the Hedgehog-y eventually with this stuff, where it's like your hatred has consumed you and thus it keeps you alive now. And if you stop hating me, I don't know, your blood stops pumping or something. It's just like, okay.
Turns out hatred is not a vegan.
Thoughts on Top Gun Maverick, Jurassic World Dominion, and Stranger Things Season 4. So, it'll have to go Fringy, none of us, and then me.
Oh, right, Top Gun. I think the third act seriously hurts that film. I think the third act's kind of a bit nonsense, really. And so much so that, or maybe not so much so, but more so that I don't know that the character work is fine. There are some parts of it that are good, but none of it is so, like, mind-blowing that I think it overrides how absurd the last, like, 30 minutes are. I like it though. It's a fun movie. There's some cool action. It's just that third act, man. Like, coincidence or convenience, I suppose. I'd still recommend it though. I think it's fun.
Fair enough. Yeah, I haven't seen it. I wouldn't mind seeing it at some point. I just don't know where I'm gonna fit it in. And have you seen the original Top Gun, Rex?
No, I have not.
I haven't either.
Maybe someday we can make that a double bill. Or something. I don't know. Yeah, Jurassic World Dominion, none of us three have seen that. There would likely be something of a plan in some way, shape, or form at some point to cover it. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Like all the Jurassic Park movies?
Yeah, I would like to do that.
I would like to do that, yeah.
It's too much of an opportunity to not take advantage of Ark being in the title, you know?
It'd be an EFAP movies for the ages. As
for Stranger Things Season 4, famously, I have said on EFAP several times, Season 1, I like it a whole bunch, to the point where I was even tempted when I first saw it to make some kind of video on it, talking about what I thought was really well done about it. Maybe that'll happen one day, who knows? Season 2, I was super excited, and as soon as we found out when it was coming out, myself, I think even Metal at this point, if you were here, I'd ask, I can't remember if he remembers, but Smiler, Fortier, and a fifth guy, I think, we were all in a Discord call, and we were all watching it together, and I believe it was halfway through either the second or third episode that Smiler dipped out and said this is too shit to continue, he can't do it. Which was really sad, but we kept on going, and I think it was halfway through the season that we all said, this is kind of funny to compare, right? So we all said we will continue it after we've gone to sleep, basically, and it was like, okay, bye everybody. Do you guys remember Bly Manor when we were watching that, and we were like actually getting frustrated that we may not be able to watch all of it in the one night?
Yes, I do remember.
We were all so fucking invested in seeing what happened next. So, yeah, basically, Stranger Things Season 2, we finished it up then, and we were just like, yep, so that was horrible. And then I got re-tempted to make a video, because I was like, Stranger Things Season 2 is so awful compared to the first season. I'd love to explain why, and I never did. Season 3 comes out, I ignored it, and then Fortia was like, I want to watch it with someone, please. And I was like, fine. And it was even worse than Season 2. And what was neat this time around is that a lot of people in the world were like, yeah, that was bad. That was really bad. And I was like, yay. This isn't... I don't have to deal with everyone saying Season 3 is great. And then everyone says Season 4 is announced after a couple of years, and I was like, that's hilarious. I'm not watching it. And then it came out, and I saw some people saying, like, it is pretty good, though. I was like, eh. And then some people I actually trust for their opinions were like, it isn't terrible. I was like, isn't terrible? What the fuck? And so, I had some free time in the last week that were between doing different things here and there while editing as well, and I was like, I'll throw it on. First episode was quite interesting because, to give you a brief understanding without spoilers, they've kind of reset their show a little bit. It really comes across as though they've had this moment of like, okay, Season 3 was a fucking disaster. We need to stop and think about what our story even is. Because one of the big things that Smiler pointed out back in the day was that Season 1 is contained. You don't need to go any further. But of course they will, because Stranger Things was super popular. And it has a cliffhanger, so there you go. But Season 2 was like a terrible copy of Season 1, and it was just like, uh-oh, they don't have a plan. They didn't have a story to tell beyond Season 1. We're in trouble. And then Season 3 is this embarrassing mess that clearly came as a result of like, we gotta get a story out, go, go, go. Season 4 feels like they sat down and thought about all the different things they should actually try and build toward. We've got new characters that are pretty interesting. We've got a new, I say new villain. They've contextualized him to try and account for prior continuity, but he's definitely a new guy in terms of, like, I remember when I saw the trailer of Season 4, he's like commentating, or narrating it, I think, being like, it's time, and, you know, they'll never escape me, just generic sort of villainy lines. I was just like, who the fuck is this guy? And then I watched the first episode, and for anybody in chat who has seen this, the first episode's ending, yeah, I was like, okay, I'll keep watching this. I'm just curious where this goes. And I think I watched episode 4, and I was quite impressed. I really enjoyed the story that happens in episode 4. Again, trying to remain spoiler-free while also giving enough clues to people who have seen it to know what I'm talking about. I found the story of that character going through that thing to be quite compelling. I thought she did a really good job. And I actually finished the season, or the half season, today. And I'm happy with it. I was asked by a friend already, is like, is it better than Season 1? I was like, I don't think so. I guess I'd have to rewatch Season 1. But I enjoyed it enough.
Though, by the sounds of it.
Well, so funnily enough, it's kind of slotted, depending on how they finish out with these next 2 episodes, it's like right behind Angel Season 5 for one of the best examples of trying to repair your story when it's gone so fucking awry.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's loads of choices they've made in Season 4 that I find so interesting in terms of getting your narrative back on track where it was falling apart. To the point where they have genuinely, like, they've reset the origin story, let's put it, for the good guys' powers and the bad guys' world / operations. They've taken what we all knew and moved pieces around and reset the story just so that they can definitely facilitate whatever ending they're going with next. Because apparently it's ending with Season 5, and it seems to me that what they did was stop and then write out a story with purpose for 4 and 5, probably, and then made it. Which is, I swear to God, if that's what they did, it's just like, thank you. All you need to do is take more time with writing, and you'll end up with something so much better.
Yeah.
So, I liked it. How good it is I would hesitate to say without maybe giving it a rewatch. There's a couple of contrivances, and I would happily agree there's a couple of one-dimensional characters that literally only exist to have the reactions they require for a character to have in the situations to facilitate certain results. It's like, oh great, that's the character that ended up here, because if it were anyone else, they'd probably do this reasonably, but because it's them, they're gonna do that, and then they do, and you're like, yeah, there you go. But I think that the, let's say the main characters, they have a lot of good stuff going on. So, yeah, I don't know. I'll be interested to see how they end the story. And as for would I recommend it, for someone who's maybe watched the first 3 seasons, yes. If you got through season 3, you'll definitely be able to like this. Would I recommend it as someone to just jump into season 4 without seeing season 1, 2, and 3? Interestingly enough, I think you can. They provide you enough context to understand it. They give you flashbacks and then lines to sort of contextualize what you're missing. You could, and I guess it's one way to start up the show if you wanted to. One of the complaints I've seen from a lot of people is that a lot of nothing happens. They're like an hour and a half at long episodes. Well, some of them are, I think, maybe, but I don't know what to say about that. I can't disagree necessarily because I was editing while watching some of this. It was only by episode 4 that the show earned Monitor 1 privileges. So, you know, you have to see how it goes for those who watch it. I don't know.
I am here.
That is my spoiler-free assessment. There you go.
Two things.
Hey there, Molar. I just finished Soma, and it was the most profound gaming experience ever. Without you, I would never have heard about it. Hi, Rags. I just finished a bunch of your videos. Love your stuff.
Hello, I really do appreciate that. Thank you. Just god damn it, Jay just posted stuff. Ah, Jay, damn it. He posted a picture.
Am I allowed to show that on stream?
Probably not.
Yeah, it's censored, but it's probably...
No, I actually didn't mean for
it's
that.
It's only that you can show the Justice League on. Well,
the reason,
like he hasn't sent it yet. He
yeah, like it's an
hasn't
unsaid
sent
tweet.
Yet. Jay, you have to. Jay, why do you do this to yourself? Why, Jay? It gives you energy.
Because like just in case, I'll show it the second Jay approves. Okay. Come on, Jay. Fucking say yes.
Good.
Say yes. Because this is like the perfect tweet for I would say the EFAP fandom.
Well, I guess while we wait,
you're gonna have to spell. You have to spell the name correct for the tweet, just to be clear.
No, I don't even. I love the fact that it's not capitalized and spelled wrong. That's fucking great.
Okay. All right. Okay.
All right. Well, until Jay approves, I will say it's great to hear more people play Soma, and super glad you apparently enjoyed the fuck out of it. Good stuff.
Absolutely, very glad that you enjoyed that game.
What was the most realistic action/fight scene you've ever watched in a movie? Disregard boxing or MMA movies.
Realistic action or fight scene that you've ever seen in a movie. Gosh, there's probably a lot, but I have to think. I have to sift through all of the action scenes I've seen.
It's gonna have to be Clark against Zod in Man of Steel. That was my easy pick.
Do you think it would be something from Saving Private Ryan, or?
I wonder if with the spirit of the question, they'd feel that should be disqualified as well, because it's a very. I wonder if what they want probably is for us to select something like Hector and Achilles, so it's like still kind of fantasy-ish, but or Lord of the Rings, right? Like Aragorn and Lurtz.
Yeah, but there's like some realistic choreography, but not a fully grounded fight scene between. Like you wouldn't think of like in Saving Private Ryan as a fight scene, you know? Like it is a fight and it's happening in a scene, but you don't really think of it that way, I guess.
Yeah, like where you would call Aragorn and Lurtz a boss fight, you wouldn't say that about any of the fights in Saving Private Ryan. I don't think. It feels wrong, doesn't it?
No
It feels off.
It does.
Let me see. But are there some in early Game of Thrones that you might pull?
The problem is, I feel like I'm ill-equipped to say. That's got to be like I would so want to defer to Shad because there are fights that I like more than others, and you know when they like have the cavalry charge in alone, I can tell when stuff like that is unrealistic. But when you have like people clanging swords together in different strikes and moves, sometimes I can't tell if that's a legit move or not, or a legit defense or not. So there are for those who would know. Braun versus what's his name? Servatus, I think it was. Braun versus Servatus. That was a pretty cool fight. I wonder how Shad would feel about that one. But yeah, you know, to be fair, I put it in my head now, so maybe that's why I want to pick it. But like Aragorn versus Lawrence, what even? Lurtz was I remember that one feeling particularly raw compared to a lot of Lord of the Rings fights, and I think it's because of the fact that both of them get really bloodied when doing that fight, and the punches feel really hard. Seem to be really hard anyway.
I mean, the guy he did. Hey, a real knife was thrown. So.
Hound versus the Mountain. Fuck no.
You have received permission to show the meme.
This was the meme, people of the chat. I feel like I don't even need to read it out. That's just something you appreciate if you could see it visually. It's such a spicy tweet. You know what? Somehow it's saying the Wikipedia link just makes it even funnier again.
I think
like
that's what makes it funnier. If it was just the picture, it's one thing, but there's Wikipedia.org there.
It gives it this this official kind of nature.
Jay is literally shit posting. That's true, yeah. I like it. Did Jay tweet it out after or no?
I don't know, man. Wow, I guess it doesn't matter now. It exists.
We can only hope.
Given his blessing.
Sorry, yeah, but any other answers for that question, or are we running out? We're on the fumes segment of EFAP right now.
Yeah, I'm.
Yep.
Sorry, I just don't really know of a lot that come to mind that are like
it's less to do with
fights.
Yeah, it's not to do with me running out of fights to be able to reference. It's more so like it filters down.
Sifting through all the fights in your mind.
Because like Kill Bill, I don't think any of those fights are realistic. I don't really know. Because a lot of them are very fantastical, like and stylistic. So I guess they wouldn't be considered. I don't know. Would the raid fights be considered realistic? Or are they a bit too fantastic? You know, like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. I don't think anyone's calling those realistic, right?
Well, they used to fight like that, but they just don't anymore. It's fallen out of style.
Gosh darn. Yeah, I think I would probably just want to sort of Kill Bill's all nonsense. They're awesome but not realistic. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm just like I feel like I'm struggling to give good examples of what I would consider to be the greatest realistic fights. The Black Knight fight from Monty Python.
Maybe there's one, or what about? Do you think Kingdom of Heaven might have one?
Right.
Maybe when.
How would I remember that movie?
I'm having trouble remembering it myself because that movie is so fucking dull. But I was curious. That's why I asked. Like maybe I just need help kind of remembering.
There probably was a fight in that movie, yeah.
I think things happened in that film at some point. I think there was probably some stuff that happened. That film did have a plot.
Mission Impossible Fallout bathrooms fight scene, that was pretty cool. I don't know.
I like that.
I don't know how it scores on the realism chart, but yeah. John Wick? Maybe.
Maybe the first one is some.
Like in his house.
But I'd have to watch them again. Yeah, I'd have to watch them again.
The fish
Last
slap
Samurai
dance.
might have some.
Monty Python.
The fish slap dance was. That's probably what would happen. Yes.
That's one of those jokes where if someone watches it and just goes, "I don't get it," I'd be like, "And you're never gonna," because that's just how it works. Well, bus fight from nobody. Ooh.
I saw
I haven't
on
seen
YouTube.
that.
That I haven't seen the movie. I just saw that fight on YouTube as a clip for a promotion for it, and I think that might be up there. I'd have to rewatch it again just to make sure, but I remember watching it and I was like, "Ooh, that's not good." Like that wow, that's very unpleasant.
People kept recommending Nobody, and then I finally watched it, and that bus scene, I ain't forgetting that anytime soon. That was satisfying as hell to watch. I think they're making it a second Nobody, though. I'm already like, oh no.
Nobody 2?
Yeah.
Nobody else, maybe?
But alright, that's the best we could do. Who other than Obi and Annie could beat Grievous? According to Clone Wars, the Gungans can.
Yeah, we saw the booba at the alien robot man.
To be fair, if they threw like 1,000 boobas at Grievous, he probably would struggle with that. Like, oh my god!
They just load those things into a cannon like grape shots. It's just.
Dude, I'm picturing a starship that's from Naboo, like, but Gungan starship just firing a laser worth of blue balls.
Jar Jars on the side.
We have the blue ball.
Just a massive shotgun pellet spray of boobas. Oh.
You could intercut like the people on Return of the Jedi just screaming as the Star Destroyer is just blown up by the boobas. He literally starts and ends the Clone Wars. Yeah, the thing about like what effect does Obi-Wan really have on the plot line? It's like, let's never ask that question, please. If you like war movies and are fine with subtitles, I'd recommend Unknown Soldier from 2017. It's a very good Finnish war movie. Fair enough. Alrighty. Younglings and Jedi initiates have practiced lightsabers that are low-powered to where it creates minor cuts and burns. They create their FP1 later. Why not go all the way and just say they don't do any damage at all, except they're like little batons, alright? Because
I can believe that it exists in universe. Little shocky sticks, essentially, that take the place of lightsabers, but I really wish there was like a line where they either show it in the background, one of them getting hit, and he just goes like, you know, that kind of thing, or one of them hits it against their hand just to, you know, test the strength of it before something like it would have been a really cool instead of a lot of things that happened in those damn movies, a scene where we watch some Jedi training actually taking place. That between Anakin and Obi-Wan, and they're sparring, right? And Obi-Wan keeps hitting Anakin because he's teaching him, and they're learning. And then eventually Anakin gets a hit on Obi-Wan, and that's kind of like the payoff at the end. Is that he's learning, he's getting better, and we could see the lightsabers in action or something. And maybe they're like obnoxiously orange colored and at the hilt, or there's a particular color that they put out so that it's a safety one. Something like that. There's things they could have done. That would have been neat. Would have been neat.
That would be great for the conversation about inference versus writing for the writers, right? Because I could easily see someone being like, no, those are legit lightsabers and it's fucking stupid because they don't tell us anything different, so we shouldn't assume anything different. And it's indicative of like how idiotic the Jedi blah 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 is. And someone else could be like, why would you assume that instead of the idea that they're obviously safety lightsabers, and why do they have to explain that? It should be obvious. You know, it's like, where's the line on that one? And I'd just be like,
They seem to. It's not something that you have to go out of your way to explain. Maybe it's one of the reasons why it would be so easy to show it. It would just be an incidental part of the training sequences you see between a relationship that you really need to be building up as important and meaningful.
I think
even in Aragon, the novel that I read ages ago, there was a spell that they would cast on swords to dull them so that when they were sparring, they didn't kill each other, which is pretty important. You don't want all your soldiers and warriors dying in training before they can fight. That'd be no good.
Which is, in a sense, where the inference comes from, right? It would be too absurd if those were real lightsabers. Just way too absurd.
Yeah,
so you can't assume... That's like a bad faith assumption. And I think that's kind of how you have to categorize it. Though I think I can't do anything but conclude exactly what you said, which is like there should be one reference, just something, and it can be subtle too. Just come on, give us a chance here, just to be able to go see it's that done.
Yeah, even if they were a special color you never saw in any other lightsaber that only the younglings used, that's enough for my mind to go, yep, these are training lightsabers. And if the handles were like an obnoxious orange or yellow color, or they had little things like that, would be nice to see.
Kenobi sucked from episode 1. A young Jedi goes to him asking for help and closure. Instead of telling hide and wait for the fight, he tells him to go bury his lightsaber. The fight is over. Not the Jedi code I know. Yeah, in retrospect, I'm not sure how I feel about that scene. I had lots of thoughts at once when I first saw it. Because it's like, what would Obi-Wan do with that guy? And it's like, well, if we can lay out all of the concerns he would have... Like, one, he doesn't want to be found as a result of this guy being found, because it compromises Luke. It's like, I can understand that, yeah. But he is Obi-Wan Kenobi, and this is a Jedi who's on the run, and probably a good person. So it's like, so he's going to want to help him, right? Like, yeah.
This is a moment that you use to explore the kind of person he's become after 10 years hiding.
Mm-hmm.
Would he legitimately send this Jedi? Is it possible that after 10 years... he might legit send this Jedi knowingly to his death if he knew that it would take the scent off of Tatooine and therefore Luke.
I think if we were writing it and you know, one of us said, yeah, it should be that he sends this Jedi off to essentially, you know, like he just doesn't care about his fate. I think we would have to be like, I don't think we can do that, can we? Kenobi should be invested.
That would have to be something that you really justify hard, and I think that would be tough, and I wouldn't go that route. It would... Now, I can absolutely believe a reluctance to get involved because of the stakes and what might happen, but ultimately a concession that this is a Jedi. They are in a similar situation to me. I can't just leave them.
I have a bit of hope with Andor, as it's a side project being written by Tony Gilroy and other Academy Award-winning writers. Hopefully that will make the plot functional. Hi, Rags.
Hello!
Listen, I'm more than on board with giving it a shot for those reasons, and, you know, we shall see. Y'all don't understand. Order 66 not only forces the clones to execute the Jedi, it also gives them the brain-eating disease. What?
What brain-eating disease? How are they supposed to kill the Jedi if their brains get et? Is it a slow-acting disease, I assume?
Is that like it's like an insurance policy where once the deed is done, they all get killed so that they don't spread the word or something? Yeah, help me out. What's the brain-eating disease?
Is it the Kuru? Do they give them the Kuru?
Maybe it's a joke.
I can't tell with Star Wars anymore, which is ultimately the problem.
Oh, I was legit gonna say, I can't tell because it's the Clone Wars, and I've heard some weird fucking shit about what happens in the Clone Wars. I think they just mean stormtroopers are dumb. Okay, alright, we all good. We all good.
Okay, alright.
That clears things up.
That clears things up.
See, there's an in-universe explanation for everything.
When I'm in a dick riding contest, I think, and I'm up against a Star Wars Twitter account. That's all it says.
Oh, okay.
All right. Did you have like a strategy that you employ to ride the dick the best, or I don't know, like is it the amount of dicks that you ride, or the quality of riding particular dicks, or I don't know how one would judge the winner of that kind of a contest. You'd think I would, but I actually don't.
Kick Princess J Ragbo Wagons.
Ragbo Wagons!
Jay has been kicked. All good. Everything is at peace.
Jay is gone. Jay's no more. He's absconded with his Snyder meme.
This is why the younglings had to wear helmets for Tai Chi. Being tapped on the head is extremely dangerous. Jedi take OSHA seriously. Apparently...
Yep.
It was the Force Touch from Hidden Dragon. Oh, the blast getting moved, I think is what they're saying. Slaps are more dangerous than lightsabers in Disney. Probably, yeah.
Well, if you're a stormtrooper, yeah, they're friggin' completely incapacitating.
Dude, that... I was already thinking to myself, like... That scene where she does that, it's like, well, what are our options? I guess you just be like, well, what if she accounted for this? She knew ahead of time that she very likely would be potentially arrested. And so... she's got something in her hand ready, maybe some kind of flashbang that she brought with her. Something like that. Why not? Why'd you have to make it so she slaps one of them in the face? That is like the dumbest shit.
And then it's and we're always forgetting what she does afterward. She just like grabs the helmet of the other and like just pulls it forward. It's the kind of thing where someone does to you and you're like, "What do you stop? What are you doing?"
Mm-hmm.
Not like, "Oh no, I've lost the ability to maneuver my limbs. I'm stunned."
There were tons of practical effects in the prequels. True. They get overshadowed a bit by the excessive CGI, though, is what most people feel.
Some of the CGI is downright bizarre.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's bad CGI in the prequels for sure.
I kind of hate how non-CGI effects are referred to as practical because it somewhat implies CGI is unnecessary. Oh, do you, like the classic definition of what is practical, as opposed to just thinking of it as meaning it's not done digitally, it's done physically.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps unnecessary was the wrong term. I more so mean that practical has the connotation of meaning optimal, and to me it somewhat implies CGI isn't sometimes the practical choice. I understand what you're saying, yeah.
I know what they're saying,
yeah. Like I said, we try to push back a little on the CG hate.
I don't like it. It's not a good attitude. It's not one that you can defend, I don't think. Certainly not easily.
Whenever I see anything from RLM about Star Wars, it's like they can't let the prequels be better than new stuff.
I kind of got that sense.
I hate to pull that card, right? But like, I think it's true that they think the prequels are basically the worst Star Wars ever got, including the new stuff. I think they'd be willing to concede that The Rise of Skywalker has got to be at least on the level with the prequels, but you could tell they really fucking hate the prequels. The prequels are what really killed their love of Star Wars, so of course they feel passionate about that. It's weird because like a lot of people, and I know there's plenty of you in the audience, some people, their love was ignited by the prequels. So, you know, it can be awkward to listen to sometimes because we see such a borderline between the quality of the prequels and the quality of like the sequels or some of these shows or some of the things that happen in them. I think, yeah, I don't mind them hating the prequels. I would just prefer if they didn't rely on referencing how bad the prequels are to prop up something like the Kenobi show. Like, what? I think their argument, and mine too, is the use of unnecessary CGI like the cafe scene in Black Widow. Why wasn't it just a practical set? The thing is, I've said this before on EFAP, I think it was the No Way Home one we did. I have come around on that because there could very well be an incredibly good reason why that was green screened, for all I know. And just as an example, because we brought it up before, but people would be like, why the fuck did they green screen the Flash being in like a house or whatever? It's like, seriously, you can't just put him in a house and record it? And it's like they didn't have access to the actor on the set at the same time because of COVID restrictions and stuff. And so that was the solution. At least that's as I understand it. And at the very least, theoretically, that's possible. And so I just think that it would be very easy for any of us to be in the situation of getting these scenes done on a timeline and being like, look, we can record this and we can composite him on. It'll look a little flat, but it'll get the important events of the scenes done. Whereas we wouldn't have them otherwise. I actually made this... Was it this EFAP? Because things are starting to fall apart from my mind. Where I was saying, like, if everything was forced to not rely on CG at all, while simultaneously having the same release dates, I'm pretty sure these movies would fall apart. Like, you have to get everything done, practically, with the same deadlines. I'm pretty sure they would all, instead of just having some shoddy CGI in lots of different scenes, they would just have downright unfinished scenes. And you have to just watch really awkward shit happening. So even with the Black Widow example, there could be a very good reason for that. And I think that what we need to rely on instead of questioning why they would have done that, we should instead say, did you notice? And if I'm being completely honest, I definitely didn't. I thought it was all real. And that seems to me what the issue with No Way Home was. A lot of people thought that those scenes were real until they were shown that they weren't real. So, is it much of a problem if you can't tell at all? Or is it just a curiosity at that point? Which, by the way, totally fair to have that curiosity. I would like the answer for why they couldn't just film on a bench, but there could be a reason, I guess. Joel invented CGI to ruin movies.
Bastard.
I was saying he's behind it all.
Someone needs to stop this man.
Correlation equals causation. The existence of EFAP is causing bad movies. Mauler, what have you done? Also, hi, Rags.
Hello to you.
To be fair, there are some people who do support that idea. Like, they think CinemaSins and people like me are making movies bad. Because movies listen to our criticisms, and it's just like, that's fucking hilarious that you think we have, like, any kind of influence to that degree, but also that the movies that are coming out, you think that's a result of listening to us?
I wish we had that kind of sway in the industry.
Just like we've
That'd
had
be the tits.
some of the most nonsensical fucking movies in a long time in terms of like density. That's like the opposite of what we want. Remember when they said like Rise of Skywalker is what you deserve when you criticize TLJ? It's like, you
fuck off.
For real?
No one wanted the Rise of Skywalker.
No. You guys have to watch Lion King 93 and 19B2B. Oh, back to back. We'll probably do that at some point. I kind of want to do the whole set with the Disney movies, but we need to pace them out. Because that's, it's a trying thing to do. The Dalmatians one was, man, that's going to get a sequel, you know? Cruella 2.
Yeah, that is.
Oof.
Insane.
I'm drawing here with a pencil and feel personally attacked. I don't remember why.
Because you had used, remember the CGI analogy you used?
No. What did I say?
about pencil drawings?
I'm still blanking. What did I say?
You'd said that, well, that's like saying pencil drawings are worse than like Baroque art, or maybe that was Fringy.
Yeah, I was going to say that would be.
Say that.
Someone would have said it wasn't me, whoever compared it to Baroque.
That's not true. That's a lie.
Well, it was someone had used the analogy of pencil drawings in the place of CG. The idea was like, well, pencil drawings are often bad, but that's because pencil drawings are often used as a way to teach people how to draw, and it's often what like children and stuff have access to, so they're often bad. That doesn't mean drawings with pencils are just bad.
Oh, okay.
Because they're pencil drawings.
Oh, I don't remember making that point, but I agree with it. Bad CGI is bad, so CGI is bad, except when CGI is good, then it's okay.
Balrog.
They just put thanks chat afterwards. Don't worry, chat. It's not directed at all of you, okay? Alright. What would you guys say about Vermithrax from Dragon Slayer 1981? Go Motion Dragon looks really good in some shots.
I've not seen was Dragon Slayer? Was that the animated one?
Well, so what is Go Motion?
Go Motion?
Is that like a variant of slow motion? Sorry, stop motion?
I do not know what Go Motion is. Someone will have to Google.
Sound familiar to you, Free? Go Motion?
No. Doesn't ring a bell.
It could be like a autocorrect thing.
Maybe that's just a way to animate, like a technique of animation. I assume is what they mean, like stop motion, go motion.
Computerized stop motion.
I know about go animate. I know
no, it's not that.
Like yeah.
I'm having a look at him. I'm just, I'll see if I can tell what kind of style this is. If I can get a good selection here, I'll... I mean, you have to keep in mind, this is 1981. That ain't half bad at all. Like, obviously you can tell, but I mean, you know. 40
Hey,
years
that doesn't
ago.
look too bad.
Yeah.
Go motion.
Maybe I can show this on the screen a little bit. Like, its movement is a bit off and the details a bit off, but man, 40 years ago? You know?
That's legit pretty impressive. That's not bad. That is quite impressive.
Think about this. The 1986 movie Aliens cost $18 million to make with the mostly practical effects. The 2017 movie Alien Covenant cost over $100 million to make with CGI. I'd like to know the inflation, though, of 18 million in 86 to what that would be worth in 2017. Is that something that can easily be figured out?
You could probably Google inflation.
Maybe.
What? So let me take
So 18 million from 1986. What is that worth today? Oh, you know what I mean by that.
I go to
inflation doesn't make that difference. I don't expect it to make that difference, but I'd still be curious how much it goes up by.
If in 1988, right?
86.
I purchased an item 86. Okay. 1986. I purchased an item for, and they said 18 million.
Yeah.
Then in 2022, let's see.
I was going for 2017 if possible.
Says, 2017. Yeah, let me do that. 2017. 40,257,000.
Well, I think as long as you do that, I think the point is still very well made, being that Aliens is fucking knocking it out of the park for less than half the money. And saying like Alien Covenant was made with CGI, again to me, is highlighting the wrong issues. Alien Covenant's writing is fucking horrendous. Either of you guys see that?
That's the main problem.
Was that the one? No, that was Prometheus. Alien Covenant is the one after Prometheus, right?
Yep.
I feel like I know a lot. I don't think I've seen it, but I think I've seen enough reviews on it that I have a pretty good understanding of what's wrong with it.
I remember
at the time.
Prometheus was like a big deal to me. And I still remember when me and Smile went to go see it in the cinema. And then Alien Covenant, I didn't even... I remember finding out, it's like, oh, that's been out for like a year now. And then I watched it just online, and I was like, that was fucking awful. And that was almost worse, I think, than Prometheus. And I was just sad. That's okay.
Well, we're sad all the time.
Yeah. Y'all should rename this to NASCAR, because you're going in circles with this topic. I don't know which one they're referring to, but apparently we went in circles on one of them. Where's my Where's my 9/11 propaganda film starring Matt Damon and Ben Affleck? Wait, was that a thing?
I have no clue. I honestly don't.
I remember there were 9/11 movies, but I don't remember who was in them.
There was one with Nick Cage.
Sounds like a disaster.
Darth Maul's revival was a big contrivance, but at least Legends and Clone Wars did interesting things with Maul, unlike modern-day Disney Star Wars revivals. So this is the thing. If you were passed to write the story of what does Darth Maul do after the person before you's story, which is the story of how he managed to survive and it's all bullshit, it's like you're past something that's pretty dumb, but you can now make what's probably a pretty fucking compelling story. I mean, everyone compliments Darth Maul's stuff in Clone Wars in terms of his like personal struggles and everything, and it's just like, yeah, once you get past the dumb shit of him surviving that, you can play with him a bit. That's something you can do.
Sure. I think so.
A guy called The Gold Man is doing videos called Overanalyzing the Obi-Wan Show. Each video is about 10 minutes and it is the most shallow form of analyzing I've ever seen. Thought you guys would get a good laugh from it.
Well, if you're analyzing it and it takes 10 minutes, it can't be that detailed.
I was about to say, it doesn't sound like a very much of a deep dive. It's only 10 minutes. That's like a third of most of the episodes. But
yeah, a deep analysis, I feel, of almost anything is often going to lead to much longer than the actual thing itself.
That's where we're apparently in the minority on that one, right? Because everyone thinks if you go over, that means you failed your task.
Yeah, well, those people are wrong.
Why are you talking about Kenobi? It's Morbin time. By the way, have any of you actually gone and seen Morb himself? I haven't. No.
Morb himself? No, I haven't.
Nobody has. They even re-released it in theaters because they thought people wanted to watch it.
I like that just like literally nobody has seen that movie. Like not even one person.
Everybody makes fun of it, but nobody's seen it.
That's why we make fun of it.
Maybe Kenobi is part of the TVA, and Ponda Baba's arm was supposed to get destroyed on Jeddah. That's why Kenobi had to cut it off on Tatooine. Ah.
The fact that you know the guy's name.
Dude, that was the power of Star Wars like culture when the OT was out, and even the prequels. People knew the names of characters that were not named in the movies, and it was just normal. Like, but like it's gone to the point now where people forget the names of fucking main characters from Star Wars. Or,
yeah, like, who was the chick from The Rise of Skywalker? The chick with the fro and the bow and the fro? What was her name?
Fuck, I thought you were talking about Zori Bliss, and I was about to be like, I remember her, but I legit don't remember the one you're talking about. I remember who she was, but I don't remember her name.
Lando's not daughter?
I can't remember.
According to chat, it's Jana. I never would have guessed that.
Jana, okay. Because I believe it or not, when you said Zori Bliss, I was like, oh, I didn't remember her name. So
I don't know why I remember her name, but I do remember hers.
Well, I mean, we all remember Babu Frick's name. I'll never forget Babu Frick's name.
I won't forget it until till the day I die. Babu
until the
Frick's
day I'm Morbin 6 feet under. I'll never forget
that one. I'm pretty sure that's going to be the case. I don't think
it's just the name you remember.
It's very memorable.
How do you not? He spends like 10 seconds in the movie, and he's just this incredibly overjoyed, tiny engineer who does jobs to help people out, and he makes those noises. Like that's just awesome. And that's
works. What's so special about it.
He's about family.
The Frick family, the Fricks, Babu and the Fricks.
A really great, wholesome family show.
Mr. and Mrs. Frick.
In my head canon, Randy the Goblin is the chosen one. I think that's fair. Gonna lead us out of this quagmire. Rogue One breaks hyperspace travel. Hyperspace travel is instant in Rogue One, which breaks all the other films. Is it instant?
I can't remember it being I just can't remember. If it's instant, then yeah,
funnily enough,
that is an issue. But
people were comparing shots of Vader looking out of a Star Destroyer from... I think he was staring at the hyperspace wormhole-y thing. And the Rogue One, I think he was looking at something else, but I was just like... I was trying to think, like, do they have shots like that? I don't remember the hyperspace travel in Rogue One. Was it really instant?
No, I do remember in Rogue One, they stay accurate to sensing objects coming out of hyperspace. Which is where actually a clip from that I use for some reason I needed to look up that clip about leaving hyperspace, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I know I rewatched part of Return of the Jedi when there was an episode of season 2 of The Mandalorian when all the ships are like next to each other going through hyperspace, and I'm like, is that a thing? Can you be with another ship that's like right next to you going through hyperspace? I'm like, I don't know if that's a thing that you can do. But they were communicating back and forth while going through hyperspace, and I was like, do they do this in Return of the Jedi when Lando and the rest of the fleet are doing it? And they don't. They don't show any dialogue between the rebel fleet in between you see them taking off and the next time you see them where they leave hyperspace.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of. It seems to me that it's like the golden rule of, you know, hey George, how does this thing work? And he's like, you know what? I'm just not going to show you the answer.
I'm
not going to confirm it does
it.
not work the way you think it might, because it could cause me problems later down the line. At least it feels that there's a dynamic of that sometimes in Star Wars stuff earlier on.
Just use it to get around quick, and that's about it. It's like poetry, rhymes.
Also, here's a cool fact. In Battlefront 1, when you aim your gun, your player model, of course, also aims their gun, but they also have a facial animation that will have the soldier close one of their eyes, except the US snipers, who were at the time already trained to aim with both eyes open.
That's an interesting attention to detail.
They do that. That is a detail in Battlefield 5. Whenever you are aiming down sights, your character model, they will close their off eye as they look down the sights of their rifle. Those little things you might never know, because you'd have to see someone else doing it, because of course you don't notice it in your own character's model. But neat little piece of detail there. There's a lot of little neat details in that game. If you go into water, then your character's model will get wet, like visibly wet. Cloth darkens everything, things of that nature, and then you will dry from the top down. So after a while, your character will be half wet after you slowly but surely dry off. And when you're in the mud and your character moves around in the mud, your character model picks up the mud on the character model, and it looks pretty accurate based off of where, based on like the cloth and everything that you're wearing. There's a lot of neat details in that game. Shame they gimped it with a horrific PR and an awful launch trailer.
I just saw one come in just now that said, I hated the first 2 episodes of Stranger Things Season 4, should I continue? I thought Season 4, Episode 4 was that was the one that I thought was actually worth other people having seen. I don't know exactly what I'd say about the first 3, and so if you're not enjoying the first 2, you probably should stop, I guess. I don't think you're gonna like the rest if you didn't like the first 2. But I was also gonna say, we're about to hit 8 hours. And
wow.
I'm afraid I've got to get up relatively early tomorrow, and so I don't think I can go on any longer. However, we've made it through half of tonight's Super Chats, and so I shall save them. Hopefully, we'll not develop as enormous a backlog as we once had. We will figure out a place for us to answer these. In fact, our final Kenobi recording is happening on Wednesday.
Oh boy, we'll see how they wrap it all up.
Well, and if you and Fringy and myself are available, we could do all of the remaining ones of tonight, as well as the ones that have come in from the premieres of the Kenobi episodes, as well as Streamlabs. We could do them in probably like a 2-hour thing. Or maybe less, I'm not sure, if you guys are on board. But closing early today, I think 8 is a nice, safe, solid...
8's a long time. That's a third of the day right there.
Yeah. So... Chat, let me ask your opinion on this. What do you think is the best way to go about this, right? This episode of EFAP, should it wait to be put out until Monday, because Kenobi's coming out tomorrow? Or should I switch them? Or should both of them go out tomorrow, but like, I don't know, try and space them out, I guess? What do you think?
Wait, what are you talking about?
Well, because I've got... Usually, our Saturday EFAPs go out on Sundays, right, onto the Moolah, but I've also got a Kenobi episode to premiere, so...
Right.
It's not like I want to put them out at the exact same time.
Yeah, I get you.
See, someone said this on Monday, but a lot of people... It's Kenobi tomorrow. Everyone wants Kenobi out, I understand that, especially the people who are here right now, because they fucking listened to this podcast already, so... They're like, more news,
including us, I think, like me.
Probably the way to go, I think.
So, yeah, does that make sense then to put... So this episode will be put on Moolah on Monday then? Some people were saying both, but I don't know, it just clashes them up, you know? I figure it makes more sense to do it the other way. We have a bias, Mullet. That's okay. I was just looking to see what people thought. So yeah, the plan is then Kenobi tomorrow. I'll see you there for the old live premiere And then Monday will be this. Tuesday, for me anyway, will be Real BBC. But also, if possible, episode 5 of the Kenobi. Could be Tuesday.
We'll see how we do on that one. Yeah.
Yeah, we got a lot of work to do in a short amount of time.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, because like for anybody who's confused about this compared to Boba Fett, like me and Fringy both had lots of life things happen at the exact same time as having to do this, and so it's been crammed into loads of not only when we can even record it, but also when it's getting edited. And so the disjointed way you've seen them release is a result of that. Though of course we're hoping to get the last one out promptly after recording it on Wednesday. Can't wait for the Kenobi finale. Gonna be brilliant. I'm sure about it. And yeah, so that's all updates other than just general working away on a bigger project from myself. If you guys want to go ahead, say whatever you want.
You know, I think that I think I've said enough. I think that everything that needs to be said, we've said. Couldn't possibly be anything else that is more or less episode 191 of Every Frame of Pause.
Fair enough. In my case, you remember Top Hat's Rags?
I do indeed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right.
His point-and-click adventure game, Born Punk, is now out. It came out yesterday/today, depending on where you are in the world. I did a little bit of writing work for it. If you're interested in playing a point-and-click cyberpunk adventure game akin to like the ones that came out in the 90s, Monkey Island and whatnot, it's out on Steam. If you want to check it out, there's a link. Go give it a gander if that sounds interesting to you. Otherwise, for me, like specifically me, it's mainly going to be Obi-Wan, and then other projects when I could get around to those eventually. But yeah, that's my 2 cents, roonies and pieces and stuff.
Well then, thank you all so much for joining us. And yeah, we are getting eerily close to that anniversary stream. Things, I guess I'd like to say that I usually start warning people about this far away from it. If you've got anniversary memes or videos, now is the time to start thinking about post-arenoing them, because
time.
Yeah, you might just I'd like to try and get them all involved and in before I don't know, run out of the chance to be able to collect them and stuff. So you still got, like, what is that, 2.5 months? 2 months, I think. Yeah, 2 months until the stream itself. The 2 months flies by, alright? That's how it always goes. And, you know, 4-year hype. I know, right? It'll be 4 whole years of EFAP. Can you believe that, right? Can you? Can you?
No, I can't. It's unbelievable. I don't believe you are lying to me.
It's around about 4 years
be.
since Patrick Williams said, "Why the fuck do you care about plot holes?" And we were like, "Let me explain." I know that wasn't the first episode, but it's close enough. So a week after.
The genesis, the origins, the beginning.
Yes. So yeah, I'm sure there'll be plenty of fun times ahead. But thank you so much for giving us a little old listen. Hopefully you had fun. We shall see you on the next broadcast, being tomorrow. Fun times. Okay, goodbye, everybody.
That's right. Be there or be square. Be there or we will stab you in the chest with a lightsaber, which is only meant to inconvenience you, so it's all right.
I'm pretty sure most of our viewers have several stomachs, but we'll be fine.
It takes a lot of stomachs to be able to stomach a lot of the stuff that we cover.
Thanks for watching. Thank you so much for the donations.
Yeah.
Thank you for the helpful engagement. You provided some interesting factoids for us tonight, as well as helpful bits and bobs in chat. Thank you so much. Toodle pip. Cheerio.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Toodaloo.